Okay, so Leo, since our last session, how have you been feeling?
Not so good, but I've been dreaming of the French team winning ENC, of before lifting the SI hammer with shifters, of France being the best country in Rainbow Six Esports.
No. This is not going to work. We need something heavier for you.
And I think I've got just the idea. I saw this on TikTok. I'm going to hypnotize Leo. Leo, you have to look only into the pendant, okay?
Only into the pendant.
You are no longer French.
No longer French.
P4 is not going to lift the hammer.
Lift hammer.
On the count of 3, you are going to wake up and have a reasonable Rainbow Six take.
Rainbow Six take.
1, 2, 3.
When does stomp and play? I'm Diamond 1.
It is time to send some EML teams to the Salt Lake City Major. We got 2 really important qualification games today, and we have the upper bracket final as well. My name is Anne. I'll be your host for today, and joining me in the studio, we have Alfama and Fresh. And guys, I think it's quite the privilege that we get to send the first teams to the Salt Lake City Major.
Cannot wait. We will finally know. We've been playing through Kickoff the last few weeks. Every single region has, but by the end of today, we will know 2 EML teams that will qualify to the Salt Lake City Major.
And I think it's especially important with how big the roster mania was to really see who really comes up on top, who made the best chances, who had the best players, and it's all decided today.
Right, I want to take a look at the bracket to see where we find ourselves in the middle of this Kickoff playoffs. So we had yesterday the lower bracket. We said goodbye to Fnatic. We said goodbye to Rebels as well. Today we'll be jumping into the upper bracket again as we look at match 5 and 6. And the winners of each of those will be sent to the Salt Lake City Major.
And I think so far, no big surprise here. Maybe Secret not being that upper bracket, but if we look on paper at the top teams, we see G2, we see Falcons, we see VP. Those 3 are really the ones that impressed us the most during Kickoff, at least during the group stage. Twisted Minds here with, I guess, all of their sheer talent. They made it back, they made it here, beating Fnatic.
Yeah.
Which I think was already, a statement itself in the way they did it. We're looking at this, Jack, and we're thinking, can we define a new top 4 of EML?
Well, I think we're going to have to. That's what the next couple of days are about playing out. But yeah, it's good because we previously, over the last entire year, we've been saying we've got a top 3.
Yeah.
It's an untouched top 3, and everybody else is fighting for 4th. Now it feels like we've kind of got 6 teams. Yes, of course, there's better teams. The Falcons as well are up at the top. But we've got 6 teams fighting for those 4 spots. And genuinely, it could be any combination of the 4.
We have a busy day today, though. We have 3 best of 3s in total. As we mentioned, those 2 qualification games. And the winner of both of those games will then play the upper bracket final later today as well. So with a bit of luck with some competitive games, we might be here until like 2 a.m.
Yeah, it might go all the way. And if we look at these 2 matchups, I think we have a matchup of strategy in Falcons versus VP, right? That's really about theory and about good IGLs and all of this. And then we have a matchup of firepower, sheer firepower between G2 and Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
Very excited about the 2 different playstyles we're going to see.
It also almost feels like a boxing undercard.
Yeah.
There's real brawlers going out, but then there's the real strategist fighters as well. But yeah, I can't wait. And then whoever wins out of the brawl and out of the strategist fight, they play off against each other to see who is ultimately the EML champion.
Before we get into those games, I feel like we've been talking so much about the importance of today, right? We know that the qualification to the major is on the line, and that probably is the most important thing for these players. But especially when we look ahead, there's more at stake today, especially already thinking of the 6th Invitational, for example.
Yeah, it's Big Ticket Thursday. It is the one with a cash prize to win, guaranteed $8,000 for whoever makes it in the top 2 of EML by winning today. Guaranteed 175 SI points, and more will be waiting for you at the Salt Lake City Major, and you will qualify directly to Phase 2 because you will be the top 2 seeds of EML.
Yeah, I think that's the important, the qualification straight into Phase 2. That, of course, gives you the best chance, not only at the Major, but it gives you an increased starting point to get the best chance for things like the 6th Invitational point. Of course, we're very, very early down the line. We are in the Kickoff tournament, but teams will already be thinking about, positioning themselves for trying to qualify to the 6th Invitational, even though it's so far away.
You guys got me convinced. I'm buying a ticket. That was really, really convincing talking about, the Six Invitational and everything coming up as well. But especially for our first two teams in this matchup, right? We talk often about this top 4 that we have inside of EML. We talk about Falcons, we talk about Virtus.pro, kind of maybe merging into that conversation. But the real challenge for Virtus.pro here is to take down Falcons in a best of 3 to qualify to the major. And that's going to be difficult because they haven't been able to do that inside the Tier 1 circuit over the last 3 years. But the roster has changed, and that might lead to opportunities.
Yeah, this might be the biggest proof that the roster overhaul was worth it. It is the biggest test they could have in anywhere in the league, maybe facing G2, but I think facing Falcons has its, it has a special place for any EML teams. And like Kickoff loves to say it every time, when we play a team, they want to take us down. There's a special motivation for everyone that takes on Falcons because of their prestigious role.
Now, Virtus.pro for me, I think over the last 2 years, I wouldn't have ever used the word innovation when it comes to Virtus.pro. Maybe a lack of innovation would be the only term I would have ever thrown around for them. But Virtus.pro this stage, they are innovating. Now, they're going to go up against Solid Snake, the newest operator in the pool. We've seen a lot of attackers really use Solid Snake to get information. Virtus.pro, they've innovated. They put all of their roamers out there on a mute jammer. Solid Snake cannot find any information if a player is inside of the mute jammer. This engagement actually goes against Virtus.pro. They're on the defense here. But when the Solid Snake goes to clear the middle floor, and this is Rebels that they were up against back in the group stage, realistically, that happened again, and then the player flanked, got a double kill, won the round for Virtus.pro. That was a big, innovative play, and this is the Virtus.pro. This is the reason why, well, not just me, but a lot of people are falling in love with this new look Virtus.pro.
And this is the reason why kids should never trust their phone.
All these kids on their damn phones these days. One thing I want to say about those videos, really well put together. Of course, big prop to our production team for stitching all that together. It makes it look so appealing.
Yeah, thank you. You make things easy.
Big thumbs up. Well... But we have to talk about their opponents as well, right? Because for Falcons, you're probably expecting them to make it to an international event, especially with this new change in the roster. And looking at how their group stage went, I mean, the victories they got were really dominant. A 7-0, a 7-1, a 7-2.
Yep, and a little slip up to Secret along the way. But apart from that, everything else was so dominant. I think this team was already a complete team when they came into 2026. They've then moved on. They've added in Doom as well, especially to highlight. He's been the best rated player other than Solotov on the roster. He's slotted in naturally. Everything's feeling very good. This feels like the typical same old Falcons, but with that added flair of Doom as well. It will make them one of the most formidable opponents in the entirety of World Siege, Leo.
Yeah, and I think if we look at this roster, we think the strength, right? The IGLing of Kickoff. We think of the firepower with Doom now, with Solotov. We think of the clutch potential from Bride. But I think what stitches everything together is their ability consistently to have the composure in rounds like this one. It's a 3v3, they're attacking, they have 26 seconds left. As you can see, you have Blackbird and Nomad on Lair here at the doorway of Toxin, and you have 3 defenders on the bomb site. And a key thing here is they have intel gathering. They have a drone that feeds information. And based off that, Users who's still upstairs is going to bait a drop onto the hatch, onto the bomb site. And then look at Blackbird. He takes his 1v1 on a guy close. Doom is not paying attention. He's looking at the trade potential. He gets that kill. They 2v1 the guy, and then they 2v1 another guy. So they've transformed a 3v3 into a 2v1, another 2v1, and another 2v1. And that's the beautiful, I guess, display of team play and cohesion that this team has. And that's what puts them ahead of everyone else.
So many rounds in Siege aren't played out in a 5 versus 5. You get to these kind of nitty-gritty 3 versus 3s where you've got loads of variable factors that you might have lost your verticality or your hard breach or something that you've lost in the round, and you've got to figure out a way through it. Falcons are great at micromanaging those situations like we've just seen there to win the round.
And there's one player really in charge of that, right? Inside the round when things don't always go to plan. We're talking about the IGLs. You said as well, Leo, this match will come down to the strategic part of it. And when we're looking at both these teams and their IGL, we need a masterclass from them today.
Yeah, it is an IGL showdown to define who's going to get to Salt Lake City. I think that we're looking at 2 teams that have heavy and really good understanding of modern Siege, that have a deep tactical strategy. I think that if we look at NACO, I think it's stepped up massively the strategic depth of Virtus.pro. Kickoff is the staple IGL of EML along with Savage. I think that if we look at this, we look at a duel, of the 2 Frenchmen leading in English their roster. I know you like that because they're speaking English, but
I know you like that because they're French.
Exactly. We can agree. Good job. Perfect. And and then we can agree that we're going to see a match of who's got the best innovation, who's got the best tactical play. And I just love to see it because that's my kind of Siege.
Yeah.
I'm not so much into the 5-hour, although I find it entertaining, but I do think that the strategy we're going to see on display is the best.
Absolutely. Both of these teams obviously have a lot of firepower on them, but they've got some great minds that underpin it as well.
They do, but I want to bring it back to like that kind of pressure about Virtus.pro having to take down Falcons today. What might be that special kind of element that they can add today to take down Falcons?
I think there's a bit of surprise element, right? The thing is, VP, you've seen a bit of them, obviously, because of the kickoff and the group stage, and they had to play a BO3 to get here. But however, that's only so few votes that you can watch to kind of guess what's their playstyle, what are they cooking, are they rushing all the time, what's their pace? Because still, we're looking at a VP that is so drastically different, dramatically different from the last two stages, that they can abuse that as much as possible. Maybe new maps, maybe maps that we've not seen yet, you know, maybe new strategies. Those are things that Falcons, they cannot afford. Falcons, they have hundreds of votes of them, and changing June is not going to change their playstyle entirely.
Yeah, exactly. Breday's looking very chill, I will say. I don't think he's
another day in the office.
That was coming. He's just getting ready to eradicate.
Get your jersey on, Brady. What are you doing?
I know. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, no. I think realistically, the VP talk is a really curious one because the fibre of their identities, you know, 3 Russian players, 1 of them a rookie, 2 of them French with the IGLing, then you've got a Brazilian coach. You're merging a lot of styles and ideas, so they probably feel in this very big honeymoon phase right now, where they've got all these different styles and ideas that are coming at them, and everything seems to be working out, and they're doing really, really well off the back of it. For Falcons, that makes them a really difficult opponent because, like you say, you've got limited information on their maps, on how they play those maps, on how deep their strat pool is as well. So there's a lot going on for them, and that makes it dangerous for Falcons, who are probably just, to be honest, focusing on themselves mainly.
Well, I'm glad that we get to talk about Virtus.pro's favorite subject, or our favorite subject when it comes to Virtus.pro, the map pool. At least the map selected inside this best of 3.
Yeah, so we're going to see them flex that map pool again. You know, we've talked about how we suspect that they've got a bigger map pool. They're going to pick into Cafe, which is a map we've not seen them on yet this stage. They will, of course, because they're playing Cafe, they will be starting out on the attack because Falcons will start on the defense. That's the big trade-off in any best of 3. When you pick the map, the opponent will pick the starting side, which on a map like Cafe, you can snowball defenses very quickly.
Yeah, and also it's funny because it used to be the top 1 map of the old VP roster. You know, it's a map on which Pasha, Dan are used to perform really well.
Never let it through.
Never let it through. and this time they will have to play it under Nako's vision. We'll see how that changes. For Falcons to pick Lair if it's open, I'm not surprised at all. Yes, it is a map that VP likes, but it's also, we've just seen Falcons demolish Twisted Mind 7-2 on it in the clip that I showed before. Falcons absolutely love it, and they've been one of the best teams really in the world at adapting the map as soon as it was in the map pool.
This is completely coincidental, but we both created a clip for each of the teams in our free map, both of them on Lair, and now we're going to get to see them head-to-head on Lair. So I think that's going to be an absolute barn burner. Both of these maps so far feel very, very competitive. And then should we get there on Bank? Now, last year, we ended up talking to VP about Bank quite a lot because they were forced to play it quite a lot.
And forced to
best
lose
of
it.
Ones, and they ended up losing it quite a lot as well. But clearly, this is a brand new VP. It isn't, however, new Falcons. And Falcons, we know for the longest time, Bank has been one of... We're blessed in EU to have so many good teams at Bank. You know, the Secrets of this world, the G2s of this world, the Falcons of this world, they all absolutely love Bank. And I'm excited to see if we get there, if VP are also there as well.
Do you think we might get there? Do we think?
I think there's a good chance we get there. I think this best of 3 feels very competitive to me.
We're reaching a point where we're, you know, only eliminating the worst teams. We're keeping the best ones. So the level is getting closer every time. The opponents gets harder every time. So we're reaching a point where we should be thriving to always have a 2-1. I always go to the 3rd map in this position.
I feel like it's obviously helping Virtus.pro in the situation as well. They're all playing from the same room, right?
Yeah.
If you do want to kind of extend that honeymoon period when your roster gets together, being able to play together, be on that bootcamp, suspectedly on lower ping as well. We know how much this really helps for the players.
Yeah, it helps leaps and bounds just when you can look each other in the eyes and you can really thrash out theory, you can bond as a team, you can become brothers when you're in the room together. That's so much harder online, so it's good to see the fact they've done a bootcamp for the whole of Kickoff so far.
And they started playing ranked together even before the kickoff started, and they are still doing it. I still see the streams from Skies, from Nako, where they all play together. It helps the communication flow in. We've seen it before. Lots of question mark about the English-speaking players that you know, didn't know English very well. Nako, for example, Skies. These guys, they've learned it, they've experienced it, and now they're grinding in ranked in bootcamp as well.
As we can see, all the players at their PC and hopefully all with their jerseys on as well. The match is almost ready, which means we can bring in our casters for today. For the first two matches, we're joined by Fluke and Demo. I think it's fair to say that you two landed some really good qualification games today.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I think these are going to be great games. I came into this call super happy, ready for these two games. Demo, what were your thoughts? Honestly.
I don't know. I don't think I'm necessarily convinced that it's going to be maybe as close as what it is. And probably looking at the map bans, I would maybe also justify my reasoning. I look at Cafe for the first map. I think that's going to be VP's out to get them into a map free. I think Cafe has to happen for them. Lair, I think with the way that Falcons have played in Lair, I mean, they 7-0 GK, don't forget as well, like not too long ago, like they are just so good at that map. And certainly for Cafe, I mean, Jack, you talked about it, it's the snowball potential on Cafe, which I'm always terrified. You look at maps like Cafe, maps like Consulate, you know, those rounds can really start to rack up. So that's the only worry I have for VP. But even if we get to Bike, I mean, Falcons and Bike, I mean, that is... I don't know. I just think it's going to be Falcons. I just don't see an inning here for VP.
I think you're putting a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Virtus.pro, but we'll see how that turns out for them, though. The first map is yours to take.
Oh, thank you very much, our wonderful desk. I didn't even get to do my bit with Leo, and I'm sad about that because I like doing comedy bits with Leo. He's such a funny guy. Did you know this when you first met him, or was, you know, were you like, this guy is a humor guy?
No, I just kind of thought Leo was just this, you know, this French guy that we brought in.
He seems really cool. Leo seems really cool. And then he hits you with a meme.
French guy with a bit of experience. It's good.
Yeah. And then he hits you with a meme and you're like, oh, this is who Leo is. No, I wanted to replicate him going, I'm Diamond 1. Because he needed to do it properly with the echo. Anyway, sorry, I watched the whole show. I watched the little bits. I find them funny. Ha ha ha. We are here. Falcons versus Virtus.pro. This is not a fully do or die match. Obviously, some really lovely stakes, but there is also consolation prize of dropping down and towards the lower bracket. We are still within the battling back and forth. They'll find themselves still with a chance of getting qualifications, but we start here on Cafe, and there is the fun little thing about Cafe as well, Demo, is this was part of the last best of 3 these two teams technically played against each other last year in October. It was obviously slightly different rosters for both of these two teams, bigger in the side of Virtus.pro, but Virtus.pro did win it out. They were onto the defense in the second half, and they got pretty much all of them, only dropped a single defensive round. So, if we're talking about history of a Cafe Dostoevsky where Falcons start on attack, technically the better might lean into Virtus.pro.
I think the key thing though for VP is obviously it's the change-ups to this roster, isn't it? It's the new players being brought in. It's the kind of identity of the team changing, where we have that IGL switch. They're going to English. That's kind of been, you know, the talk of VP, hasn't it been this stage, with just how much they've kind of, you know, changed is what we're used to seeing from VP, which is kind of the same old for a lot of years, wasn't it? So yeah, I think for VP coming on to Cafe, we'll see what they can do. I think this is again going to be a really tough half. It always is, I think, for any side starting off in the attack. Your first map on Cafe, you need to be switched on really, really early. I think whenever they get into the defenses, though, I think that they should be fine. I think they've been pretty solid in terms of what they've put up in the defensive side of things so far this stage. But I am expecting, again, shields will probably play a part if, you know, things don't go VP's way. They've got all the shields open, too. Don't forget, they've got Monty up, they've got the Blitz, you've got the Blackbeard, all at your disposal. But for the first round, not opting to go for it. Instead of pretty more of a kind of util focused, isn't it? See the castle be brought in from Falcons. It's going to be destroyed by the Habana. And that big old util dump from the Ying and the Capitao is still waiting.
Now, obviously, we've had a bit of talk on the desk earlier on about Solid Snake and the applications of the Sneaky Man and his ability to call on those, and how teams have been playing against them, and most notably teams in this game, bringing in the mute, bringing in the information denial, just stopping his ability from being as powerful as it liked. Oh no! That was like when you're in the movies and see it in 3D. Solitov opens it up, gets rid of Rorik. Nako finds Bride, and they're all a go here across the top floor, trying to blind and smash their way in. Falcons, they've lost out 2 of their opening players, including the backline maestro that is Bride, so instead try and find a second. Rebuild Doom, though, he's a bit loose, and Solitov gets 1, and there's Doom hanging in weight and pounces. to bite the head off of this Virtus.pro approach. Now, though, everything's almost reset itself. Dan swings his way in towards Whiskey. Pasha's on his shoulder. They can try and double up for a bit of support, but at this point, Falcons, they can rotate their way back up white. They've been able to get themselves back into the site. Doom's got himself a little bit safer here, Demo. Maybe if they put a little bit more gas in the tank, VP could have got it.
Oh, I think that might be a misthrown. And now this is the dangerous position for VP. Soltov also going to try and double up. But here we go. Yeah, there it is from Doom. No problem at all. Misthrown. Easy swing on a cigar shop. And, I mean, there's no util. I mean, Dan had used all his Candelas. And really, on the cafe top floor, if you don't have that util anymore and you're going to be at the disadvantage in the man count, it's really tough because you're just walking into a massive open room and there's so many different angles that you have to try and face check, and the crossfires are just disgusting. Doom, a little bit of an overpeak there, and that does give Pasha an opportunity at a clutch. But look at his HP, though. Not favorable for him. Going to try and open up that long angle, and we'll do that successfully. Efac, oh, did have a peek. All he needs is one bullet. It's going to be enough to take him out. And Pasha able to land one shot, but again, just look at this. The face checking. He's just unsure. Has to check all these different angles, and Efac's there. Falcons, round number 1 goes their way thanks to that man, Doom. Great little retake as well from Falcons, even though VP had, I mean, I would say half of the top floor. Just ran out of gas, didn't they, once they lost some players?
Yeah, it's the sad thing, right? Because you sort of, I think they just got caught at the worst possible time, right? Think about how the collapse is coming through. Obviously, this C4 is just... and then you've got this positioning. They're rolling down the Candelas from the top of Skylight. They're getting in these positions. But as Dan is rotating to try and assist elsewhere, Nako just goes a little bit too deep, gets caught on the crossfire. They lose somebody at the same sort of second. And if one of those kills had gone away, it's a bit rough. But the fact that it was happening whilst the 2 other Virtus.pro players were trying to get some support, Falcons probably didn't know that. But they're lucky because of it. There was nobody to try and get the trades back in, get the refrags back in as they resupplied and repositioned. Anyway, Doom, I mean, doing Doom things, right? Getting himself into those little positions. What else do you expect?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to see that, though, VP. You don't want to see Soltov and Doom already off to the races, do you? Because we know what those 2 men can do if they get an opportunity just to grab a game. So, yeah. VP, as expected, the shields coming to play. Nako very proficient on the monkey, as we know. I mean, you look at the lineup here for VP, you kind of expect the freezer take, no, with the sense gadgets that you can kind of cut off the lines of sight in towards Coat, in towards the kind of long corridor in beside VIP, kind of smoke off the freezer holes. That's kind of what we're expecting to see from Dan with that operator. Needs to be careful he doesn't get taken out. And, well, I mean, Doom, we know what he's like, loves the peak. And, well, they know where he is now, and he's kind of trapped, though. All it takes is somebody just to kind of hold him here, and Doom is going to be stuck. However, you look at the lineup, though, from VP. They have no nades, so they can't really deal with him in a great manner.
C4 up towards the window will get shot out. Fool me once, shame on me. Solotov won't get the opening kill with the C4 twice in a row, but there's that hold, right? As soon as he tries to leave, he's caught. But what if he doesn't try to leave? Or what if he tries to fight his way out? You can already see Solotov is trying to offer some support as best he can. They're like trying to sort of get a bit of covering fire, but ultimately, as you said, no grenades. And they can't just sit here. They can't just wait. They have options, fine, but the options might be hopping in on the back of flashes. It's not going to work. When you do not have either a Raura to cover off the Christmas door, or the wedding door even, and you don't have anything to just sort of obscure your motion from bullets. Either way, they've had to sort of pick up, go for the rotate. Doom can enjoy another day and instead see if they can make their way in. On towards the goat check side and back of the site instead. As we said, we expected the push to more come over towards the side, and I mean, he's got himself his own pocket gadgetry. He can set himself up once again. Pasha, though, could this be the first full engagement? He's cut the hold half. He's hoping he can force a bit of a rotate, but there it is. Great little pinch on towards Efac, who is offering some support now. Demo that in the middle of the site as they battle against a Monty inside of Bakery. It's going to raise a couple of warning symbols.
Yeah, I mean, that Monty, though, look at the information, though. Able to feed that through. In goes the sense, which will be dropped as Doom Don't forget, it has that Goyo canister as well to try and block off that window. Solotov goes for the aggressive swing, but not going to work out for him. Pasha, he knows exactly where Jim's going to be. The jump in's there, and the trade is good. VP maintain the lead, 2-3.
They're making sure they're in these positions, but Users is trying to fight back, and Bride, that's the second time he's taken a bite from a gun out from distance. As Nako puts the pressure in. They know exactly where the last player is, so they're going to try and go for the plant. You can see it's being pinged for him, but he's got a long distance to cover, and he's got to try and find the longer, less safe way around. And now a post plant with a Monty on one side and Rorik on the other. Virtus.pro. There's almost the example of what I was talking about after the first round there, Demo. When they can get themselves into the trade positions as they did there, they can keep on top of it. Last time they got rottenly timed and caught out. This time, they drove the pace.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't much going on, I think, kind of during the first half. They struggled with Jim early on. We know they didn't really have the util to deal with a player in that corner. But I just think the Monty forcing his way in through Bakery was so important to have that information. You know, being able to pick off and say, okay, there's one behind Bakery. Joom has rotated in towards Wedding. And that double up, that pinch onto Wedding was crucial. They needed to get rid of Joom. And yes, they may have traded a body, but because of that strong opening kill where somebody was able to walk down red stairs, that was very important for that side to have that one man advantage. And they just kept trading, like you said. So, yeah, I think the Monty helps out a lot. I think shields is the way to go. I think Nako very, very strong in the shields. Keep it working. You know, we see teams like Secret. Look how proficient you can be as a side if you have a shield player. Obviously, they've got Savage. Just think shields, as much as what maybe the game has tried to change the shields and tried to hinder as much as possible. Speaking as a shield main myself, still, you can still make it happen. You really can. You just have to be a little bit more careful. And also, I think with the kind of buffs to Thorn, for example, also makes things very difficult for shields, but still as prevalent as ever in the game.
Well, as we take a little bit of a moment, one of the things that might be quite fun is how this game is going to oil itself out defensively between these two teams. Coming into this play day, across all of the sort of play days and the teams that we've had so far, they are the top two defensive win rate teams. Falcons just a little bit higher than everybody else. Okay, 10% higher than everybody else, but 16 of 22 compared to the 21 of 33 for Virtus.pro. Well, sort of gives a bit of drive as to how they're both still pretty locked in towards the game itself. Expect these attack rounds to be the sort of diamonds in the mine as we find ourselves already digging and looking for some sort of glory and victory here, but a shield maybe being surrounded, gone a little bit too deep, caught out, and there's two for Falcons. They just weren't quite able to connect the parts of the approach there. We saw them trying to move in on towards White, trying to move in across here on Library, and unfortunately for them, caught out and punished across the board.
I've seen the idea that VP wanted to go for, take early ground in towards that mid floor, secure reading as your kind of staging ground, use that shield. I like the way that they used the Thatcher to remove any form of traps that could have been on the door frames, but timing just was not on the side though for Nako. Just could not lock down the castle, and typically, I mean, if a castle comes up against the blitz, castle loses that every single time pretty much. So yeah, unfortunate that the blitz just couldn't find him. I think EFAC doesn't know how lucky he was that he rotated in free pillar just at the right time. And yeah, I think for VP, losing that blitz, also losing Pasha in the 3v5, a minute left, you just have to try and play off kills. And I mean, for Falcons, as long as they can just sit tight, play the trade game, should have no issues at all.
I mean, yeah, as I said, it's almost that trade game. It's almost that sort of thing in the position to refrag game that, yeah, okay, she's saying something obvious. It always decides the games, but here it's really been the make or break for Virtus.pro's round. They weren't able to get themselves entirely locked in. There's damage being done all over the shop, and Rorik was the next to go down, quickly followed by Dan. Leaves just Disguise alone. He was outside the building briefly there, Demo.
I don't think you clocked. I'm pretty sure you just jumped from top floor down. And came in the window behind him.
Okay,
yeah,
I thought he just hopped out. Okay.
I'm pretty sure he did.
Clock.
He came out of a window, I'll tell you.
It's like that was a real Chris Kamara moment for me. It's like you saw him out the window. I thought it'd been subbed.
I'm pretty sure he did. But yeah, I mean, that for VP, it's one of those where I think if you kind of lose that opening kind of duel, especially losing it by 2, and you're in the 5-3 position, man advantage and Cafe, that's where the defenders can really start to snowball, because there are a lot of rooms where it's just very open. You think about Pillar, you think about the top floor, the amount of angles you need to face check, and if you don't have players who can kind of trade you off and cover those angles, it's so tough to get for. I think everyone knows the pain of attacking Cafe if you're at the man disadvantage. Everyone knows what it's like. And again, for Falcons, they're a team which aren't going to give you those opportunities to get back into it. They're always going to just play very passive. I mean, you look at Brede, just sat in an echo cam inside, waiting for VP to have to make a move. But still, for VP, I do like the attempt, though. I think it was a good idea. I think sometimes if you're up against it in Cafe, go for the kind of quick plays. Try and catch the team by surprise. You know, I think if you're VP, you want to try and get, what, 2 rounds? And usually that should be fine, no?
Yeah. Oh, 100%. I mean, we've seen a lot of sort of 4-2 games, I think, in the history of this all. It sometimes comes to that argument of, are you just looking for the 2, or are you looking for, you know, a sort of single site win to get that locked down and just sort of nail it and blah, blah, blah. But, you know, I think pretty much every single team would be happy leaving the attack side of this with 2. As I said, though, it's the weird thing that plays into the idea of these 2 teams both being the 2 best EML defending teams. It means that when you do get one of those ones, you know, maybe it's worth a bit more than a 1 against a slightly worse defending team, right? Maybe that translation will hit a bit heavier because, well, with their statistics of 5-1/2 on their defense is pretty much par for the course for these 2 teams.
Well, let's see how VP want to go about this top floor now. Weren't successful here the last time we seen them. It was down to a pretty good movement for Falcons, and VP maybe not having the trade game as what we've seen previously. I mean, they were able to get themselves into the building pretty quick with that big old utility dump. I mean, you look at the bans, though. No shield, which certainly the sole reason, I would say, why VP were able to win at that Cafe. They brought the shield to slow the pace down and gather a lot of information and just played off of it. So a good ban from Falcons. Dan with the glass now, because he's shot, gonna expose himself. So I think if a smoke gonna be popped, nobody from Falcons is gonna have a peek. You're gonna know what's gonna be a glass on the other side of that. Only the 2 smokes remaining for himself, and here comes the utility dump in towards Pixel. C4 out, but Dan is just further back from that C4 and no danger whatsoever of getting picked out by that. Minute 20. Still need to try and get themselves in towards Piano, though, Fluke. That's kind of the heartbeat, isn't it, of this bomb site. If you can control Piano, you kind of open up those long lines of sight and can really punish those defenders at range.
Well, if they can try and just force that player out, he's out the building again, Demo. He was like, oh, sorry, did you not see that in the last round? Fine, I'll jump out the building again, see if I can try and find my way back in. In the meantime, Joom takes, well, Joom gets bit. Oh. Nako, ooh, spins and turns and decimates inside the middle of the site. He wants to plant, but he's still surrounded, right? He cannot entirely dedicate, but because they were in this position before. So instead, they focus on getting the close down. Solotov and Users, they double up again. They get themselves in a position. There's the first, there's the not the second. Gives himself a second to reload, but now they have the kit planted. They have the long watch. They have their way across the game. And I mean, just a great idea here. Obviously, the first body happened out the window. They used that as their go, go, go sign. They knew that there would be slightly less of a fight inside the site, and that man, Nako, he dictated how that round went with a triple kill.
Yeah, massive from Nako. And did you see the way the glass was used? The glass obviously popped it right on the cigar shop door. As I mentioned, nobody from Falcons is going to challenge that glass. Yeah, that smoke comes up, you know not to peek it. But because nobody's holding onto that door now, because they're terrified that a glass is going to be there, it allows Nako just to walk in. I mean, that's the beauty of kind of almost baiting the glass in. You know, it's the glass, guys, you can't peek it. And then because nobody's holding the door, Nako is in. And he picks up a beautiful double kill. And because we seen the jump out earlier, and they knew about Solotov, Nako was able to ping out Solotov downstairs beforehand too. So they knew where the 2 remaining players are, and then, yeah, you just play that post plant. But really, I just want to highlight how smart it was using that glass to stop Falcons from holding on to just a site door and allowing a player to sprint in and get the picks. And we know that F2 is like, you know, it's so quick at killing people these days. Yeah. But that grip change too. Easy to control. Nobody has any excuses now.
I think, yeah, it's the joy of it, because obviously DMRs, they're pretty good right now, don't they? DMRs are pretty solid, and they've sort of tried to make other guns a little bit tastier, and I mean, Twitch on a DMR was sort of everything you had to do, and then we've seen that other gun get buffed, and we've seen other guns try and rise up, and I like that there are other guns than DMRs in the game. Even though you once described me whilst we played ranked together as a DMR merchant.
Yep.
Which I still... Yeah. I mean, I don't argue with it.
You're lucky there was no DMR changes. You're so lucky.
I know, Mike. Oh, no! Sky's is unlucky. That's just... Imagine, like, the slow-mo fall as you're looking at the grenade, like, you're probably wondering how I got here.
That must be one of those magnetic grenades, and Salto's got lead shoes on or something, because that just followed him right down the hatch.
Stuck to him in his pocket. Oh, well, that's a shame. That's a...
Sandbags. Sticky grenades are in the game, guys.
We have now an opening kill. It's actually only the second time throughout this game that Virtus.pro have been able to get the opening kill. And there's a weird fun statistic, actually. The last time, and it was a very different Virtus.pro roster, the last time that they sort of played Cafe in that game against Secret, the opening kill dictated how the entire round went every single time. And they did not get many. They only got 3. They really struggled to get a handle on towards the early aggression game here. And the roster changes that they've had have really actually sort of lit a spark in a game that used to sort of procedurally haunt old Virtus.pro demo.
I mean, I just think with VP, I think the big change is the fact that they can have these shields, and we see a Fuse shield coming in from Nako. I mean, Fuse is obviously going to bring that shield, which we know VP love to have after the Monty ban. But it's also going to be pretty good at just clearing away general util on this bomb site. I mean, there's no Goyos that they have to worry about this time, as Falcons have not chose to bring it into their lineup, but he still can remove some different bits of util. Think about the bulletproof camera that Joom has, maybe a mute jammer as well. And even just try and get people cleared out of that bomb site. There's the Fuse. Use this on the Warden. I mean, not a lot happening over towards Bakery this time, as we can see, so he's just going to be a bit of a lone wolf on that side, and here comes the drop using that sense. This was the expected take the first time they went here, and it is now going to work for them really, really well. In goes to the Fuse, and Red Eye tries to go for the jump over, but I think this diffuser being planted now should be a lockout. I've seen many teams win it from this spot. EFAC is upstairs, but there's Rorik holding on upstairs, and oh dear, uses up against the shield, and Nako's there with a pistol. VP, that is a really strong kitchen attack. As soon as the util went in, they were straight on for the idea of just get the plant down as quickly as we can.
So, we raised the point, we raised the question of how many attacks are you after? We sort of said 2 is acceptable, and 3 in this manner as well. They're fired up, and you sort of painted the scene in the idea that this is going to be a 3-map best of 3, which is fair. But what happens if Virtus.pro, how much of this game do you think, and this map, do you think Virtus.pro need to get under their belts before we hit Lair for them to potentially 2-0 this series? How much of a mental shift?
I mean, the thing about Falcons, I think, is a side where, look, we have seen them have heavy losses throughout their career. You know, that's one thing, you know, we've always said about Falcons is they've been so many good opportunities to win trophies, and it just hasn't happened for them. And there is that element where, you know, they get to those finals for a reason, don't they? And I think you can never really count them out. It is always the kind of sense with Falcons, it's kind of been their DNA, where they will always try and find a way to get to position to win, but never actually win. It's always a funny one with Falcons. But certainly I think whenever it comes to best of threes, we know they're a team which will just grow into it, you know. And I think looking at the remaining two maps, I mean, as much as what Bank can be called a decider, we know it's going to favor Falcons massively.
I think it's, you know, Bank is one of those sort of monolith maps, right? When you know that you've frequently talked about teams and their runs and their records and blah blah and who breaks what, it's fine. And records are meant to be broken, right? Long-term records. But usually they're broken on the biggest stage. It usually doesn't happen inside sort of league play, and that's that risk that everybody sort of attributes to those sort of team and map combos. But it's a very fired up Virtus.pro, and I'll be honest, there was a couple of questions I had about how this Virtus.pro would hit against this team, because you look at the records that they've sort of had to get them here, and yeah, fine, they were able to sort of beat out G2. But it was G2's opening play day, the second play day for Virtus.pro. It went kind of far, and since then G2 got better and better and better. They warmed up in towards it. They had the opposite of a honeymoon phase. Whereas otherwise, the points that Virtus.pro have been taking have been against the teams that they should be beating, as weird as it is to say. This, against Falcons, is another one of those sort of true test maps, and I'm really glad to see them hitting it with such ferocity here.
It could be massive if they walk away with a 4-2 half, and then pressure is certainly on Falcons. And I mean, Falcons have certainly tried to play, I think, the more aggressive style of Siege out of the two. I mean, Falcons haven't been shy of going for the jump outs, playing Cafe the way you can expect Cafe to be played. But VP have certainly matched it really well. They've tried to control the game as much as they can, using the shields very effectively. I think Solid Snake has been a big talking point, of course, during this stage with his addition into the game. And
oh yeah,
I mean, they're using them really well just for information. Speaking of info, look at that Valkyrie camera. Oh no, down goes Solotov again.
That was...
I mean, this sometimes the issue with Solotov, though, isn't it? It's either he will play a massive part in the round, or he lives for 30 seconds.
But that was to the player that was on the Valk cam. So they knew he was going to be peeking that as he did. Solotov just tried to challenge it, I guess, and lost out. But I guess it's the engagement, right? As you said, Solotov's playstyle. He's going to try and send it. He's going to try and get himself in. Users does get Rorik. They've still got the read on what's going on. The Blackbeard player is able to get one more. You talked about how good they are with the shield, and he just keeps on going and going and going. Users is the next to fall, but he gets himself his third for the round, so he's put in his work. Now it's just this narrow firefight, but once again, they'll stick the plant. Once again, it's a post plant. Once again, it's a post plant with a shield as well. And I mean, how do you get your way around? There's no way he can get the player up. That grenade is going to be the end of it, but it's actually through the drone hole! Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. And well, that's a 4-2 half, but I'm wondering what our desk is going to say about it all.
Thank you very much. What a convincing first half from Virtus.pro. We put pressure on their shoulders, on this map, on the attack as well. And they are delivering, especially with that round from Pasha that kickstarted it.
Yeah, we said that it was a potential map that the defense could snowball on, and Falcons certainly had their run of it in the first 3 rounds. If we roll the clip from Pasha, you'll see just how much Virtus.pro were actually really struggling. This is round 2. They were really, really struggling to clear out Bakery. It was a full Bakery-sided attack. They dilly-dallied. They decided maybe we want to go top floor. Actually, we're going to go back to Bakery. And it was all up to Pasha to just get a free K to open the round up completely that then enabled that Bakery attack. Strategically, Virtus.pro lost this round, and they really did. They didn't have an answer to what Falcons were throwing at them, the shape that they were getting thrown at them, but Pasha opened it up. They managed to find a way to win it. They got the plant down, and from there, Leo, they managed to kickboard, and they managed to springboard on.
Yeah, relying on some individuals most of the time, but still, strategically, what a way to close rounds. You look at the round where they're upstairs, for example, and Neko is rushing through the long bar here, finds an opportunity, kills the player in cocktail, kills the player in bathroom, boom, they've got the mad advantage, then that's it. One player is holding white stairs here, making sure he gets the kill. Arguably should have killed the 2 of them, but that's fine. Even in that situation, look at the way VP is set up. They're in a 2v1. That player's in freezer, one is in cigar, one is going from the other side, free kill. And then the round after, when they're attacking basement, that's a fortunate first kill, let's be honest. But then look at this. The Sense took over here. They run through the smoke. They don't care. They go for the plant. Look at how he will get covered. He starts the plant. And look, one player comes to the double door here. The smoke. Instantly covered and killed. Instead, we're looking at a team that plays well together, manages to get the opening kill, holds upstairs as well when someone retakes. That's a VP that is perfectly able to understand what the win condition is. Whenever they don't have the man advantage, find that opportunity, find the gap on one of the most defender-sided map in the meta.
And that's exactly what you want. Like you said, defender-sided map. They did start slow. Like I say, strategically lost the first 3 rounds, managed to find one way to win that second round, and then from there, they really kicked on and they won every single round in that second quarter of the game.
And it was so clean as well. If you're listening to what they're saying, if you're seeing how these attacks unfold, it's a wonderful start for Virtus.pro. They're going now on the more comfortable side on the defense. And looking at the operator bans, what are we seeing?
So far, so good, right? They're banning the Monty. I think they're expecting some kind of shield play on the side of Falcons. I wouldn't say necessarily this is the strongest suit of Falcons, but I understand why. Okay, so they might go for a triple shield span, actually.
Yeah, just keep it away from them. Brede does hop on them from time to time. From Falcons, actually, they're going to get rid of the mirror and his army. So that makes particularly top floor, but also both of the middle floors, because whenever you're defending the middle floors on Cafe, you'll put the mirror and his army up on the top floor. You can then play through the top floor much easier, so it makes those attacks much more simple.
All right, and when we bring it back to our casters, I have a question for Demo. You're really critical of what Virtus.pro have to do in this map here on Cafe. How are you feeling about that statement now?
Critical? Me? No. No. You're barking up the wrong tree there, man.
You've turned over a new leaf. You're
Indeed.
Mr. Positive now.
Yeah.
You've got badges and everything.
Buried the old demo under the old oak tree.
Whatever happened to old demo? Don't ask. Don't ask us. Don't ask.
Go back to the APAC days.
How are you feeling? How are you feeling, Demo? Answer this question.
Obviously, for VP, they needed to come in and hit the ground running. You know, we knew whenever you pick a map like this, you're not going to have the side choice. And that's always the worry. I mean, we've seen it time and time again on maps like Cafe, especially maps like Consulate, where whenever you're picking the map, you then have to start on the bad side, and teams just are not up to scratch for it, and you're kind of thinking, why did we pick the map if we know this was the side choice? So, yeah, credit the VP. They've really come out, hit it well. Again, the shield gameplay coming through extremely well. I'm also very shocked that I'm seeing a double shield ban up against Falcons. I mean, it's not... I wouldn't say Falcons are necessarily the premier shield team.
No.
Because I think, yes, that your Brady can play it, but I wouldn't say it's like the style of Falcons. Falcons is very much EFAC finds the gap, finds where they want to try and pressure, and they all just go for it. That's usually how you see Falcons try and call.
Well, now they've tried to call, is out the window, and one right back. There goes Doom, there goes your gridlock. Before they're even able to really get any track stingers down as well, which means all of that rotatable play is, well, rotatable. In the meantime, Falcons are just going to try and drive themselves in across the floor above the site as well. Think about where the loss has been and think about what they still have to get done, so they're making sure that they're in the pace. The way they haven't really gone for the direct clear on towards the top means that they have a bit more time to work with, but the worry is, with those cams, those two C4s, and the danger that might start to present itself, almost gets all of the sledge there. Startov takes a big bit of damage. In the meantime, there's a bit of kit recollection from the fancy gadgets of Solid Snake, and they can try and utilize that going forward. Still, double down on the soft. They shouldn't take themselves too long. And actually, in the words of Fresh, no dilly-dallying now.
I think for Falcons, this is pretty atypical of what you expect to see, isn't it? On a kind of bakery attack. Oh, sorry, freezer attack. Because that's what they're going to be eyeing up. You've got the Ying there too. I mean, no real intention at the moment of going anywhere near VIP. And, you know, there's two players kind of located towards that side of the map. You've got Dan and Pasha over towards that. Wonder if there's maybe going to try and use the Candelas to try and block it off. Pasha's went for the retake up the stairs, and Solidov has shut him down, and Brady almost getting taken out. And I mean, to lose him, that would have been massive for VP. He's taken down the Ying without using the Candelas would have been big. And oh, Solotov gets picked off. Dan, a great shot.
Beautiful take there on towards. They're going for the blind. They've got 30 seconds now. The pressure comes on towards the site, but he just misses the man. Brede. Awkward angles and rotating around the bars. Couldn't quite net him the kill. They're still trying to shepherd some clear space, but look at the positions that they're in. EFAC has the cover from one side. They are aware of him as Rorik's holding down with that LMG and caught in the cross. 10 seconds, need to try and plant, but they're dropping blind here. Demo, Virtus.pro, 5-2.
Yeah, big from VP. I mean, Falcons looked as though things were going to plan, and then they just capitulated. I mean, obviously the idea was to use the Ying to blind off the guys in towards VIP, but that pick from Dan was crucial, because you picked off the sledge. The player sat on the hatch, the player who would have been playing the vertical angles. And once you eliminate Solotov, there's then that kind of element of, oh dear, we've lost the only guy who could have stopped them rotating in and around the site. You know, stop them using that hatch. So you look at Skies' position. Immediately as soon as Solotov dies, he then retakes in towards Freezer. And then, because they're not entirely sure where he's went, it just wastes more and more time. And you look at where Skies was on that final kill. Right over towards Bunker. Which, again, could have been covered from above, but they just didn't know where he was. So very important for Dan to take that challenge, get that even man count. I also think there's an element where Falcons were really hoping that there would be an opportunity for EFAC to kind of go for that backstab. But he loses out that engagement to the Chanka. And then from that point, both players above have to drop the hatch. It's going to be a meat grinder.
Falcons are opting for the conversation. Instead, the game will keep itself moving on, and away we go. And, you know, you sort of look at how the teams have been applying themselves as well. Obviously, we've talked about how brilliant Nako was in the opening half, how, you know, his shield play was a big driving factor. He was 8-2 first, now he's 8-3. Oh no. But him and Pasha have been just all over the place throughout this, and that was led by Pasha, you know, trying to fight his way up the stairs, cause some problems. Think about then Brede almost getting caught immediately. It's a Virtus.pro that didn't want to just sit there. They didn't want to let Falcons set up, and this is part of that growth that they were talking about. There it is, the double! As I say it, the man delivers. They do not let Falcons set up. They are refusing to allow them to be comfortable. They are refusing to allow to rest on their laurels, and they are refusing to be like the Virtus.pro we remember, because this is the Virtus.pro of today.
Yeah, much better. VP really dominating the opening of this round. Whereas last time they did allow Falcons to kind of set up some form of attack. This time, not going to be the case. Look at who they've lost. They've lost the Habana. There's still castle barricades up on windows and kind of areas such as the bar door. Skies just finds uses as he walks across. The trade's there from EFAC. But at this stage, it's just going to be down to Soltov and EFAC playing out of their minds and finding these picks. But VP, they've got the man advantage, a 2-man advantage to be in fact, and only have to just trade each other off. That's it.
Now they have time to work with here to try and keep themselves off of this sort of dying post. But how can these two work together? You can see EFAC's watching on towards pillars as the pressure wants to eke its way down. I mean, they've got the long watch from the train as well at the back end. They're making sure that they have all of their options covered. There's a couple of pings on towards the player, but it's a narrow little angle. He's got to just eke through, and they surrounded him. Look at that network that they built around the last player. Then they pinch onto the final one. They just made sure that they had the read on the advantage, made sure that they had the knowledge of that approach, and then they had 3 of their 4 players sort of actively watching it in some regard, right? The 4th was in the washroom. The 4th was not far away, but now, finally, time for the timeout, and we've heard a very passionate speech once upon a time from Kickoff on a cafe.
I mean, where did they want to push?
He's talking and they're just not listening. We don't get the lessons in this time, but I can imagine it's equally frustrating.
Well, they're going to need a bit of magic from Falcons to pull this back if they want to give themselves that 1-map advantage going to their map pick, which is still to come, Lair. We will be seeing Lair no matter what. Bank, on the other hand, still up in the air to see if we get there or not. But for Falcons, it's a lot of pressure on them, don't forget. I think for Falcons, even though they've had that roster change, obviously losing Shaiko, who, as we know, was kind of the face of that team for how many years, and a big change. Losing him, you then go and pick up June, who, I mean, top player in the world, we know that. So I think for Falcons, you're kind of expecting them to hit the ground running, aren't you? You kind of expect business as usual, which I think we've seen that during this stage. It was kind of business as usual with this side, but
yeah,
I think it's just more the change in VP. I mean, that has been it, hasn't it? It's just we did not expect this from VP coming into the stage with, you know, in terms of a team making changes, it wasn't just you've brought in new players, you're changing the IGL, you're changing the language of the team. You know, it's massive compared to anyone else. I mean, what team in the league has had more changes really than VP if you actually look at it from a fundamental basis?
How many? I mean, yeah, it's just been a brilliant sort of resurgence. And as I said, this was a game that I sort of had a bit of an eye on, because you can only really weigh a team by the best team that they've beaten in some regards in recent history, right? You can sort of look at it and you could be like, yeah, they pulled off a 7-1, they pulled off a 7-2, but the opponent matters a lot. And that, in the case of Falcons, is always the big thing. Falcons obviously sort of, you know, had changes, but let's be honest, their change was swapping one of the greatest of all-time players for one of the greatest of all-time players. It's a mix that nowhere, as you said, compared to Virtus.pro, who had the biggest sort of fundamental core changes going into this, especially from the history that the roster had. And I'm not going to say comfortable they'd sort of been, because they weren't having a great last year, but you get comfortable playing in an environment, and then suddenly you got to not just move city, but move country and move language and move out of the map Solotov. The IQ is gone. That means that pulse has suddenly become a lot more of a problem, if not already. But, you know, we talked about the use of shields here, and this is, unfortunately, a bit of a shy approach.
Yeah, Falcons playing with that man disadvantage. No C4s, though, remaining on the side of VP. They've used both of them. So at least for Jum, not much to worry about in the shield department. Use this. Try and use the shotgun to make a little bit of a hole over the top and use those Candelas, and I'm sure conjunction with the Blackbeater should be sprinting on through. And yep, here comes Jum. The Candela's up, I believe was shot. Here comes the pre-fire, but no, he's gone. He's down the hatch. So Falcons, they have been able to take the top floor control, but they haven't found any kills for it though. VP wise enough to get out of there.
Now, with a minute left, a minute potentially all left, the Falcons on this map before we hurtle in towards our second. To be fair, this wasn't their map to pick, but as Nako finds himself one more before it's traded out, whilst being hot droned around, I mean, hot droned by the opponents, it just sort of becomes the statement of how much of it has really been theirs to take. 40 seconds. And they're opening up their verticality. They only really have a single option for a plant. Here comes the smoke canisters for the cover, and well, there's the break on towards the laser gate on the door itself. They've obviously still got to get themselves around and try and get the pressure on towards the plant. It'll only be deactivated for so long, but without that body caught out in the middle and no C4s, they're just going to swing on. Where's the vertical cover demo? Where's the support? Well, it's under pressure. As we see, they rotate their way up. A shotgun swings the corner, but it's a 2 versus 1 users. All that is left, but not for long. Virtus.pro! What a show!
Yeah, no cover. An easy swing for VP. They know exactly where they want to kill. It's the man with the diffuser. Also wanted to mention the pulse rotating above, using the scanner, seeing that users who was kind of holding the flank because then went to the other side. I'm sure that pulse would have won either way. He was in the perfect position. But yeah, VP, big statement. Their map goes their way.
And what way are we going? Oh, this sign says, do a quick break before we're back with the desk.
Virtus.pro on map point to make it to Salt Lake City. I don't think we were supposed to be sitting here or expecting to be sitting here before that first map thinking about this, but there's one player in particular. We have to talk about Pasha being a big instrument here.
Yeah, he was so good. We highlighted this round that you're showing right now in halftime, but he continued that. He really had a variable game to him. On the attack, he was finding the lurks, he was finding the big kills, but then once he got onto the defense, he was making those plays, especially on the source, the big double plays that open rounds up. Those are not necessarily like strategical, like X strat is better than Y strat. That is just a player making a play to open a round up, having the energy. It's so good. That's the jolliest you'll ever see Pasha, but he is having a great time.
I mean, he used to be the one that carried the energy for the roster.
Doesn't need it anymore. Everyone else is going crazy.
Yeah, everyone is, I think, you know, stemming from that energy, and I think also the fact that he's liberating that confidence, that he's feeling that confident against a team like Falcons, is really pushing the rest of the team. And then you think that's only him, and then you look at Dan in the last round, and you can still feel that confidence stemming from Pasha, because what a round for him. So he's on Aruni, and he's playing the cocktail deep here. First and foremost, he wins the first gunfight onto the cigar player. Then this is key here. Look at what he's doing. He uses the smoke at the advantage, pushes in, gets a kill with the pistol. Look at the ammo. He has barely any ammunition. He does not reload here. He's got 4 bullets. 4 bullets. He still holds that door. He still wins the gunfight with 4 bullets. Then now he reloads, does not go and wins another one. Like, just with the pistol. That move to go through the smoke, get a triple kill, holding the door with 17 seconds left with only 4 bullets.
Yeah.
And he still wins it.
Feels so good talking about Virtus.pro because we've highlighted Rorik over the most of the group stage of how good he was as a rookie. The game on Monday, when they played, on Monday, we was highlighting the two Frenchmen. It was Neko and Skies. And now it's Pasha and Dan. Again, just the team, everybody's doing it for them.
Yes, and I like what you guys are saying, because when we were talking about Virtus.pro and this kind of new iteration with them, we talked about these two players now specifically being let off the leash by this new IGL and allowed to shine, right? And that's happening right now. We're seeing that with the IGLs inside this matchup. We put them against each other here with a bit of a showdown, but looking at their stats so far, I mean, Neko is clearly winning that matchup.
Yeah, I think also because Neko is the one that manages to use the gaps open by his teammates, whether it is Pasha, whether it is Dan. He's the one that calls the right things after this. You said it before, I think, and you called it with the Pasha triple kill, Jack, at the beginning. It was, he starts with trying to clear basement and doing a first ball take. It does not work. They're lost. They don't know what to do. Suddenly, Pasha finds the kills on red stairs. Then he adapts all of the strategy around that gap. That's where Neko is really leading right now, because he knows how to punish the opposing team as soon as one of his other teammates finds the opportunity.
We were fortunate enough to be able to listen to some of the team comms in that game, and he's very easy flowing. If his teammate is getting a gap, he is like, let's go for it, let's hit it now. Everybody needs to go now. Doesn't matter what you're doing, go now. And it's very decisive IGLing from him. And obviously that was a big concern, you know. French to English, will it work out? Very clearly, emphatically, yes, it is working out.
I mean, so far it is, right? They find themselves on that map point to make it to Salt Lake City Major. And we're looking at the responses so far on the side of Falcons. This has not turned into a standard day at the office for Bride. That is one thing for sure. But we'll talk about map 2 after the break.
Elbows up and my money out, 'cause I came to get down, so let's run it up.
The IGL showdown that currently is being won by NACO inside this matchup. They find themselves on map point to make it to Salt Lake City, and here's a chance for Falcons to bounce back on their own map pick. We're going to go to Lair and light us a little bit on the stats, on storylines going into this map.
It is a map that they absolutely love. They've played it during the group stage. They 7-0 DK, they 7-2 Twisted Mind on it.
Yeah.
But on the other side, VP, they also played it. They also played it against Rebels and also 7-2 Rebels, you know?
Yeah.
So we're looking at a map historically that Falcons absolutely love, that they've showed recent history that they're dominating on it. However, you know, VP still can play well on it.
I would agree, and I think why do both teams seemingly like the map? If you think about how the map plays out, it's usually multi-flawed. You're dealing with at least 2 flaws in every single attack that you do. You've got to unravel the whole mess of utility, player positions, everything there. Both of these IGLs are quite decisive, and they usually will make exactly the right call for their teams, and that's why both of these teams feel very comfortable attacking it. That's why they're strong on this map. So I feel like this will be another very competitive map, but Falcons maybe over the longer term have a slightly higher preference for it.
They will start attack, which I like for them because they can be proactive. They will be the one that are leading the pace in theory because they are the one that are forcing VP to react. I think that's an opportunity for the man on your screen here, Likefak, to push his team to find some gaps because that's how Lair is played. You pressure certain areas of the map, you wait till one of them folds, and then you can commit and crack the center of the map, which most of the time is the bomb site. So I think he has it in his own hands. You know, it's fine. They're very experienced team. They can bounce back in the BO3 and hit the reset button.
Well, we need it from them as well. We need a response from Falcons to keep themselves alive in this matchup. The series continues on Lair.
Well, what is lurking in this Lair demo? Will it be Falcons that can finally wake up from the nest and soar a little bit? Or has the bear of Virtus.pro decided, Falcon is a very tasty bird this time of year?
Well, still the fans, though, are backing Falcons, 59% to 41 in VP. And I mean, usually a lot of the time, if a team wins the first map, everyone will kind of go in and say, oh, no, they'll win the second. But still a lot of people having faith that Falcons can still pull it back on Lair. Last time they played, it was a 7-0 outing for themselves up against GK. But Falcons on the attack is where they go. I believe last time, wasn't it the defensive half they had against GK, I think it was, so certainly the attacks, we didn't see a massive amount from Falcons last time they played it.
Yeah, well, I mean, we didn't see a lot in either of the matches. Yeah, so they opened on the defense, obviously 7-0'd, and then when they played Lair not that long before against Twisted Mind, they opened on the defense, and they got 4 of those before going onto their attack and 100%ing their attack. Anyway, so technically, as weird as it is to say over this EML split, they are better on attack because they have won 4 of their 4 attacks they've had, but also getting, 10 of their 12 defenses. It's pretty good. I would put that in the pretty good column, I think.
We've never seen them play a full half on the attack, which I think will be a nice change to see, won't it? But yeah, I think VP, looking at the bans that they've went for, yeah, take down the shield, take down the Grim. I mean, what more can you say? It's just really strong bans for a map like Lair. Obviously, with a util dump that we expect to see over towards the kind of mezzanine, in towards rocket stairs. Grim is fantastic at that, and also over towards Arc Window too. Standard electrified ban too from Falcons. Down goes Bandit, down goes Cade. Gonna make sure that that main breach is opened up a lot easier. But I think the kicker's probably going to be this clash, isn't it, as always? I mean, that's an operator which we have seen such a high pick rate, I think, throughout every region, just how strong that operator is if you're just not ready for it. I think Falcons have got, you know, semi-decent answers to it, though. You've got the Flores, which can also kind of, if she does place the shield down, it can force it off and go for the destroy. But even having the Capitao 2 and try and pinch her, you know, there are options here for Falcons. They go up against the clash. So we'll see how they can deal with it. But I think for Falcons, it's just the kind of set up, get the breaches open, clear away bits of utility. Also, EFAC downstairs in the demos now. I wonder if he's going to go for his kind of classic backstab where he looks for that gap fluke. Or is he going to be used more in the sense of track somebody and try and go for the kill from below?
I think he's going to try and get the track and the kill from below. Like, you know, you can see that he's sort of fishing out opportunity, and he's never a man to say no towards it. But at the same time, whilst this attention's being drawn in, the position he could get into underneath this clash, especially if you think about the sort of route, and there is the track immediately on towards the clash, hit with the gun sticks or anything on the cover. They know the Deimos is below, and the clash has to retreat. They cannot stay there, stood on the stop. They have to try and get themselves back somewhere safer and further away. And you can see exactly why EFAC's on this position, with Doom also covering in case anybody tried to swing on towards the Deimos. They just made sure, Falcons, that they could clear this position pretty cleanly.
Slight worry, no hard breach left. So that means that the actual mezzanine site wall is going to remain reinforced. So this is going to be really difficult now for Falcons to have any resemblance of a plan. I mean, it was already going to be difficult whenever there is a Tachanka breathing down your neck. So it might have to be killer orientated here from Falcons, because trying to get in now without that breach being open, how do you clear away the player in behind that desk? And yeah, it looks to be that kills is going to be in the menu, because Brede has had to make that big old cross. Takes a bit of damage from the flames too. Yeah, I don't know, this is up in the air, it feels like.
Yeah, you know, maybe a bit of missed prep here, and they've sort of shot themselves in the foot. The first fight is shot in the face. Solotov goes down. They lose that Capital, they lose the pressure. Doom, in the meantime, going for the pressure on towards the backstab on top green, whilst Brede's drawing attention here. So they've gone wide, they've gone for kills, but they've only got 30 seconds to try and make everything land together, and still both a Tachanka and a Clash to try and break their way through. That man is perfect in these sort of conditions, and these conditions call for a shotgun. Tearing a man in half before swinging around immediately into a Blackbeard's own execution, and Brede is caught out as the last body. That is now 7 rounds in a row for Virtus.pro over these 2 maps. But as we look at the top center, this one only says 1.
I mean, that's an easy round for VP, isn't it? Didn't really have to do a whole lot. Just played behind their util, using the Clash, using the Tachanka. I mean, in terms of Falcons, pretty poor. Not opening up the, you know, the mezzanine wall, not clearing out certain positions, getting stalled out by the Clash. I mean, it's very uncharacteristic of that side, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. It's too easy for VP. It just did not look as though they sweated at all. I mean, that pause as well. I mean, just a dry swing from Solotov. You know there's always going to be somebody playing in behind that desk.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's usually a person with keeper barricades, and I think there's only one of those. Or you'll have the Clash sometimes, and I think there's only one of those. It's just they had all the options to make that a powerful place, right? They had everything that would cause problems there. They're playing the Tachanka, which is the long-range arms-off, keep-away way of holding on towards that position as well. When they've double-banned your electricity, you know that they're going to get that cross wall open, which means that you know you have to play it kind of hesitantly, and you'll probably have both walls open, and they'll probably try and go for the, oh no, what do you mean they didn't bring enough hard breach to open up both walls? Oh, well then, we're over-kitted for holding this position. We have more than we thought we would. And yeah, I mean, we're not saying it's entirely the difference of a single hard breach charge, but it would have made life a lot easier.
Changing map!
See if Falcons can try and recover after that first round. You can see that Brede this time going to be on the blitz, so that comes into play. I mean, typically we see the blitz kind of be used to clear away the roamers in towards that mid floor. There are quite a few of them. Got 2 players ready to go, and oh, the Echo tries the combo with the blitz. I mean, they still do get the blitz, but they did lose the smoke though, and down goes Dan. Falcons, yes, they've lost the blitz, but that smoke is the very important one. We've seen smokes do great damage in this bomb site, mostly for stalling out the staircase right now where we see the Echo camera. So not having the smoke now in combination with that Echo, it's a little bit more riskier. So I think for Falcons, they have a lot more time to deal with than what they normally would.
Yeah, I would sort of say it's one of those high-risk, high-potential reward plays, and you maybe didn't need to make it as your first foot forward, but it's Pasha, and Pasha had the best map, doing exactly those kind of plays in the previous map. Of course he's going to bring more of that energy, because he's really bloody good at it. Here now, pressure's on towards the players inside the little nook and avenue. They've still got half of the wall open, and the Tachanka to play a little bit of keep away, and the Echo to just get that read through, but the man advantage is that important part. And the fact they have a little bit more time. The Ram will start boogie droning their way across as they expect somebody to try and push up. But currently Virtus.pro, they're just keeping themselves a bit further away, and that is in some effect the benefit of the Echo, right? They can get a read on exactly when the pressure starts to come in from certain locations without fully needing to be in those places. You can see both Pasha and Dan watching Echo drones, watching these sort of positions. They're getting a little bit adventurous here, Nako, and, well, unfortunately, adventure didn't pay off. It is traded, but there's the follow-through, and that leaves just Rorik alone. But hey, they're friendly. They'll send him on his way almost immediately.
Yeah, plenty of time there for Falcons to make that attack work for them. They got the opening clear, done pretty early on, and like I mentioned, taking down that smoke just gives you so much time. I also think when it comes to Falcons, I mean, they just know we just flood. You know, we use the man advantage that we have. In towards Boiler was what they were after, and you know, I think for VP it was at the position where if they just sat on site they would get demolished, so that's why they went a little bit more aggressive. I mean, Nako trying to take up that position, but just too many bodies to deal with, and you know, Rorik was kind of, I would say, man marked by EFAC pretty much that whole entire round too. He had to try and hold the backside, and then it just left the 3v2 overwhelm that we've seen. So yeah, for Falcons, a good response. Just for VP, the roam game not working out as planned. They're going to run it back, though, and then go for it again. However, they have dropped it to Chanka this time, so that's going to be a kind of different operator being brought in. I believe it's going to be the Mute, and that is probably down to the fact there's a lot of Solid Snake and also Deimos being played by Falcons.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you need things to slow them down, right? You need things to try and cause problems. You need, in effect, what was working so brilliant for you on Cafe, which was those little stabs. As I said before, Pash is going for those plays because those plays are working really, really well. And he wants to try and double down on that, get the Vigil, get yourself a little bit more sort of mystery afoot, and then buy yourself a bit more of an opportunity to cause problems. Combined with the Mute, as we've already said. Great player, great sort of balance, great operator against this approach, and maybe things will be a little bit more problematic, but only really the Doom and the potential calls that come through from EFAC. Here is the Deimos, almost hoping somebody pops in. Easy bit of removal there with the grenade. We'll just get rid of anything and everything on the other side. Can't actually see the procs, but that one should be able to get rid of it, and that lets them have an easy access.
Yeah, massive horizontal takedown from Falcons, completely different than what they went for last time. Maybe realizing and seeing that, hey, you know, there's the Vigil, they've got Mute now. Maybe our roam hunting operators aren't going to be as effective. So now for VP, the players above, what do they do? I mean, really, look at Pasha all the way in towards that top floor. He has an impact grenade, so he could try and make a vert hole to see if he can catch somebody by surprise. There is a player on said vert holes upstairs right now. That's going to be Skies. But they have rotated Jim upstairs to maybe try and backstab these roamers upstairs. So, I mean, for Falcons, they're just waiting for that first pick, aren't they?
Yeah, they're sort of hoping they can get the catch on with the lineup that they've bought. Is quite aggressive, but otherwise right now, I mean, it's still, what, trying to hunt on towards Skies. He knows he's under a bit of pressure. It's a Deimos in a 1 versus 1, but you can see the drones are wearing their way around. They're making sure that they can't swing on, but Rorik actually gets the opener even whilst they're being surrounded here. Breday's being cooked, the pressure's being put on. Doom's able to find 1 kill on the swing round from the rotation. They've still got this player above and his own fight and his own engagement, and just caught. And that gives them now a minute and a man advantage. But here is that player and that play we talked about that could really just shift the balance on the scales. Not aware enough is the answer to the question I was about to say. If that went a little bit longer, now a 3 versus 3, but they're aware somebody isn't on the site. But a great little 1-2 punch. Trap the man in the box, get the man's cover, and get everybody else. Virtus.pro, they bounce back 2-1.
Yeah, VP, players in the site, doing the business. I mean, some cracking shots that I didn't think they were going to win out. I mean, against that DMR, the SMG-11 just better. And yeah, Falcons, I mean, the Falcons were in pretty good stead. They were able to kill the roamer upstairs, and then it was that kind of Vigil that maybe hit them later on. But by the time that Vigil got a kill, Falcons were kind of stalled out in the bomb site. They just couldn't get into it. So again, for Falcons, you think they look good, and then maybe just fundamentals kind of failing them. However, I do think that the addition of having the Vigil and the Mute, it just slows down that approach from Falcons. You know, that Deimos was having issues, couldn't get a lock. Obviously, you can't track the Vigil if he's got his scanner on. So quite a few issues, I think, for Falcons, but that's just VP adapting and countering to it. I mentioned you bring that Mute in. That's going to help you a lot against that lineup that Falcons have been bringing.
An early timeout. Sort of getting the conversation, I'm not going to say out of the way, but they really need something to calm it down, and also probably calm down Virtus.pro, right? Maybe there was a part of the Falcons roster that sort of went, okay, you know, we're a team that can do our resets, get ourselves back together, and Virtus.pro sometimes aren't. So maybe that they'll find themselves out of that first map, the adrenaline will go down a little bit, and we can sort of no. No is the answer. They've sort of hit the ground running once again, and Falcons desperately trying to do something to stem the flow. There, Doom gets the one. They got the follow through as well, but just to play back in of Pasha to retake that verticality. And then everything that was done inside the site was pretty magical.
Well, Falcons, that timeout being used after the full rotation. Well, actually, not necessarily the full rotation, just 3 rounds. We haven't seen the mid floor yet, but I think for VP, they're not entirely worried about going to that bomb site just yet whenever that top floor is open to them. And, I mean, it was so simple for VP the last time in towards that top floor. Just had to kind of sit in their hands and just use their util. Because the general attack from Falcons is just missing a lot of key steps. Didn't open up main breaches, for example. But looking at the lineup, I mean, Bride this time on the ace, a dedicated hard breacher in the lineup. Still the only one, so again, just have to be careful. But I think good news is, though, looking at the side of VP, Falcons don't have to worry about that main breach being impact rate.
I mean, it's always the sort of gamble and the risk-reward in some ways, right? Sure, they've now got the ace, they've got the Selmas. It's not a huge amount more hard breach than what they had.
Can't breach that, mate. Can't breach here.
Can't breach that. As far as I know, that's not a breachable point. But you never know. They've obviously got the cover to make sure no one can go in on the swing. Ooh, Efac was hoping he'd get a bit lucky there as the breach was open. No impact trick to at least limit this side. It's usually just used as a bit of an open eye, but obviously no impact to go for any side of the tricks. Side of a C4, but that's not probably where they wish to spend that. Obviously the Deimos ban, it does immediately bring out the snake. It brings out a slight change in the approach. They've had great success with the Deimos, and it just changes the sort of course that they can ride on their way in. Otherwise, a similar sort of ideal here on the defense. They've not opted for the clash. I think they expected there to probably be a bit more of a sort of bounce against it. But instead, still got themselves locked in, still got all of the pressure, removing the Tachanka swing spot, and also removed the head of Dan, who'd got a little bit adventurous.
Will expose the Glads, though. They know what operator they're up against. And having this breach open, I mean, there's nothing stopping Efac go for a wonder. And oh, Rorik tried to pick off the Glads, but he wasn't ready for Bride. Holding on to the flank, shuts him down in towards Skybridge, and things have gone from bad to worse now for VP. They lost that opening pick, and now they've lost the second. And a minute left for Falcons. They can just take their sweet time with it. Doom fully tanks the Razor Bloom. Pasha, an easy swing for him. However, Solotop is there, but he also goes down to Dan. The Razor Bloom values off the scales.
Yeah, Dan got himself a nice little combo as the skies drifts by. They're going for the plant. Oh no! Missed the C4, but didn't miss the follow-through fight. Doesn't know where the plant is.
Doesn't know.
Oh, he's got the wrong side. Oh, Shakespearean tragedy. We get to see it, and unfortunately, well, Virtus.pro don't.
Oh, unlucky. I mean, I think the logical thing is the last time they seen the ace was Skybridge, no? So it would have been logical for him to jump in through the Skybridge window and then maybe in towards breach. That's probably why he was looking there. But no, came in the backside. VP now calling the timeout. So we just seen Falcons use theirs, and now VP are going to go for it. And it's I think it kind of highlights that how important it is for VP to take these next 2 defensive rounds.
Yeah.
You know, is it maybe a case where they know how good Falcons have been on the defensive half? I mean, you look at the past 2 showings. It's been pretty easy for Falcons against both of their opponents and how good they were on the defensive side. So I think VP know, and more important, they respect how good Falcons are in this map.
There's also the fun element now, the second half of this map, after the half-time timeout, where we get to talk to our desk. Well, we listen to our desk. Ooh. It's just all going to be what the game is, right? From that point onwards, just got to sort of sit. It's a lot of conversation, pauses, moments, and all of that sort of built in here on the first half. And you can see he's almost with one of the best clutches of the day, but not quite. Now, was it enough of a conversation? 4 rounds deep, both timeouts used, 2 rounds until the half. Can they break the deadlock? Or, the other question, can Falcons do better than they did on Dostoevsky?
10 seconds to insertion.
Well, they get to have another top floor. Is VP going to say run it back again? I'm actually surprised that the one operator that they've changed, just the one. It's no more Thorn, and instead the Tub comes in, and the Thorn was actually pretty good value as well, don't forget. In terms of what the Tub's going to achieve, I mean, without the 2 electrification operators that counter it, at best Tub is going to stall out, a few couple seconds, realistically in the grand scheme of things. But if that's maybe what they think, okay, maybe we need the 30-second denial and go for it. Because in terms of value elsewhere, I mean, Deimos has been banned out, so in terms of freezing yourself to get the ping off you, I mean, that's not going to be the reasoning. So I think it is just going to be stall out the breach for a little bit longer, but I don't know. Maybe just wants a DMR. Who knows?
I mean, there are players who have played Tubarao and...
Reload. Okay, right.
Goodbye to Chanka. Yeah, you're going to go off about that, aren't you?
Yeah, it's... Okay, I get the idea. Freeze it and then send somebody Skybridge to then shoot off the Thermite charge, but they're not going to let you do that as Exhibit A. And now you've lost to the Chanka.
Yeah. Okay, well, there's Exhibit A. I guess we got the explanation of why they were bringing the Tibber out. But the point I was going to make is there are players that have played Tibber out and not thrown a single Zoto canister and just wanted him for the gun. So it's not the most unusual. I think Ollie and Lynx were talking about it in NAL on a game the other day. Anyway, there goes the Janka. They've still got the smokes. They can still do some of the long-range hold. And, the C4 gets the Nomad. And Pasha gets himself one as well. So, in one fell swoop, 2 bodies gone, whilst they're still trying to clear some of the ground underneath as well and hoping they can sort of get a bit of a lucky catch in the meantime. What was a nice lead has dwindled away.
Yeah. All of a sudden, VP have had the 2-man swing. And they're back in front. In terms of the denial, they've still got 3 smoke canisters that they can utilize. So it's not going to be easy for Falcons to get in and go for the plant. And there's still a deployable shield. And unless there's a Gone 6 still on the side of Doom, they're not going to be able to get rid of that shield. So with this DMR, Dan is in the perfect position to challenge on aggressively onto the door. In goes the canister as well, just to freeze out the round ever so slightly. And the God 6 was pulled out, but Dan able to kill him as he did lose his shield. But that's still a kill for a shield. No, that's a pretty good trade in my books.
Wow, with the position still partially smoked off and one more smoke canister in pocket, as long as they can get that loosed and thrown, well, sort of now, then this default plant spot isn't going to be tenable. They're going to have to try and drive themselves even deeper. Brede, you can't survive there, buddy. Oh, you can't survive anywhere, it seems like there. I mean, they would have had to drive themselves in. What a response from timeouts, right? 2 timeouts in a row. Both of them have netted success for the team that took them. Will this be an even half?
I mean, it's big for VP to get that round under their arm. So at least they won't lose the half. Best they can do is draw it against Falcons. But, I mean, that top certainly was the kind of conversation point I think we had this round. And it's just the DMR, isn't it? I mean, to be fair, I think stalling out that breach was also pretty good. Not the exterior breach, the inside breach. And then the smoke just hits them where it hurts and, yeah, just stalls out the round. So I think there was a moment where whenever Falcons lost those two bodies very closely back to back, they just didn't really know where they wanted to go from there, and they took too much time, and then that's where the smoke gets you.
Wow,
10 seconds to
Virtus.pro.
go.
Perfect bounce back in. And, you know, if we talk about the power of the first map, right? We talk about who was popping off, Nako and Pasha, absolutely sort of running the boards.
Attackers are moving to
Dan
defuse the bomb.
here, 10 and 2. Just, he's that player that seems to have a map that brings the statistics, but he does it kind of quietly throughout the map itself, right? He's had a 3K at the start. There's another 3K, fine. It's been the run of what he's been doing, but he just keeps himself active. He keeps himself sort of ready to step in and put the pressure on. Maybe he did need that Tiburao for the DMR for the 3K. Solotov needs the kill onto Skies, and that is actually, well, as it gets traded out. Oh, and another double down. Okay, it's back and forth, Demo. I'll get my point later. For now, we're still exploding in towards the site itself. Brede wants to try and drive his way in. Has a bit of cover and protection here from users. They're just sort of stepping and scanning and moving and making sure that they've got a little bit of an awareness on all of the approach. You can see that they want to try and cut themselves across. I think he wanted that grenade to maybe go a little bit further, but it's all right. He could pick up another one. As he can step himself in, watch towards the swing position at the back. But all of this happened within the opening 30 seconds and a bit of a quiet 30 seconds. But look at this. You just get that sort of no man's land here in the middle, Demo, between all 6 players.
Trenches have been dug. Who's going to make the move first? That's the question. But, I mean, typically for the horizontal takes, I think the only kind of issue the attackers have is you're going in the bottleneck. You've got 2 doors. That's the only way in from this side of the map. And whenever you have got traps, which, I mean, it all depends if they've been naded off, though, as we've seen the kind of ability of Solid Snake being able to use a grenade and grab another one. But I think he has naded this door, so Solotov should know it's clear to walk in.
Detected.
Good ping, sees 2 of them on it as well. But look at this from User. It's going to go above. I mean, is the hatch open to him? Is that going to be a possibility? Yes, it is. And gets spotted out, though, but he's still alive. In goes the Dogby call, and surely Falcons are going to play up the back of this, and yes, they will.
2 versus 2 now. Everything is sort of traded out. Everything is a battle back and forth. And as Nako goes down and Dan follows, it is an even half between these 2 teams. And it is even more desk for us, you say?
So far inside this matchup, but we have to talk about this side on Virtus.pro. We're seeing some incredible stuff, specifically from one player. We've already talked about it, Pasha and Den, but specifically in this one, Den has been showing off.
Yeah, what's impressive is he's doing it with utility-based operator as well. You can see him holding the most important location here behind the desk with Azami, then using his C4 to get a kill with in another round. In another round, he's playing Thorn, for example. In the other one, he's playing Tuburao. He's playing all of the utility-based operators and getting the most crucial frags inside the round to stop the attacks from Falcons.
I believe Solotov actually called it the most annoying fawn trap he's ever had to deal with in terms of that was the fawn trap that he died to. Yeah, Dan's been absolutely the man inside of this map specifically. He's been so good. I think 3-3 for Virtus.pro. I actually think Falcons have been great, but Dan's a big factor as to why Virtus.pro are even inside of this game so far.
And even then, by the way, there was a round where we almost believed in Sky's 1v3. When everything goes well for Falcons, when they play right, the individuals on the side of VP are fighting back with huge individual power.
Yeah, that has had a great series so far. I mean, we're talking about this map, but we also talk about the whole of the series so far. Look at that, 76% cost for this whole series. He's making life really rough for Falcons.
20 kills with 1.5 maps, by the way. That's completely insane. It's exactly what we anticipated was going to be the strong suit of this roster when they came together. It was having Dan, Pasha, Rorik as the lead, as the entry line, and then the rest of the team. They're really coming together. I feel like the more we advance, I don't see the end of the honeymoon yet. I see actually that they're taking more and more space.
Yeah. They've been pretty good, but I will say for Falcons, I think specifically for Falcons as well, they had a really tricky start to the game. They banned away the Cage, they banned away the Bandit. They had to deal with so much late round utility. It was only once we got to the 3rd ban that they were able to get rid of that as army. Once they did, they actually found some success. So a 3-3 half on Lair is not to be sniffed at either.
Okay, so what do we want to see from Falcons in the second half then?
I think there needs to be a reaction to the way that VP have been attacking. So far, with the way we've seen their attacks on Cafe, it was all about opportunity seeking. Whenever they could not find a gap, somehow they would create it. One guy would come, lurk, find an opening, and then from that they would snowball. They need to be very close to each other. Avoid that gap.
Yeah, it's definitely showing down the lurks. That's what we saw. Like at least 2 or 3 of the Cafe attack rounds. Pasha found a lurk, found a 3K. Nako in round 4 on Cafe found a lurk through the middle of the bomb site, found a 2K to open the round up. If Falcons can shut that down, that's where they'll find success. You can see they've actually got rid of the
Bandit,
Grim
Mira.
and the Monty as well. So and Bandit and Mira again splitting the lanes.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't think K to Barrow at this level of play is that important. I think they can always bring like we see here the Kali. You can always get rid of it from below. So I think wall denial in itself is not such a big thing. I think removing the shield makes sense, but when you only remove one, I mean you're still leaving Nako. He can still play Blades, can play Blackbird.
He even played Fuse Shield on Cafe.
Yeah, that's fine.
I feel like with this game being 3-3 so far on the second map, it could be anybody's game. We'll see how this next map plays out.
And didn't ask you for a controversial opinion this time.
Don't like
I
me?
No, I think maybe she's just understood that you're a new positive guy.
Why should I ask for a positive opinion, eh?
You have a little poster above your desk now that's like a little cat hanging on a tree that says, hang in there. You have a sign on the side.
Wait, what movie is that from? There's one that was like, oh, it's from the Cat in the Hat movie, isn't it?
Probably. A lot of
It
things
is,
from
it
the
is.
Cat
I
in the Hat
remember it
movie.
so well. It's whenever he's doing the cooking scene and he cuts his tail off.
Oh, yeah.
Only the cultured among us would know that reference.
Now I need to watch the Cat in the Hat movie again.
Great film. Fantastic. It's aged great.
It's a classic. Anyway. Well.
Reload.
Well, we find ourselves driving in here, 6 apiece, and we have a Kali, maybe a direct response towards the Clashy, but I guess we will see if that is how it's going to get itself driven in. Obviously, one of the electrics is banned. We've got the Kaid themselves as well, so she could be utilized to try and remove that bit of a problem, but it seems like, actually, 2 buddies in a buddy cop film I would watch. Solid Snake and Deimos, they're being a little bit sneaky here underneath. Are they going to try and punch their way up, or instead sort of pluck at the heartstrings of the players that might be holding these positions, Demo?
Yeah, those 2 operators, also known as Shaiko's entire operator pool. Right there, in a nutshell. Again, dangerous in this meta. A lot of information you can gather from both of them. Here comes the clash, though. Like you mentioned, they have a Kali, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. However, maybe the Kali isn't even needed as Jum takes a hefty amount of damage from that Deimos from downstairs. Wall going to be opened up too with the ace, so the fundamentals of making sure those breaches are opened up is done successfully here by VP. K-Trick, though, was able to get part of that Selma charge, and a C4 going to get the other.
Okay.
Now, there is a bit of an issue, because they cannot get in through that gap unless they can shrink and get themselves in. It's going to be kind of the same issue that, remember, Falcons had, where they were all kind of corralled into the door frame in towards Mez, so very important that C4 was used to remove that. Selman and Jum just gives the clash away. For what reason?
Literally, I was just about to say, oh, did a great thing, you know, baiting out the Kali, picking up the shield, took a bit of damage, fine, but doesn't lose. Oh, put the shield on the back, tried to find the fight through the verticality and lost to their head. Now, Dan, he's at least being pressured back in here. 2 players want to swing on towards him, but they have the read on it, and Users is like, I don't really care. Let him watch. Gets the double down. Deimos is now underneath as well, but so is the Kaid. Causing problems here. Efac's taking a bit of damage, but it means that, well, they're just going to try and drive themselves up. We actually had Virtus.pro do this in Dostoevsky before. Whilst they know that somebody's off the site, let's try and drive in, but the Chanka is doing absolutely everything to keep them at bay right now. Bride, the composer at work, and his new piece is keep away. But Pasha, in the meantime, says, well, my new piece is kill away. Goodbye, Liquefact. Gets more 1. There's Nako getting another, and now it's a 2 versus 4 versus 3 as they try and stop in the plant itself, but a post-plant situation comes together, a 2 versus 1. This guy's finally locks it in, but look at the verticality. You've got Pasha right underneath the kit. Perfect operator to do it with the gear that he has got. He can sort of play this for time as much as he wants, and well, now there's 1, there's 2, there's a shotgun, hoping he's going to hold out, but he just misses the angle. The opportunity. Pasha escapes. And now he has the openings. He's got to time this to perfection. He's baiting, he's holding, he's let go. He has one, maybe one more of these he can pull off. But as we cross that second divide, it's Pasha's round. I think he's pointing and saying, you are that guy, Pasha.
Did you see the reaction of Soltov?
Yeah.
You ever seen where the emote where it just evaporates, like it just disappeared, disintegrates? That's what he did, the hand movements. I'm not even kidding. I'm pretty sure he could have diffused it twice. 100%. The first time was enough because Pasha did not have the holes pre-made. So he was shotgunning here, there, and everywhere. And I think at that moment, you just have to chance it. But then he could have went on a second time, and it was where Pasha was kind of, should I go, should I not go, should I go, should I not go? And again, I think Soltov could have stuck it. So, I mean, the reaction from Soltov, he knows he should have had that. Knows he should have had that. Because he did well to even get himself in the 1v1. You know, but I think, to come back to VP, and we'll talk about what VP did really well, was they assessed the fact that, okay, we've messed the breach up. We can't get in the traditional way. So we have to try and strong arm our way in. And I think there was a moment where they were like, okay, how do we do that? But as soon as they seen that the Cade was downstairs, they knew they had the man advantage. Straight away, Damos left the Cade and went upstairs with his teammate. And then it becomes a 3v4 on the site. And they use that shield, which is what they've done so well this stage, is use those shields. And that shield got them in. And once they're in, they know about the Cade. He's going to have to try and go for a flank up a staircase. They dealt with that. And they get that diffuser now. And then we kind of talked about the Soltov thing already. But still, for VP to get themselves in after the breach not working out for them, job well done. And assessing the weaknesses, realizing that we have that man advantage, let's roll with that.
Well, 4-3, Virtus.pro, and they've got themselves off to a pretty strong start. We sort of talked about what Falcons can do and what Falcons have done on this map in recent memory, and unfortunately, they've already taken a lot more rounds lost than they have across their previous 2 times playing it, right? They've struggled, and maybe that's the sort of gambit they wanted to come towards here. But Virtus.pro, they were happy to leave it up. They were happy to sort of make the statement that, oh yeah, you know, we've seen your game on this map. We've played our own game on this map. We have a sort of recent play of it too. 3 days ago, they took a 7-2. Against Rebels, obviously, on it as well, and the first best of 3 that they had to play their way through. And then, you know, that was sort of picked against them as well, and that was one where most of it was won on the defense, fine. But then they were able to get 2 of their opening 3 attacks, and here, ooh, big risk. Users isn't quite able to net the damage on towards them, but look at the flood that they're trying to make happen. Brede has to roll on back. There's just pressure, pressure, pressure here coming in from the side of Lockers. Keeper's up to hold on and try and slow this roll in, Demo.
Yeah, that clash. Just gonna try and stall things out as best as they can, and you know, it's not a good thing for Neko to see is, again, the clash being on board. Soltov, a great little pick, but oh, look at that! Using the Finkestim for that quick ADS in the Blitz, a great combo to have, and Neko takes full advantage of downing Solotov. And I don't think Solotov's gonna be in a great position to get picked up too. Dan now with the glass, it's just all the cheeses working out here for VP.
Oh, the mice, they're living. User swings one back though, a 3 versus 3. They still have the clash on the board. You can hear the shield whirring away and making this approach slightly slower, slightly more risky. We have another sort of no man's land territory, but the cross towards the kit, it's much closer to the fight than it was a second before. Dan, 12-4. Just picked up better and better since the break. But look at Rorik on the far side, going for the rotate towards the hatches, hoping to see if he can get a pinch on towards a player. The C4
Ooh.
Almost gets the player just the closest slip. You can see he was waiting for somebody. In the meantime, EFAC swings out. There's Pasha, bites back, but the timer here, Demo, 7 seconds and a clash and a separation. I mean, this one will just fade its way across. No time. He's going to hold F, but unfortunately, that doesn't stop a shotgun.
Yeah, you can see that VP, very similar to the round of Falcons, where they wanted to wait until a player can rotate upstairs and utilize that hatch. But the player in the hatch didn't really have the impact that they were looking for. Falcons were aware of that. And then, you know, by the time they've waited to get that player in position, all of a sudden, you're out of time. You know, the Goyos kind of dealt with the first half, and then the clash gets you in the second. So yeah, really tough for VP. A lot of time denial there for Falcons. But it was, I mean, it was just a massive trade of util, wasn't it, from both sides? And I think whenever you kind of have operators like Goyo, like the Clash, it's just, it eats up so much of your time here in Lair. And like we mentioned before, especially on that attack where you're trying to go horizontal, those two doorways are just bottlenecks.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, at this point, 4-4. I wanted a good game, and I think I'm guessing it.
It's a good map.
It's a good map. Great map. It's stepping up, and I think both teams...
Back and forth every round, is it not?
Pretty much. Pretty much, yeah. I think that... I mean, the fact, obviously, we've already had the trade outs. Yeah, it's been traded every single round. There's only one round where the opening kill hasn't told us how it's going to go as well. Oh, I love a bit of the siege. There was a clip that came through my feed the other day where Tom J. Sherlock, wonderful UK streamer, said the exact same word at the exact same time, in the exact same cadence as Daz.
Yep.
And now I want to sort of try and, you know, you can't repeat the magic. And we're obviously on a map.
It's going to be like that twin thing where the twins can say what they're thinking.
Yeah.
Are you twins with Tom? Is that what we're going to try and test today?
No, but we're obviously like, we're slightly in the future compared to it, the broadcast the streamers get. So I got to guess what I think Tom J. Sherlock would say at certain points.
Shall I count everyone? Shall I count you down and we'll see what word you say? Ready?
All right. Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Siege! I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not dead. I've bottled it.
Enemy device detected.
Damn. Oh, well. They're playing the game here.
I love this mini game.
Love the mini game. Freeze the wall. Catch the wall. Freeze the wall. Kill Nako. Oh no, that's a wall.
Still going. Still one more tub as well. And there we go. Finally, it will be used. Only 2 EMPs left for Rorik, so he really needs to make this count. I mean, this is it. I mean, this is the make or break. If this wall gets opened up, then yeah, VP can very swiftly start looking at a site execute, and it will. So yeah, good for VP. Just showing the kind of factor change and how strong he is now. Not gonna have the same old woes that he used to have with the tub and the Cade trick. But yeah, we'll see now how VP kind of want to pivot. I mean, with that breach open, you obviously have to be very careful of using that because we know it can be held from above from these defenders with all their avert angles that they've opened up. So it just comes down to if VP want to try and go above and try and fight onto them. Which, I mean, I wouldn't say they're really primed to do so. They're still very much interested in trying to open up another site wall. In goes the final EMP. And now that wall is going to be opened up. And this makes, I think, EFAC's job very difficult now because he's in the bomb site and there ain't many places that he can really sit that's going to keep him safe.
Wants to try and put the pressure back out, sort of breathe out a bit, but Dan doubles down, gets himself the second for the round, but is 14th for the map. As they put the pressure on towards the verticality, but look at the timer demo, 21 seconds, having to sprint through his own fire for the hope of a kill, but Doom locks down one side. Pasha in the meantime, and Skies double it up, just leaves Doom alone, but he's in the vertical, so he has just that little sliver of hope, but the sliver is something that can be shot as point proven, can't quite catch the man with the kit, but 3 seconds, it's Pasha that pushes on, and traded rounds is still the name of the game. Cool as ice.
Oh, big from VP. I mean, they knew exactly what they wanted, didn't they? They didn't have any real issues. I think everything went to plan. It just took them a while, which, I mean, it's going to take you a while. If you're up against a tub and a Cade, doing that mini game at the start, yeah, it's going to take a lot of resources, but once you get it open, that's very key. And then they kind of pivot. They think, okay, we're not going to go fully upstairs. We're still going to focus on getting now the kind of interior site wall opened up, which they did. And I mentioned EFAC now as the lone site player, which, I mean, I think playing the lone man in that bomb site is treacherous. Like, it's so difficult because once everything gets opened around you, where can you sit that's going to be safe? And really for EFAC, there was no position that he could have sat that would have kept him out of harm's way. And then I also want to highlight the Capitao upstairs, Pasha, using the flames to cover off those site angles, that allows the Thermite to walk in through the main breach, to have that collapse on the player in the bomb site, and then you just go for that steady plan. You know, I think VP, they had the game plan in front of them, and they just followed it step by step by step, and it worked out well.
5-4. 5-4 Virtus.pro.
10 seconds left before
2 rounds separate them from being able to get themselves in towards Salt Lake. Confirmed and pushing their way on here. And trying to just lock in that final little stretch. And obviously, it doesn't mean the run is done for Falcons. They would drop down towards the lower bracket. They would have one more chance, one more swing at getting themselves in on towards the major, or the kickoff event, even getting themselves in on the confirmation. But the margins are not what you would want from this team. We'll see if they can be a bit sharper than my 3-2-1 count was earlier. They've got themselves in this good punch, but it's still that punchiness that I've loved about this Virtus.pro team. They always seem to, if they're on the back foot, if they're on the front foot, they make sure that they don't slow down, they double down. They put the braces on. They go, okay, fine. We've traded a body over there, but we've got the intel. Let's use it. Let's operate on the back of it. I really love that sort of network of energy they've applied and supplied throughout this. Here's another narrow fight, and Pasha catches Liquefac, and just another perfectly orchestrated trap. Will there be revenge? Solotov knew somebody was coming, but as the drone reveals the position, it doesn't have to take this fight, Solotov. Not yet, not until he's got a bit of support.
Well, they need to try and find a kill back, because VP have been able to get that opening pick, and Dolphins really came out of response to Falcons. And I think the Glad Scope just picked up the yellow of Solotov as he's really thirsting after this kind of trade to get the kill back and level up in a 4v4. But oh dear, here comes the shield. That's what you don't want to see, and he's also been blocked off by, it looks to be the explosive pipe, and yeah, it takes a lot of damage. Actually, it's from his own Goyo that I think was naded off. So yeah, Solotov just has to sprint through, take a lot of damage from his own gadgetry. And now for VP, they can really start to kind of lock in the pincers and start pressuring these points. Get that shield forced in towards the green side. Tachanka is going to be there to try and hold it off. And goes the smoke, and it's going to allow the Glads to move in. Their flame will go in, but doesn't look to be troubling these attackers. And Dan needs to be careful he doesn't kind of step out of his smoke. Gonna go for it again. I mean, just this slow and steady approach from VP's working really well for them.
At this point now, 30 seconds. They're going to see if they can try and drive themselves in. More of this trade game, more of this network and this pressure, and only one of those smoke canisters, but all those Shumaka fires left in pocket and left ready to pop and pounce. 20 seconds, swings out, caught out, double down once again. Uses all that's left, but not for long. Virtus.pro. They are sitting on a precipice of greatness, sitting on plane tickets to Salt Lake City. And boy, this is a plane they have built themselves part by part. What an excellent day of siege it's been. One more round demo.
I mean, this is fantastic from VP. And they know exactly what they want. I mean, I just want to mention as well, that angle that the Buck was holding for pretty much the entire round, downstairs, just waiting for someone to swing in towards Art. And what did they do? He swung, and it led into that kill. You know, they're covering each other so well. And I just think it's because they get that opening pick, and they do so well in front. You know, for Falcons, they were desperate to try and get that kill back, but it just never came for them. Falcons have to try and dig deep and find 2 rounds back, or they'll still be going into that lower bracket. But for a team like Falcons, you just want to do it here and now, don't you? You want to make sure you lock it in. I mean, obviously for VP, it's massive. You know, I think you kind of mentioned as well about, you know, the games that they've had. They beat the kind of first round that G2 had. They beat the likes of, you know, Fnatic, Heretics. Lost the Shifters, which I think, you know, we've seen some gaps there where they were maybe throwing away rounds that they should have had. We want to see them do it against the other group. We want to see them against Secret. We want to see them against Falcons to show that they are the real deal, that this team really has turned a corner for good. And here it is. They have. They've done it. You know, they've submitted themselves as one of these top teams, and if they can take it 2-0 clean against Falcons, it's massive for the confidence, which is only going to... This is the thing. This side's only going to get better.
Not seeing anything here.
Double down with their soft control. Obviously still got the shield as well, which just has been sort of a lesson to future teams of maybe we ban more shields against this team. Let's pull them out of the hands of Nako. Because their attack with them has just been so repeatedly driven, repeatedly paced. Here. 2 minutes, they've got the chance at Intel, Bride on the Echo. Doesn't seem like they're really leaving anything to chance. You can see obviously Nako's sort of face check-in, takes a lot of damage on the first, but anyone else would be dead. The Echo's going to be massively important. But remember when we sort of talked about these sort of plays, there's one that nets itself. It wasn't a smoke that went solo, but they had 2 led by the drone demo.
Yeah, great little play. Getting the shields. Always going to be something that you want to try and target away from VP. Using the Echo in conjunction with a great double swing. Nako, no chance at all. So actually quite fortunate, I think, for Falcons too, that Rorik had left the Blackbeard at the perfect time, then the Echo comes in. Because Rorik was behind them pretty much the entire time. VP have been able to secure their mid-floor control now. They can start using the vertical operators, getting down in with that sledgehammer. But still a lot of util that they have to try and go up against. Mostly the Goyo canisters. And oh, look at this use. It's dodging nades on both sides. Able to tuck his way in towards connector. And well, here comes the round as well. Then double down in that soft destruction from above. But no pixel. This is the issue for VP. Falcons doing very well just to kind of sit in their hands.
Yeah, they've kept themselves at a slight bit of distance. They've kept their cool. As I said before, you know, when we're sort of running around this with how early the timeouts were from both teams, they only had the game ahead of them. Bride! Rorik hit you with the pre-fire, but there's one, but only 20 seconds to try and keep on pushing, and they've still got this utility to have to push their way through. You can see the blinds are coming out. Solotov takes a lot of damage. Joom, though, trades out one, finds 2! Joom, the all-important superstar player, gets the picks he needed. And they make sure they lock in just one more, but just one more, and then just one more, and then just overtime.
Falcons still alive for the meantime. 1 round's all they need to kick it into OT. I mean, that round was just kind of made from dealing with that shield very early on, wasn't it? I mean, they knew the win con. You eliminate the shields, you eliminate the kind of, I would say, vision and the way that they want to execute with that shield. You know, I think Nako is just so good at just almost bullying anyone he's up against, and just he wants a bit of ground, he'll take that bit of ground. So you remove that, and then VP, obviously playing from the man disadvantage, have to go in and kind of, you know, blind check themselves and take these positions without that shield. And Falcons did very well at just making sure they keep that man advantage. So for Falcons, are able to win downstairs again. But I think the worry, though, Fluke, is that has been the only bomb site Falcons has been able to win. They have not been successful up here. VP have won it twice.
Yep, and yet here we are once again. They've obviously opted for it rather than trying out Bunk's briefing, which was their other one, or, I mean, well, they're not going to do the 4th site on this map. They're not that crazy.
To locate a bomb and defuse it.
But only one. They just have to make it sort of land once. And to be fair, you look at how the split, right? It was a big clutch potential situation the very first time, but it almost went their way. It almost sort of pulled itself out and towards the 1 versus 1, as a 1 versus 1 often is to do. Pasha just securing it.
Changing max.
Since then, again, only 2 rounds now where the entry kill hasn't dictated how the rest of the round has gone. It's usually been a statistic that has lent in towards Falcons' favor. They've been able to sort of make it count, but I guess a bit of it, and a big bit of it, depends on who they get. They get Nako, they get that shield, they get that power player. All right, they're sort of looking at that sort of decent position. At the same time, maybe shutting down Dan with how he's been playing throughout these series. 16 kills on this map, 25-11 throughout the series so far. making sure that he just keeps on sort of putting the pressure on, but Pasha's also sprung to life a bit. Whereas unfortunately for the side of Falcons, you don't really have anybody that's leaning too far ahead.
A very early hold here for Falcons from Doom. Using kind of more aggressive goils over towards the operations room. A lot of Kivas too. And you still have that Clash also backing things up. I mean, the thing is, whenever you know you're always going to have that Tachanka sat in the back, that you can afford to use bits of kind of time denial very early on. So kind of using the Goyo canisters, you can see the smoke as well. Using it over towards Rocket Stairs just to delay the inevitable push that's going to come in from that shield. And Pasha, again, lurking downstairs, using that skeleton key to open up a lot of these different angles. And really for Usus now, he's in a bit of a pinch here. And oh, the flashbang comes in, but still, Usus able to connect with a shotgun. Pasha is gone. The opening pick goes in favor of Falcons. And now for VP with that man disadvantage, how do they break through the smoke? Just going to try and face check the shotgun, but never mind. Look at this from Usus. Slippy maneuver into bathroom is where he goes. The Clash is gone. VP are going to try and force their way through. They've been able to find 2 kills now as Brittany's finish off VFAC using his flames. What the heck?
Yeah, I was going to say finding kills isn't really the way that they wanted that to go. I said if they could try and get rid of one or the other, but unfortunately taking out their own players, the shield. He can buy himself some space. We set up brilliantly. Nako's played this. He slips his way in, slips his way back out. The destruction's coming on the other side, but it's otherwise a fully fronted just assault onto the desk. And now 2 Falcons players left on the back end. Nako takes a lot of damage. Solotov gets 1, but it just leaves 1. A 3 versus 1. They're trying to stop it for Virtus.pro. They confirm their place in the top 2. Salt Lake City and SI points galore. And they defeat Falcons, knocking them down to the lower bracket. Their run isn't done demo, but they've got a lot of lessons to learn before a potential rematch.
Yeah, that's the statement for VP to get themselves in to Salt Lake. Celebrations galore for VP. I mean, don't forget, VP will also play later on this evening, so it's still not over for them yet. They still have to go on and play in that winners match. But for VP, they've secured their spot to the States.
Well, we've secured our spot on a one-way ticket to a lovely break. Let's go.
Virtus.pro are the first team to qualify to the Salt Lake City Major, and in what a way. Look at the happiness on their faces. It is so well deserved. A fabulous 2-0 against Falcons of all teams.
Yeah.
This is an incredible happening for Virtus.pro.
Do you know what? What a hell of an achievement for a team that made material, drastic roster changes. New coach, new IGL, new nationalities within the team. They ripped up their old formula. They created a brand new formula, and at the first opportunity, they're the first team to qualify to the Salt Lake City Major, and also to do it against one of the best teams inside of World Siege, Falcons. One hell of an achievement.
Yeah, because you take down a team that has not lost a BO3 in EML in a long, long time. Very long time. They dominated the EML last stage. Stage 2, they win it. Stage 1, they dominated it up until they lost it to G2. It is a team that has been known to be the best team out of Europe in terms of consistency. Even when Secret won EWC, even when they went into the grand final of SI, who was the favorite at SI? It was still Falcons.
Yep.
Because they're expected to be the top team. To take them down, that means that they won't be top 2.
Yep.
That is a big news. That means also that they are gonna eventually maybe miss Salt Lake City if they lose the next match. So, it puts them on a really tricky spot. I'm not too worried about them in the sense that I think that, having their back against the wall is exactly the kind of opportunity for them to grow.
It is. You mentioned it already briefly. New coaching staff over on the side of Virtus.pro as well. We get to speak to them as we have them on the line. Congratulations, Dark, on qualifying to the Salt Lake City Major. Please tell us how you're feeling.
Hello everyone. First, sorry for the camera. I don't know why, but internet looks like it's not so good in the moment. But I think we use all the energy on the game, right? Just feeling very proud for all the players, all the work you can do.
Dark, in terms of the players, you have quite a few players not used to necessarily being at the international events, It's a first time for Rorik, the French guys especially, only ever been to one before. Was there much nerves before the game?
To be honest, I think they even don't thinking about that. I'm feeling them on the game like a really experienced guys, and they showed that today, right? So I'm thinking for sure they have some players here have gonna have the first experience, but they play like a big guys today,
I think looking at you guys play today, I thought we saw another map again. We saw Cafe. I feel like we see more and more of you guys, and the more I look at it, I'm like, I don't know how limited your map pool is. I feel like in such a short amount of time, having made such big changes and changed IGL, somehow you have an extended map pool for BO3s. Do you feel the same, or do you think there's still a lot of work to do before going to Salt Lake City Major?
Yeah, I think we have more work to do before to go to Major, because work with 9 maps is really hard. And have some things we don't show. We don't play Bank on this stage. I don't remember if we have more maps we didn't play. Probably was just Bank now. But anyway, for the Major, for sure you need more things, right? So it's time for we focus on that. And the work was enough for sure for Kickoff. Kickoff is a more fast than any stage, right? So was my choice using maps. But I have the minimum maps good, So thanks God the playoff was just 2 best of 3 because we cannot do too much more than that. So now it's time to focus for the Major.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing all these insights. Bit of time to unwind now, regain the energy as well for the next series that you're playing later today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I love how he just casually dropped the fact that they only had material for 2 BO3s.
Yeah.
And he still has a BO3 to play today.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They're into stage 2 of the Salt Lake City Major. That's all they're going to care about.
Yes, the big tech box is ticked off, right? That qualification to the Major. The first team worldwide that has
Yeah.
made it to the major. Big congratulations once again to Virtus.pro. And once again, to do that in the fashion that they did, right, is 7-2 on map 1. Just making sure this doesn't go to overtime
Yeah.
as well for the second map here. It is incredible.
Yeah, well, I think there was... I'm not going to say there was doubters of Virtus.pro. Of course, there wasn't doubters of Virtus.pro, but the group that they were in, relatively, I think inside of EML, were quite weak. So it was expected that they would come through in the upper bracket alongside G2, which is exactly what they did. But then to go on from there, in a best-of-3 against Falcons, that was where I think a lot of people felt this would be the real test. Can they come through it? Can they escape? I know Demo right at the start, he was like, I don't see VP, you know, doing it. It's all Falcons. And then they go out and they put in a dominant performance, largely in part to that man on your screen, Nako, you know, organizing his troops, getting them ready, getting them going. But it wasn't just Nako, particularly Dan and Pasha on those big game moments to find a way to win around. It was just big pop-off, multi-kill after multi-kill after multi-kill from those guys.
I just felt like Lair was a repeat of Cafe in the sense that the guys that were the enablers in the end were the entry line. It was Dan, it was Dan and Pasha, it was them finding a gap, finding a kill. The very first round when they're on demos, they don't have a way to problem solve the top floor defense. They're facing the clash, they're facing the smoke in the main stairs. They don't have any solution. Who finds the gap? Demos from downstairs, kills the clash, boom, then gets the main stairs player, and then that's it. From that, then Nako makes the right call. But the main thing and the hardest thing was trying to break apart that defense from Falcons. They try to play it the right way, but at the end, it is a five-per game. You know, it is about the shooters. And Dan and Pasha today, far head and shoulders above everyone on Falcons.
Yeah, and I understand that Dark is saying as well, like, you know, we've used all of our energy in that game. We hope that they will save a little bit for later, because we know that Virtus.pro will now be playing that upper bracket final later today. We can have a look at the brackets and see where we find ourselves. They're locked in for that match 7, the last match we'll be playing today. That means we're going to have to determine their opponent as well, the next qualifier to the Salt Lake City Major. But that also means you two briefly touched upon it.
Secret Falcon.
Yeah.
So one of them is missing the major.
Yeah, one of them
is
has
missing the major.
to.
Yes.
Crazy.
Falcons for the first time, as you mentioned as well, not making it to the top 2.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons just getting absolutely eradicated out of this upper bracket, puts them into the lower bracket. That means at best they will finish third. What that means for Falcons, what that means for this core, is this is the worst ever EML result. Since BDS took on this core, since they took on Leakback, Solotov, Users, and Brede, obviously they've changed Doom in recently, that team has finished in the top 2 of EML every stage. 2 years flat. This stage, this kickoff, they will now be third at best.
I want to compensate that by saying, and I will find excuses, that this is kickoff. This is a 3 weeks.
A condensed form.
It is a condensed format, 3 weeks long, and it is very much due to the bracket and the way it's made. Because I think that if you had 9 play days, it's exactly the kind of things where the consistency will help you, and then you have a longer playoff. No, it's not coffee. Just don't look at me that way. It's
I mean, it was the first best of 3 they played, and they lost it.
I know, they only had to win one best of 3.
They
They put themselves in the best position possible.
But
Yeah, but they only played one.
We
and
talk
got
about
punished
this
for it.
in the way that we put them to a high standard, right? We
Yeah.
expect them to make it a top 2. We
Yeah.
expect them to even make international finals and win those as well.
Yeah.
But then again, it shows that there is maybe some work to do for Falcons. But they get to do that tomorrow against Secret in their matchup.
Top 4 and top 2 as SI.
It is. But I'm going to have to stop you crashing out because there's still so much more left for us here in the EML. We have another best of 3, right? We have a really important qualification match because we have to send yet another team to the Salt Lake City Major. That's either going to be Twisted Minds or G2. Well, I hope you've got your popcorn ready for this one. This is going to be absolute cinema between these two teams. If you like chaos, aggression, passion, all-star players, you got to be watching this game between G2 and Twisted Minds because it is about to go down. A qualification game to the major. That is what is at stake for these two teams. And we're looking at Shaiko once again eating that popcorn as he was doing earlier. We have got our own as well, because we are so ready for this game to dive into it. I want to start talking about G2 first, right? The thing that set this all up with all of the popcorn. Speaking of this roster, we haven't seen him in a little while because they got first in the group, the thing we kind of hoped and expected to see from this all-star roster. But please, again, to remind people, can you describe the G2 that we're seeing with the changes to this roster?
Yeah, of course I can, Anne. Once I've got popcorn outside of my mouth, yeah. G2, they made massive changes. They brought Benja, they brought Shaiko in. They've got some of the best talent on F, some of the biggest fragging power, and it's easy just to break that down and just say, yeah, they're all just about the gunfights. They have a very modern way of playing. It's very high risk, very high reward, a lot of fun operators, a lot of great operators, a lot of Deimos, Snake, Grim, Capital. Blitz, you can see there, Dokkaebi from something. It's very fast, it's very in your face, and it's very aggressive.
Yeah, and I think we've seen the entrance of Shaiko inside this roster, I think really gel so well. I think they made everything so that he would fit in there. He plays still the star role, he still plays the Deimos, still plays the Azami, plays the things that made him the best entry of the league. And I think the way that they surrounded him with the right positions, Benja as the lurk, Stompen as the backline, we're seeing a team that is really well put together, and that justifies why they topped their group.
Leo, when does Stompen play?
Well, right now.
He does play right now. And he's going to play against Twisted Minds, right? The roster that we want to speak about as well, because they kind of show us that aggression as well. They like to be very fluid all over the map. And that first series that we saw from them, that best of 3, it was a close one against Fnatic, but still, it was a 2-0.
I think we really saw the Twisted Minds that we expected against Fnatic. I think more or less throughout the group stage, we saw Twisted Minds that was confident on defense, but not so confident in their own abilities on attack. When it came to Fnatic, they were really just throwing bodies, they were throwing shit, they were having a lot of fluidity and a lot of fun with it.
Sorry.
Imagine if he's eating popcorn right
If
now.
we're all just eating popcorn, then yeah, why not? But yeah, no, I think that's, you know, they realized they remembered the Twisted Minds, the identity that they had, and against Fnatic it really showed that, especially that second map on Night Labs, they really asserted dominance. Whether they can do that again today against G2 will remain to be seen.
This is the biggest question mark, because in terms of playstyle, they just went from a Fnatic that was completely scared and feared, and then they struggled with confidence. And obviously you can bully someone that feels like they cannot fight back. It's not going to be the same story today against G2.
No, because they play a way more aggressive team, right? And I feel like that's where it might clash in regards to the two teams here, both showing that aggression.
Yeah, to me, we're looking at the two teams that are the most aggressive in the league. If we look at the playstyle, I mean, let's take a look of these two teams playing against the same opponent of Fnatic. Doki with a triple kill here, the hard roam, the aggression on every side, picking players outside. You know, there is no respect to Fnatic here. It's just G2 bullying them the entire time. And even in this scenario, you know, this was if I remember well, this was a 2v5 that he won. Just their thing. What do you notice with Twisted Mind here? Do you see them respecting Fnatic?
Nope.
No, they don't. They run in, they go aggressive. This was a 3v5 that they won, another one. I mean, we're seeing teams on both sides that bullied Fnatic, that played super aggressive, that picks outside. Like one more pick outside here, by the way. One more C4 outside here as well. That one. Boom. I mean, we're looking at teams that are not afraid to take risk, that are not afraid to take individual gunfights that might seem like they're not unwinnable, and they win it.
Feels like this clash of styles. It's not even a clash of styles, it's two styles exactly the same in each other's face. It feels like we're in for a barn burner.
Yeah, it's a saloon brawl straight to Salt Lake City.
Yeah, I mean, you have to take risks here. You can't leave things, you can't save maps, you can't save strats or anything. It's a qualification game, probably the most important best of 3 that you're playing instead of the whole kickoff fight, especially talking about the SI points, talk about everything. But we're looking at the maps for this series again.
Ooh.
Another Lair.
Yeah, and I like that for G2, because the last 2 times they played it, Jack, was at SI.
Yes.
They played against FaZe.
Yes, they did, and they won.
They won 7-0.
Wow.
Okay, the world champions, right?
Yep.
Then they played it against M80.
The major champions.
And they won it 7-4.
Wow.
So they've played the 2 best teams, some of the 2 best teams in the world, and destroyed them both. Oh, you want to know something funny?
What's that?
The last time Twisted Mind played the map,
yes,
they lost it 7-2.
To Falcons inside of Kickoff. Yeah, no, that feels like it's a rough one. However, we will go to Border as well. Falcons. Now, we've not seen them play it in Tier 1, but for both of these teams, gunfight-heavy teams on a gunfight-heavy map of Border, whatever happens, there's going to be some big plays made on that one.
Oh, it will be. I'm so excited for this matchup, especially with the maps that we have. But we can take it to our casters to ask them if they are feeling just as excited as we are about this matchup.
A little bit less excited, Anne. A little bit less excited. I have to be honest right now because, you know, Dem and I sat here at home, far away, and production sat there eating popcorn. And spoiled little divas, all of you. What do we get at home, Demo? We get a handshake and a well done with a. We didn't even get the pizza party commiseration.
He's thrown at us as
well. Oh, terrible throw.
You know, what are you doing? What are we, ducks at the pond?
Come on, casters, entertain me, please. Entertain me.
Okay, I understand the upset, but hey, I don't think you have a reason to be upset, okay? You got a great match to cast. We're going to sit here, get it with our popcorn, and then I want you to take it away for a great qualification game between G2 and Twisted Minds.
Oh, fine. When she puts it like that, maybe it's just her previous experience as a teacher. But I feel educated. We're going to have a great time here. The audience think G2 is going to have an even better time. And we'll be selling the popcorn that Leo threw on the floor to anyone who wants it later on this broadcast. Demo! G2 versus Twisted Minds. How do you think this one is going to shake out?
This is a fun one. I mean, you've got obviously G2, the new looking G2 with the players that they've brought in. Obviously this stage, that was the talking point. And then you've got Twisted Minds, who, again, we've seen these players at international events before. It's not as though these are like newcomers. It was just kind of, they were like locked out last year, weren't they? But it's good to see them back in. And look, I think Twisted Minds are always going to have that aggressive play style where they'll do things that is a little bit different than what we're used to seeing from other teams, because they do have players who will just do the maddest stuff. And it's just something that you do need to be careful of. You know, I think everyone who's kind of played against Twisted Minds and, you know, was successful against them, they always kind of said was, oh, we were kind of expecting more out of Twisted Minds. I remember distinctively, it was whenever GK played against Twisted Minds and they did an interview with Packball, and he said, we were expecting for more crazy things from Twisted Minds, but we didn't really see that. So I think for Twisted Minds, we just want to see them play their style of siege, which is that off-the-cuff style.
Well, off-the-cuff might be off the tough route as we get ourselves in towards this opening map. I think Border is going to be an absolute feast for all of us, but, well, we have another 2-0, or, well, we have, I suppose, a series that goes a little bit of the distance. G2 versus Twisted Minds. One of these two teams will confirm themselves, as we've just had before, at Salt Lake City, Precious SI points. And, well, there's a sort of good idea here for G2, who started this split with their only loss against Virtus.pro, and then since then have just looked better and better and better, Demo.
Yeah, it's good. I think overall from G2, it's the stage that they probably wanted. It was to hit the ground pretty well and, you know, finishing first in their group. Making it so all they have to do is win just a match, and then they're into the major. That is what they're after. Now, obviously for G2, whenever it comes to a map like Lair, you're kind of expecting, you know, this utility dump. You know, a side who aren't scared to play this map. I think they have a pretty good record on it over the past couple of months. I think it's 5-1 at the moment. Last time they won it was up against M80. So, you know, it is a good map for G2, all in all, whenever you kind of look at the stats for it. G2, just doing the basics right. Clearing away a bit of util here and there, making sure the breaches are opened up. I mean, G2 with the electrification bans, that's always gonna kind of happen. You're more looking at JLad, though, in the kind of hot seat. A very aggressive standpoint here from the Azami in towards operations, and now makes that rotate back and plays very close towards the breach. I mean, this is the kind of plays that, you know, could net you a kill, could catch somebody by surprise.
They want to try and just creep their way in here. Shaiko slipping himself forward. He's obviously sort of been one of the top performers throughout the league this split, and, well, Doki won't quite be able to push out Hesham as he does before. A man famous for his peaks and positions is propped up and ready to pop down anybody that steps up those stairs themselves. It's still a bit of a fact-finding fun information here, as Benj is just going to get the read on who's watching him on the side of art. But otherwise, the only thing it's painted is a little bit of a route in towards the site, step by step. Doki over the top. Now the opening underneath, well, it might cause them some worry, but What's going to be the approach here? The blinds quickly round the corner, swung in. They're looking for the breach. We can hear the ADS being burnt. You assume that's on the stairs. There's the go, 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 and he's going to pull himself back.
Nice.
Nashom cannot find a safe place. He's got one. An oasis, and the smoke means nobody swings up on the back, but we could see Benja wasn't a million miles away. Look at that positioning there. Now's the push. There's Benja getting one. There's an important shotgun, and it locks in for the second follow through, but now they know about his position, so he actually relocates to Stokey. Drives his way across. A great little change there from the side of Hashot and keep them guessing. It's a very important swing for them to try and lock in, and now the Strix guys to get a bit of support and a bit of structure. It's Hashot. There he is, operating over from the top rope. Gets one. Benja gets himself a second. Make it 3. But 15 seconds here, Demo. P9, all that is left on the longest watch possible. Can't cement it. They know where he is now. So they've just got to try and sprint their way past. And now, Stompin can secure the site. At this point, they know exactly where he's coming from. And they'll just pop out and get the round win. Almost, but G2, adapt and change.
Yeah, I mean, G2, I think that they were very surprised that somebody was still alive on the rocket stairs. Because, I mean, I think for Hashom, he's just found the perfect little circle to make sure he didn't die to the flames, because it was all around him. I mean, in terms of G2, I mean, strategically, I think they've got a pretty bang on, haven't they? It's just somehow Hashom survived, TC's alive. But still, I think G2, you know, they have the players, don't they? They have the players who can just go in. Benja, right in the money, just finds a free piece. You know, gets them out of that hole that they were maybe in after Hashom was able to get the second pick. And, you know, that's the thing with G2. I mean, they're probably the only team who you kind of look at and think they could just go and get whatever player they want. You know, that's just how they operate, isn't it? Like, how many teams can go and get a Shaiko and a Benja? I mean, you know, it's just, that's the thing with G2 coming into it, is we've seen how many players come and go out this side, always having players you just think, oh, you know, just fantastic players in their own right. And, you know, I kind of mentioned before, you know, losing Lair, losing Blaz, again, I thought really good players, especially near the end, especially at SI. I thought they really came into it well, but the team thought, nope, we need to make a change, and, you know, you just go and get Shaiko and Benja. It's just ridiculous. And, you know, I think that's a comment that maybe Jack could talk about G2, where, you know, we've seen the individuals perform, but we want to see more of a team performance. Because we know the individuals, we know who can all step up, but whenever you kind of get to the international level, whenever you're up against the other regions, especially up against Brazil, you need everyone singing from the same hymn sheet, don't you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, if they're not, then it's like when you have casters all try and sing together, which is a horrible sound. And we've heard it on tech tests before. There may exist a video of us doing that for Wellerman from a Paris side, but the first Paris side, we are terrible singers. It's a private video for just that reason. And Doki, well, privately, please remove yourself from the area. You are not allowed to participate in the rest of this round. Jalad, he's close on the corner. The second follow through almost catches Benja elsewhere. They drive in. Does win out. Hashom, though, gets Alamau in the same second. So, Twisted Minds, they're just pushing out. They're sort of making sure, well, we've got one. Let's see what else we can sort of net. A 4-3. Still our advantage. Woo! How do you do that? Oh. My eyes are too old.
I mean, looking at G2, it's very individual, isn't it? Everyone's just trying to find a pick somewhere, isn't it? And this was maybe the worry that we've had with G2. It's, you know, yes, they've got the potential to go off and have individuals shine, but, you know, it is very risky of a play, but they just keep finding the kills. I mean, Twisted Minds are really giving things away right now. Dokumi Call comes in. Gonna be awkward for Hashom. Has to go for the prone play now, and again, he can just TP back to the site if he needs to, but he's actually trying to bait now and see if he can catch Benja by surprise. And I think it's worked. Benja has fell for the bait. He heard the TP, but no. Stompin in the 1v2. Hashom and P9, the TP! Oh, Stompin was not expecting the Scopos. Swings and roundabouts, isn't it? Looked to be that G2 were breaking away, and then a 2v3 from Twisted Mind secures the round win.
Well, they were able to get themselves sort of pushed back round. You know, they didn't really want to play subtly. It's not always been the thing Twisted Minds have done. It's a great idea. Caught him on the reload, put the pressure back in. But G2 have that ability to get these kills from these insane positions. He said the teleport brings him back around. The flash comes out, and you know they lean in. Right, it's one of the things that's often quoted about this team. It's one of the things that's caused so many problems for other teams. Is Twisted Minds have no fear. They have just built themselves these monuments of bravery, and they're more than happy to introduce you to the brickwork that goes into it. One apiece, and Benj is off to a very strong start over these opening 2 rounds, but Hashom is not a million miles away himself. Can they get this deadlock?
5 seconds to insertion.
So the top floor not working out for Twisted Minds, but the basement certainly is. And instead of maybe going back in towards the top floor, they just continue on with the rotation into the mid floor is what G2 have to go up against. And we'll see how G2 want to approach this. I mean, based on the lineup, certainly going to be using that sense, isn't it? You know, we know that the sense is a great time here in the mid floor where you can cover off not only just the angles in the bomb site, but also the angles that can be held from above with the Virts. Still for G2, though. I mean, Doki on the shield here, looking to see if he can enter in towards Skybridge and enter in towards Green. And I mean, certainly I think for Doki, you know, he himself has had to adapt his game, isn't it? It's on a different role. We've kind of seen him on this stage. I mean, whenever you bring in Benji and you bring on Shaiko, it does kind of steal, I think, Doki's thunder a little bit. So, him on the shields, certainly a sight to behold.
Sprayed through, pushed back down Green stairs, but he's got the ability to get himself a little bit more. Not like that, though. They just kept on driving. The flash comes around the corner. There's somebody trying to offer a modicum of support, but in the meantime, they're just being caught all over here. 4 versus 3. What was that first loss? Turns into 2 return gains.
Yep.
And they now have that body balance in towards their favor, as well as a pretty proposed aggressive position here. But there's still a watch going on, and this is exactly it, right? Look, just I mean, it was a gamble, fine, but look at the health of Shaiko and how close it was.
Yeah. I mean, Shaiko was 0-2, and he thought, give me Deimos. And then here it is. This is what he can produce on his favorite operator. Hashom being tracked out by said Deimos, know exactly where both of these players are. It just feels like a matter of time before G2 are going to have full control of the bomb site. And look at where both players of Twisted Minds are. I mean, they're separate from one another, so in terms of trades, it's just not going to be there. Doki just waiting for him to get set up, and he's going to try and go for that jump in and force his way in with that shield. In goes the sense, and I think Stompin and Alamo maybe going to try and challenge the player upstairs because they know it is going to be a soulless. Doki is going to go for the plant, and oh, somehow we're able to see a kill happen from above, but Alamo had the double up, a good trade, and yeah, it was only a matter of time before Hashom fell. G2, good bounce back that mid floor, making it look very easy. What's he doing?
What's he singing?
What's he doing?
He's singing a song. What song? If you were to guess.
I know, probably what he made up.
I think Wuthering Heights by Kate Bush. Wuthering, wuthering, na, 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 na. That song, you know it?
Nope.
Wow. All right, what about the one that was in Stranger Things? Been running up that road.
Yeah, I know that one.
Okay, let's say that then. For the sake of you and your understanding of media, let's say it was that song. 2-1. G2 off. So we're back on G2 in the lead. Back to a stronger start. I like that Iron Man in the back of Shaiko's setup there, because he's like bonking his head. It's like, angled roof. Nah.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
So full rotate off the bomb sites. Only going to end on 1 defensive win here for Twisted Minds. It was in that basement. They're going to attempt now at top floor once more. Again, didn't work out for them last time they were here. It was off the back of a Benja free K.
5 seconds to go.
Wonder what the change-up's going to be. Now, if you look at the bans here from either team, it is going to be two operators that were used in this first round, and it was the Tachanka being played by P9. It's gone. And it was also that Solid Snake that, again, I mentioned Benjamaster was able to find the free piece on. So overall, good bans for both sides. It has been operators which have been a bit of a problem for both of them. So we'll see how they want to adapt. Mostly you're looking at Twisted Minds, you know, without that Tachanka now, what's going to be your main form of denial? What kind of route are you going to take? I mean, I think it's a fairly easy crossover, isn't it? You take away one flame operator, you bring in another. You bring in the Goyo.
Yeah, oh yeah, you need to sort of just do something else to buy yourself a bit of control, right? Buy yourself a little bit of, okay, we can slow down what they're doing. We can slow down their bite in. We've just seen multiple times G2 pushing advantage, pressing and pressing and pressing, and that was just one more example to add towards the list.
Do it, go on.
I was going to say, are we about to get another example of stuff Hashom likes to do, which is be outside of the building? Just take these fights, take these advantages. Obviously, the mirror on the board, it buys them a bit of pressure they can apply towards operation, and the Twitch is going to do their best to remove some utility. Oh, just looks away as the drone slips on by. But here, the blinds over the top, the swing round on towards this position. The Capital Bolt will just force out the player. Oh, it won't. Oh, it will, Jalad.
We stuck.
Yeah, entirely stuck. The Echo's doing his best just to try and blind people, but that's not going to slow down Shaiko. Pushes on, gets the player. Have they bought enough time? And is Hashom about to do something that will buy them another body? Yes! Great positioning on towards the swing, forced out by the Fenrir mine, and they are suddenly back to square one, but with a less body than their opponents.
Yeah, this is where Twisted Minds get very dangerous. Whenever you have players who will just go for the most random plays. And I mean, Hashom with the Echo shotgun, able to make it work for him. Kandala's will go out. And that should be a dead smoke, and it is. Doki takes a lot of damage, though, down to 1 HP, and there's Hashom again, makes the rotate into bathroom. Just an absolute menace, and I mean, who wants to swing him? Who really wants to go up against this guy? Stompin able to find one to get it back into the 2v2, and 40 seconds left. Stompin's in the bomb site, and Benji has to try and support him.
I mean, P9 puts down Stompin, and there's Benja getting one apiece, and look at the health. It's almost even between the pair of them. No gadgetry. We have an old-fashioned shootout, and Benja is the boy to make that stick. And he just has such a cool drink afterwards. No song this time from Doki, but that was a let's go. Could tell that.
He's getting very jumpy, isn't he, Doki? He's getting into us. That's where you know things are going well, if he's almost kind of rocking back and forth from the chair, ready for the next round. But I mean, look, this is the Twisted Mind playstyle, isn't it? This is Hashom. The guy fears not a thing. Doesn't care who you are, Hashom will do the same play.
The diffuser.
But really, for Benja, again, the savior of G2, 7 kills for the man. Equally so Hashom, also in 7 kills. But the scoreline tells a different story, as it's G2 here in the lead. A 2-round buffer. I mean, G2, I mean, in that kind of opening, they did the right things, didn't they? Again, that utility dump. But they just, again, need to be careful for those plays that Twisted Minds can go for. But they'll still find a way, G2, and that's all they care about. As long as the rounds keep on coming their way, they won't mind.
Remaining.
I mean, even for Stompin as well, good decision-making. You know, gets into the 2v2 and just thinks, right, I need to make a play, and just charges into the bomb site.
I'm more than happy letting the rest go.
At this point now, driving themselves step by step further forward. It's obviously you know, we had the conversations about the strength of this map, right? And how it's going to be playing in towards the favor, and then we get onto Border. With how these two teams like to play, would you say Border's a bit of the flip of the coin from Twisted Minds, or from their sort of side? Or do you think they will have that extra element? Or are you unsure? I've stumped you. I've given you too much to think about. It's too much aggression. I mean, there's the element... Yeah.
Well, this is going to be an aggressive game, wasn't it? It was always going to be kind of stemmed that way with the players that we have on both sides.
Yeah, entirely that. But then I think that's the thing about Border is when we eventually get there, Twisted Minds, the way they've been playing, I don't think this is a map that rewards it as well as Border does. Right? It was close on the previous round because of that. But imagine that happening on a map like Border, where, you know, it's sort of, you're closer together to the rest of your team, you're closer towards the support structure, you can get yourself backed up as a defender more.
I mean, I still think, G2 have also got, like, quote-unquote aggressive ranked players. I mean, a lot of them are what I would call ranked rats. We're looking at Doki, we're looking at Benja. You know, they are ranked, we know what they're like. And I think in a map like Border, where they'll be very proficient on it, you know, I think Border does lean in sometimes to that kind of ranked playstyle, where you can just find a gap and go massive.
5-4. Alamau's gone. They've lost the blitz as the first route in, but the first route in might actually be Doki off to the races. Misses the first player if he can sneak on by, but look at all the gadgetry that might be on the other side of this. Oh, none of it is. Gets in, gets one, gets out, and they get on the camera just a split second too late. Doki strikes back and almost gets himself another. Dove is a bit stuck right now in that corner.
Just think he needs to cool down now, Doki. He's done well to get that pick. Caused a little bit of panic, I think, in the site. As Twisted Minds just think, well, how's that Demo's walked into the bomb site? Now G2, they have all that vertical pressure now they can apply from the hatch, and Shaiku's just waiting for somebody to go for the peak, and oh, Benji's seen the legs. He knows exactly where that Ella is. That's just going to go for Benja, though, and a big old flashbang. Oh, misses the shots, but Shaiko is there finally. Shaiko gets the kill. He was holding on to that for a very long time.
Yeah, as close as you like there. Oh, 4 versus 3, but again, low timer, so if they can pop this in the right way, gets the man on the shoulder, gets the follow through close by. P9 gets himself 2, but Stompin makes things level once again, but Demo, we're in the red time here as Jake puts it, and now he's just watching his friends die around him. No kit, no vision, no idea, no round.
Oh, it's a big play from P9. Massive play. I mean, he takes the gamble right in front of a hatch. He goes for that play, and nobody from G2 was none the wiser. And he picks up the double. I mean, Twisted Minds were really trapped in the bomb site for the majority of that round, but all it takes is just that one moment of brilliance, and it completely flips around on its head. And Twisted Minds, I mean, once again, being successful on the basement. It's the only bomb site that they've won. So it gets them the 2 rounds, but I think for G2, they know they don't have to play that basement going into the next round. I think that's a bonus for G2. They can't go back here again.
Yep, they've sort of got themselves, you know, a site that's going away from them. And in some ways, you kind of look at that and go, yeah, okay, fine. Like, if you want the 4-2 split, fine. We can work with that. We can work against that. All of that can be put together and pulled away from us. We don't really care, because as soon as we get on towards that other site, we'll sort of dictate the fact that this is our map. And I guess it's still the pressure on. But it's not that the rounds have been, you know, a million miles away, right? There's the G2 round, which came down to the 1 versus 2, technically, from the side of Benja. This could be a score flip the other way around. Twisted Minds, they're not sort of curtailing their playstyle. They're instead trying to breathe more life in towards it.
Yeah.
They are missing Dove and Jalad to sort of start putting bodies down. They're not always the sort of driving factor, but then you look at the spread of what's going on from the side of G2, and, well, they're a team that often has 5 guns firing on their good days, and you don't really want to not be able to sort of catch up with that.
Well, we go in towards this mid floor. Remember I said last time that G2 were here. It just felt too easy for them. You know, they were able to use the shield really successfully, so I'm a little bit shocked why they've kind of switched off that Blackbeard that Doki had a lot of control on. Instead, it is going to be the Blitz on his trusted conductor being Alamau. Again, very proficient on the shields, as we know. So we'll see where the Blitz kind of wants to go, and it just kind of feels as though G2, it's going to be a full top floor assault. They're going to really try and root out these roamers and take that vertical control.
Well, here's the attempt to drive all the way through. You can see they're just trying to see if, you know, there's anyone on the other side of it, but Twisted Minds. Well, here's the fight. There's one! There's 2! Alamau! Revenge for being the opening death the previous round. Wants to try and catch up for lost kills. Now, P9 gone, Trixed gone as well. They have the vertical control, but Hashom, he's tempted by a little bit of sneaky action on green stairs. He's held this position before, but when you've got a shield round the corner and that's what you're about to find, there's the activation and there's the assassination. 3 for Alamau. Shalad is suffering elsewhere. He's doing his best to fight his way through, but Doki had it on watch, and this is what I mean. All of them are happy to find the fights, and I said we wanted to see a little bit more from Dove this time round. It will not be the case.
Oh, it was even easier, wasn't it? Well, that Bunk's attack. I mean, all credit to Mr. Carl. Big pop-off round for him. Usually, I would say is the kind of brunt of the joke, but he's done good.
I'm sorry. Demo. Mayday. We have to throw it back to our desk.
All right, thank you. All files for G2 with this first half so far. I mean, it's all down to a player that we see at the top of the scoreboard so far. Benja is having some incredible pop-up moments.
Yeah, he really has. Benja's been spectacular through the first half. I think he plays a role that's still a little bit supportive in nature at times. Plays a lot of the cut-off, a lot of the vertical lines of sight in terms of his role on G2. But he's picked up a lot of kills, including a huge 1 versus 2 as well. So I think G2 can attribute a lot of their round success to him so far.
Yeah, I think the main important thing is, you know, he's playing a role that means either he has impact, either he doesn't. He can seem a bit of a baiter when the way he plays. You know, he plays as a lurk, so either he has information and brings that to the table, either he brings kills. But the most important thing is that when he did that, and you said it best, it's half between the round, right? It's the most important kills, because those are the kills that will shift the balance at the last moment. Towards the end of the round, they will be in a mad advantage, or he will clutch it back. Based off his performance, and that's really what's made the difference for G2 so far.
And it's worth noting actually that G2 are up against a really tricky player and potentially a tricky playstyle, but the only player that seems to be having that aggressive playstyle so far for Twisted Minds is Hasham as well, because he has been that usual annoying self, that player that you don't really necessarily want to play against. He's been aggressive, he's been prone in the weird and wonderful positions inside of the smoke, floating up to the bathroom window here, just flumping away, getting those kills, being a real thorn in the side of G2. And yes, they've managed to shut down everybody, but Shom is a tricky operator. He can have big impacts. We saw P9 also have a big impact round where it's just a little bit unpredictable. If Hasham manages to have some more unpredictable rounds, he could be a threat to G2.
What's interesting is the dynamic inside the team, right? Because if you look at most of the rounds, what happens is Hasham is left alone on the vigil, on the scope post, on a really weird position where he needs to get aggressive, he needs to be annoying, he needs to basically create disturbance for the side of G2, and then the rest of the team just plays backside. They peel off and peel off and peel off, like P9. For example, P9 on that round, he's playing the anchor with the smoke, but all of this time has been burned on the other side by Hasham. So we're going to see now if switching to attacks is Twisted Mind keeping that playstyle, that aggression, that unpredictability, the chaos, or are they reverting back to a slow-paced attack, which I think will be their biggest downfall against a team like G2.
Ooh, well, they don't have the Monty and the Deimos at least to their disposal.
Yeah, no Monty, no Deimos. That, you know, it indicates a little bit of fast pace, forcing some team play around. They have got rid of the Cade and the Bandit. Are you not a fan? Is that what you're grimacing at, Leo?
Yeah, because then they will play Azami, then they will play Mira, then they will play
again, it's the same old. The early round should be good, the walls breaching should be good, but they're going to play into a lot of G2 utility. That being said, G2 are not always known to be the most disciplined behind that utility, so they will find some opportunity.
All right, let's see how Twisted Minds deal with these issues on their attacking half.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And we're back. Damn it. I think Anne should interrupt them how I interrupt you. She needs to be more callous.
Nah, it's all right.
What if she just threw something at them?
Just, look, take my advice. Don't try and argue with Anne, right? Not really that one.
Lie.
Just don't do it.
Well, okay. How about this? Production, I think, really big clock behind them during the halftime break that plays a sort of ominous song that gets closer and closer. Oh, I'm thinking of Countdown again.
You're thinking of Countdown. I was going to say,
Countdown again.
You've named the show.
I'm thinking of Countdown again. Scratch that. We're back in 4-2 G2. Double electric ban here, and what are your thoughts? Where's your head at? Do you remember what you're talking about?
I was just trying to say, you know, well done to Carl, because sometimes he doesn't get enough love that I think he deserves. You know? That's actually quite good. I think Doki put a tweet saying something about, you know, Carl did really well in scrims today. He dropped the 6 bomb. Something like that. This kind of caught me by surprise. So they're very harsh on him, so I always like it whenever he has a very good round, and certainly did that with a blitz. And yeah, 4-2, half for G2. This looking good. I mean, the bans here, I don't really think are surprising. I mean, G2 going with electrification bans, pretty standard a map like Lair. whenever you kind of look at the getting in towards that top floor, you know, it can be a bit of a nightmare for teams if you have to try and go through the kind of premise of having the deal with a bandit trick, having the deal with a Cade trick. Oh no, Benja. He's tried the hash home cosplay and it hasn't worked out for him.
No, it takes a lot of skill to be able to pull off those sort of plays, and, well, Benja has it, but he doesn't have it this round. There's the catch on an aggressive as army. Checo's just going to sort of slip the way out there. And also get the reinforce down as well. You can hear them smashing it. He peels it back. Now is the drive across. Here's a bit more attention being paid towards it. It's a quick land grab, but look, they're actually able to hold on to their utility there, pull the shield back and get it redeployed.
Yeah, it's not bad for Doki. Keep the util, place it down again. I mean, obviously that Tachanka and the smoke's going to be the wink on here for G2. It's about using that time denial. So time is always going to be up against Twisted Minds here. And they still need to try and make headway in towards Mez. They've got Stompin to deal with, who is there with the shotgun. And Alamau, I mean, the wink-on I talked about is the Tachanka and the smoke, and Alamau goes wandering and gets punished. Doki able to get one kill. Here comes the blitz from Dov. Charging straight in, looking for Stompin, but he says, not today, Blitz. Not today. Shotgun, maybe another. No, just has that fadeaway shot. Here comes Doki with the support. Great synergy from Stompin and Doki. And Twisted Minds, they had the lead, 5-4, and now they're down a man at 3-2.
At this point now, how can they try and sort of capitulate the force? They've got the blind and they actually catch the player. Brilliant bait and cut, and well, unfortunately it doesn't last too long. P9, a 1 versus 2. Only Shaiko and Stompin to get through. How hard can it be? I think we're about to find out. 15 seconds and they've got themselves pings either way. And there it is. Oh, does get the header Stompin, gets himself a third for the round, and is going to try and bait the plant. Shaiko has to drive himself forward. He's off, and he's back round 3 seconds, and well, played very well there by Shaiko. Pre-fire, okay, almost. There was a moment, Demo.
I mean, the pocket shields still stayed up, and yeah, just gives them a bit of cover. But I mean, for G2, look, it was questionable in some parts of the round. I mean, we're looking at Alamau there. But really good synergy, I think, from Doki and Stompin, wasn't it, to really stop that push coming in through bathroom hallway. But yeah, just for Twisted Minds, again, the time just maybe got the better of them that time around. I mean, this was it. I was just so surprised. It was actually a 5v3. And somehow G2 have been able to pull it back, but this was lovely, I think, from Stompin and Doki. Like you said, almost. But still, round win is a round win for G2. It has been scrappy at points, like no doubt about it. It has been a fairly scrappy game, and maybe the scoreline doesn't show how maybe close the rounds have been. And some points for G2 are maybe looking, thinking, we just about got away with that. It's a good thing you had that free K.
10 seconds left.
So it is certainly a close affair. But that is the top floor locked out, and where do we go? Straight into the basement for G2.
Barricade up.
5-2. It gets wider and wider here, and the pressure's sort of on for the side of Twisted Minds. And we've obviously seen some very strong historical performances here. We talked about Lair, and obviously G2 handing it 7-0 against FaZe and 7-4 against M80. And Twisted Minds in the same breath lost 2-7 against Falcons. It's kind of going that way, right? We're sort of getting that taste of this map. We're seeing why G2 is so good at the problem solving. And yes, there is these very close rounds. There is these very, very close moments over and over again. But maybe the brilliance is the fact that they can try and bring these ones back together, right? We've had, what, 3 different players from the side of G2 get at least 3K. We've had 2 1 vs X clutches from their team. And now we've had another opening kill their favor. They just seem to always have an extra little trick that can't be predicted. Stompin has gone down elsewhere. Oh, and we'll get caught out by a frag grenade. Oh, in fact, no. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, look at Shaiko's been able to pick off the ace. So getting open that main kind of single wall breach that we would see in the horizontal takes is not going to be a possibility here for Twisted Minds. So they're going to have to try and go into, again, those kind of bottlenecks that we see on this bomb site in towards those 2 doorways. But it just feels like, again, the timer, I mean, there's half the round gone, and really, what have Twisted Minds got to show for it? They've got their way in towards warehouse, and that's really it. Not much else. I don't really think they have options of going in towards the kind of mid-floor vertical take, and G2 have responded with 2 kills now. It's down to Gelada Tricks, and oh well, there's the Glaz able to pick up 1. Down goes Alamau, but still low fluke. I mean, a minute or so left, and oh my word, Gelada's just gonna go for the drop. He's in the bomb site.
Oh, Tricks isn't anymore. Oh, neither is Gelad. Yeah, that sort of peeled itself away.
Yep.
And, well, 6-2. 6-2. How is this going to shape its way up now as you sort of start looking towards border, and at what point do they go, right, mental's a bit sort of pushed to a side? Do we just sort of look at the aspect? They've been able to get 2 defense rounds throughout this map, but remember, they were both on the same site. So even if they win this next one, you might find yourself suddenly in this horrible pattern where they're only winning 1 site either side. And from now on, for 4 rounds, they got to be perfect.
Wall fortified.
Bomb located by attackers.
A lot of pressure for Twisted Minds there. Have to be perfect.
Deployed. We have
I mean, for G2, it has been kind of cruise control, hasn't it, the past couple of rounds now? That's 3 in a row. And they sit in pretty good stead to take this map in very convincing fashion as well. I mean, we always knew for Twisted Minds that it was going to be a tough matchup for them. I mean, this G2 side have hit the ground running, which is what they wanted, it's what they needed. You know, for a G2 side who we always say, okay, what's this year going to be for G2? You know, you think about how many players have came through the door of this organization.
camera feed up
And you know, they've only had, you know, just the 1 trophy between the old Penta G2 roster to obviously what we know with Alamau and Doki today. And it's been a long time. Been a long time.
Yeah, memories.
I mean, that's what, 3 years since they won that invite? You know, that's... Time is moving.
But it's also, I guess it's sort of worth saying, I think, SI 2025, because of the sort of changes in the league and the structure and how things came together, was the last time that we had a MENA player roster at sort of tier 1 circuit major, obviously ENC or EWC or whatever last year, but within the realms of the majors and SIs and such. And it was obviously, you know, this roster, and there's this element of wanting to fight the way back in, whereas G2, they're always consistent regardless of the fact of whether that was their last great triumph. They're still a team of consistent performance and triumph, and well, not this round for Doki at least. He's gone, early first body. Can Twisted Minds bring this one to an end, or will we have, as I've said before, our 3rd clutch round for a G2 player? Place your bets now.
Do not bet on Doki. I don't think it'll be him.
No, that would be outside odds.
You bet on the horse with a broken leg in that case, haven't you? It's not following no race. Oh, where? He came from Alamau, went for the jump out, or the run out, whatever it was. Don't tell me that was in front of Gelad. I think it was. Was it? I don't know. He's got the kill. Anyway, it's a 1-for-1 trade, so still Twisted Minds able to have the advantage. But a minute remaining, and Twisted Minds have to start thinking about maybe looking at getting the aggression on towards this top floor, and oh, stopping that's a bad challenge. He was ready for the blitz, but not expecting P9 to be with him. So now that lead is doubled now in the man count. G2, Strike 1 Benja, the 2 new pickups, have to try and go for the clutch. Benja misses out on that C4, gonna try and go aggressive and able to pick up Hashom. Big old kill for Benja. Look at him going straight away to rotate and maybe looking for a flank.
Well, they've got the shield, they know the pressure they need to apply, and almost a good one too, but they drop the hatch as well, P9. Perfect place, there's a fight on green to lock it in, and Twisted Minds, they get 1. But, as I said at the start of the round, it's not a matter of being able to take the tertiary. It's not a matter of being able to have 1 in your books. You have to do a perfect rotation of all of the sites, including the 2 that you've lost. So from this point onwards, it's got to be more of a lock-in. And obviously, as I sort of said, you know, you're still looking at the spread, and you're still unfortunately missing a good chunk here of Twisted Minds. Whether it's just the map, whether it's just the opponents, whether it's just a bit of a false start, Now is the time to have that sort of superhero third act and show up and remind people what you can do.
There it is, the jump out.
What was... Like, was he just trusting no one was
just
on that half of the map?
I mean, it is odd, though. I mean, yes, he gets the one, but he's out there. Is he really going to be able to get back into the building? You know, that's the thing, is it? You know, yes, you're going to get a kill, but you're probably going to die. And also, I think, don't forget what operator was. He was the smoke.
Yep. So, you know when you were like, oh, I like it when Carl's having a good map?
Yep.
Would you add that?
Oh, he's got 7 bomb. Put some respect.
He does.
Please.
Yeah. He got his 1, right? Like, I'm not...
He's done better in scrims according to Doki.
Yeah, he's technically like, you know, that's a good cost round for him.
I mean, everyone from G2 it's pretty tight gripping, isn't it? Based on kills. I mean, nobody's really out in front. It's everyone's stepping up, and that's what you want, isn't it? I think. For a side of G2, you just don't want to be sat there and maybe Ben just got 18 kills, and then maybe the next map, then it's Shaika with 20. I mean, they wouldn't complain about that, but still, I think for the viewer, we want to see everyone step up and have a good performance.
Oh, 100%. And I think that's sort of the point that I'm making about, you know, how this is playing in versus Twisted Minds and versus the sort of setup of these two teams, because you're getting these big performances, and you know, Shaika and Stompin, 2 of the best rated players in the whole league. Benja, not that far behind. Doki, not that far behind. The only one under an 100 EPS at the start of today was Alamau. Whereas on the other side, when you're looking towards Twisted Minds and the sort of performance that they've been putting in, well, it's actually a similar sort of story. Trix, P9, Jalad, and Hashom, all of them were over 100 EPS coming into this. Dove was the only one who was below, but again, 86, not a million miles off, so playing a support role. It sort of tracks. Here, unfortunately, those missing links are just sort of showing a bit more, and it proves when you have a team that is as sort of agile and as violent as both these two rosters can be, well, it doesn't quite have the same results. Here, see if they can try and drive some of the pressure in. Got themselves the watch across the top and no immediate fight.
Hang on a minute. What happened? Because he's obviously on Thermite, but he has none remaining, so he can't open up the site breach.
So external breach, yeah, that's what we guessed. But I mean, it wouldn't have got tricked off, but unless it got
how have another one been wasted? I'm a bit
on the roof that we saw Brede try and breach earlier, maybe.
Why would he use 2 in the... What do you mean he used 2 in the same wall? Hello? Why would he use 2 in the same wall? What happened? I don't even know.
Who told you that? Our observer?
Our observer.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Well,
that's a weird one. I don't know.
Do you know what they're hearing right now? VAR, put it up. They're hearing there's one. They've got the push on towards Doki. They need to try and double down. They have the ping on the player, but it's a shotgun and a close corners. This turns into a game of reactions and Alamaus. Oh, not quite quick enough, but Stompin. He's always sharp. Pops out, gets one. Look at the second Stompin. Beheads a man. And now as Dov goes for the fight back in, it's a 2 versus 2. There's a 2 versus 1 all down to the man who got his first kill this round and 20 seconds to find 2 more. And he's almost caught out by a Razor Bloom. He'll be slowed, he'll be bloody, and he'll be limping probably to the finish. No kit, they've got the cross peak as well. At this point, he can't even get close enough for this first engagement, and well, that is all they wrote. Strong G2 map, strong opening for them, but this was obviously their pick. And it was the start of how this goes, Demo.
Yeah, good all-round team performance for G2. For Twisted Minds, yes, it wasn't their map, but you have gave a lot of momentum now over towards G2, who are going to be feeling pretty good after a very convincing win.
Convincing is sort of the underlined word here, followed by full stop. We are going to a break.
Attackers drop that.
Well played, Steph. Thank you, boys.
G2 are one map away from booking their ticket to the Salt Lake City Major. That's why they're singing their happy songs, I guess we could see coming out of that.
You think he was singing?
Attempting to, probably.
I don't know. I was thinking of another verb.
Gold star for trying.
Do you know what? Do you know what? I tell you what, vibes are a massive part of Siege, and G2 have very clearly got the vibes. Their mental's up, their mental's high. They won the game. What's more? What's not to love?
I'll just say that Doki scams are very often sus. That's all I will say.
Okay,
but the vibe should be high, right? Because they got step one done in this process here. They win their own map pick, they win the first map. That's the most important part, right? And the way they do it as well, I feel like that is what we need to speak about. It's clean, it's dominant.
I would say it's somewhat convincing. I don't think it's dominance. I think that many of the rounds come back to a 2v2, to a 3v3. Look at the amount of rounds where actually Twisted Minds are making this close, right? And it's on the back of the double kill here on Stompin on the very last round that they're actually making it. Because if he doesn't get that double kill, I actually think that Twisted Minds have all the control they need to take the bomb site. The main thing is Benja brought them multiple rounds, Stompin on the back line brought them multiple rounds, and Shaco as well. But isn't it the strength of G2 to win the critical gunfights?
That's exactly what I was about to come back at you with. You know, we're talking boxing here, Leo. Is they know that sometimes they're going to let rounds slip, but they know when they do, they've got Stompin. They've got Benja, they've got Doki. They've even got Alamo who's jumping out windows on smoke making plays.
Getting a triple kill with Blitz as well.
I need to get a triple kill with Blitz as well. So, yeah, they've got the players to bring those rounds back. That's exactly what we'd expect.
The main thing to me is that it is exactly the right play style to go into border. You see, you like the gesture, right? Yeah. Hey.
Still on my point there.
What a transition.
No, I was going to talk about that. I mean, we've seen crazy stuff already on Lair, players jumping out, a whole shebang. I feel like border even fits in that playstyle way more. And we can hopefully see even more aggression, more crazy plays, more chaos on the second map after this break. The pressure is on the shoulders of the Twisted Minds players as we look at them going into this matchup. Now, my main question is, do we see enough Twisted Minds of the Twisted Minds players?
No, and I mean, the basic explanation is that so far we see Hashom play the aggressive role. We see Hashom on the Vigil, on the Scopos, trying to play aggressive, maybe on the Blitz sometimes. Main problem to me is, where's Trix at this moment? You know, where's J-Lad? Where are the other players that are supposed to be aggressive at the same time?
Yeah.
We're gonna go on to border. This is a TDM map.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds are not the heavy favorite in this matchup, Jack. They're not expected to be G2. They're 2 maps away from the Salt Lake City Major. Let's take risk. They're still in the upper bracket. So let's get all on aggressive.
I'd like to take you back just a few days ago when Twisted Minds were in map 2 of their game against Fnatic. What were they doing? They were getting aggressive. They were beating Twisted Minds. They picked this map very, very clearly. Border is an aggressive map. They want to play it aggressively. If they don't, if they just lay down and falter, then they won't be going to Salt Lake City, at least today. So we need to see that coming out from everybody around Hashan.
Well, we will attempt to board the helicopter and in G2's case, maybe even all the way to Salt Lake City if they win map 2.
Map 2, make or break. Both their sort of route through and probably some hearts, but obviously, if this goes the way that you all think it's going to go, well, 86% of you still got 14% standard strong. Heck yeah. It's not over for Twisted Minds. They'll have another shot, another swing, and another chance to make it happen. But G2, they're one map from securing their place at yet another international event.
Yeah, and I think G2 are going to be feeling pretty confident after a good showing on Lair. 7-3 is always pretty convincing in my books. So it is over to the side of Twisted Minds to win this map and push us into map number 3. But I think for G2 on border, they'll be confident on this map, have enough to play it. And as long as I think G2 could just read into the playstyle of Twisted Minds, which is kind of expect the unexpected, then you would expect that G2 should have enough firepower to get them over the line. And everyone was showing up, everyone was gunning for this G2 side, which is great to see.
So, what will be the story here for Twisted Minds? Will they be able to get themselves all fully sort of firing with every single gun, as we sort of had an idea of what was missing? Or will this go as it did on the first map? Sort of quick as you like, locked in. 7-3 performance. Border itself, obviously, as was pointed out by the desk, it is TDM, it is aggressive, it's quick, it's violent, and it covers pretty much all the bases at the same time. You need to be able to get yourself in and have some of that sort of even footing and even balance here. And it's also the fact, as we said, obviously, we haven't really seen it from Twisted Minds in Tier 1. In the meantime, pretty nice map for G2. A couple of months ago, they took FaZe Clan to it, 1-7-5. D plus Kia, 7-1. It's just a map that they are happy to sort of bask in, and they're kind of rooting themselves forward. No. Already getting some stress outside. Back in around, but Hashom opens up.
Well, Stompin takes a peek at the main door, and well, there's Hashom to punish him. And that's good for Twisted Minds, having that opening pick. See if they can follow up and have the opening round on their side. A Goyo canister too. It's been spotted out. And there we go, it will be pot 2. So just slow and steady at the moment here for Twisted Minds, and oh no, Benja goes for a swing, tries to get a kill back, and well, Gillette is there to punish him. G2, a bad start as they are down 2 men within the first minute.
Now the pressure starts to come over. They're looking to see if they can try and pinch this out. As you said, 2 men down, and now we'll get that test of it. It's been a really nice procedural approach. The Glaz will hope that they can get another gift, and it's a fight either side of the narrow door, but they use that time to slip away. They maybe heard the throw come through, and there goes Shaiko, gets one back and escapes. And where's he off to? Maybe he wants to try and find Hashom, who's been causing problems down below. And well, that's exactly it. He knows the fight is coming. They're trying to just get out of there, but Shaiko cuts him down, gets caught by bees. Will they try and move on the back of this? Too much danger. Gillette survives, but at the cost of a lot of blood, and now a 3 versus 3 demo.
Yeah, this is scary now for Twisted Minds, and they have the Glaz and the Blackbeard. Oh, both they go. Both of them at the exact same time fall, and somehow G2 have turned the 3v5 into a 3v1.
I mean, just pitch and pinch perfect, and what else can you sort of say? Doki gets the last. What a sort of mental and momentum builder, right? As the opener for G2, immediate back foot. Uh-oh, 2 bodies taken very cleanly. Long period of time before the next, and somehow, I say like somehow, how did they bite back? Shaiko gets a 2K, roams this way around. Like, it's not.
Yeah.
You don't need to be a rocket scientist to be like, Shaiko's good at Siege? He can do that?
It went from a 5v3 after the first minute to then a 0v3 after the second minute. You know, it was certainly a round which just fell away from Twisted Minds. And I think for Twisted Minds, it was you're allowing Shaiko to go and get single picks and not be able to trade them back. I mean, obviously the kill onto Hashom downstairs, this kill right here was a perfect example. You've let him go down and find a pick to get his team back into the game, and nobody's with Hashom. Nobody's there to get that trade back.
Attackers.
Well, at this point, G2 off to at least a first round. As you said, you sort of look at the trade setup, you sort of look at the situations, and you look at the people that are firing, and you know, it's that worried continuation as it was before. Hashom and Jalad were able to get kills apiece, obviously, but really they were 2 of the 3 that were able to make it land on the previous map. It's the extra wiggle room we need from them.
So Twisted Minds going to be stunned by that first round that, you know, they had that 2-man advantage and let it slip through their fingers. That will be the top floor locked out, so downstairs we go and into our vent and workshop hold here from G2, and it looks to be a pretty heavy top floor hold, which I mean is kind of expected whenever you're dealing with a bomb site that has full vertical play that the defenders of course can abuse to stop attackers from planting inside of it. It is going to be the way to defend this bomb site. Even Alamau and the Solus, just in case a quick plant was to come in, you still have that cover, so nothing surprising here for G2. I mean, for Twisted Minds, looks to be that they're going to try and use that blitz as the main focal point, and straight in we go. And this should be an easy pickup. It will be for the blitz gets one, but is swiftly traded back. Actually not finished off though, so there is an opportunity that maybe Trix could get leveled back up. Never mind, Alamau is there with the impact. Dov though able to take down Shaiko, who was a big problem for Twisted Minds in that last round. So a good start for Twisted Minds. They've lost the blitz, but they have been able to get 2 kills from it.
Well, they had an advantage before demo, and well, we saw how that went. Swinging their way out, and oh, good take. Hashom just fires and hammers home on towards Alamau, puts it into the 4 versus 2. Benjer and Stompin. Neither has been able to get a kill in that opening round. They were the first 2 bodies gone, caught out. Now they're going to see if they can try and match the heroics as done just before. In the meantime, we can hear the reveal, we can hear the pressure, and we can see that Dove's been able to get a kill. This sort of opening setup gets himself in a little bit further on, and already matching a performance as he had the previous entire map. But it's actually this attempted fight being pinched out. Stompin has to go somewhere, and Benjer actually gets on towards 1, and there's 2! He was entirely surrounded, and he said, good, I have options. Jalad does get the end of him, he's inside the site. They seem to have a reveal. They're going for the plant itself. He expects to be swung, but nobody's currently home instead. Missed an opportunity there based on expectation, and now is a bit of a tricky retake. He sort of baited the sound of the audio of the beepers. He's hopping back and forth. He's trying to find an option, but just many missed buses at this point. 25 seconds. He knows they're going to pull themselves further and further back. He's expecting to be swung from behind him. The other position isn't really going to get to him in time. Instead, it goes vertical. Brilliantly played there by Twisted Minds. Just swing around, put a couple of bullets out, give them some pressure, and give themselves this a round back. 1 apiece.
Yeah, really good post plant there from Twisted Minds. Very safe. Good plant position, good rotate as well, I felt, from Jalad, moving his way in towards Tellers. Knows that if the kit is going to start being diffused, he has an easy swing as the head holes were opened up. So yeah, Twisted Minds did well to hold on to that one, even though there was a little bit of a blip there. Benja with an outrageous 2-piece. But still, Twisted Minds get their first round on the board on border. I think for G2, just losing men early on, even though they were able to take that blitz. But I think for Twisted Minds, you can kind of see the idea. It's using the operators that you kind of expect to see on border. You're looking at the Grim, you're looking at the Dokkaebi. Nomad's going to be there to cover off the flanks. You know, they've got that recurring theme. Also a shield. They've always had a shield in the previous 2 rounds. So obviously for G2, they should kind of expect that game plan. I think G2 maybe they lean into maybe more traps. You know, if a shield is going to be consistently used, if they're going to use operators like Dokkaebi, where they're looking for these kind of crouch walks in, using the sound, Traps is a really good way to go against that.
Attackers must locate and defuse the
And
bomb.
hey, look, the foreign comes back in again.
Attackers bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers recover
I mean,
the
it works
diffuser.
for the shield and maybe the flank as well. Who knows?
I do, you know, okay, there's like 2 maps where I'm sort of excited to see an RX. It's this and it's Bank.
I was going to say, I bet you're going to say bank.
Yeah.
Because that's always the basement, isn't it? Jump up the hatch. Yeah.
Always. You can go from the bottom to the top within like 5 seconds. It's beautiful. And here as well, just the space that you can play around with, getting in, getting out, getting yourself around. It's just great. But it doesn't always mean it happens. Like, you know, it's a rare treat. That's the reveal of the position of the player, but doesn't want to shoot out the barricade because he doesn't want to give away his position until more support comes. You can see them setting up on towards the side of Passport. And another drone. He's not quite sure where he's being watched from, but he is being watched. How long can he keep himself alive? You can see Shaiko's offering some support, so they can't quite enter their way in towards East Stairs. Instead, they're off and underneath, and, well, Benja might still be on a drone. There's one more. How much utility can one Benja eat? Seems to be the read-through. He's still got 2 pocket proxies, just in case. There's that drone finally caught out. And now, as Shaiko gets targeted, it's been a lot of setup and prep-up time. Still needs to try and implement for the first kill on towards it.
Yeah, I think that Benja just... He doesn't know he's being watched, but that's the man that...
That's a
really Twisted Minds. Yeah, Twisted Minds just making sure they can lock down Benja as best as they can. Gonna miss the C4, in goes the nade, and Alamo, though, able to open things up, and Benja exposed himself to Jalad just walking in through Wayne. Anywhere near for the trade doesn't look to be, as their players are in towards Catwalk, and nade will just tag up Alamo, but he doesn't know which way to look. He doesn't know where this player is. Shaiko, though, able to take down Trix, another player in towards East. Hasham also finding one, but Jalad goes up the stairs, and Alamo somehow pulls off with a kill. Dov now with a trade, but Stoppin's there. What a trade game from G2, and Hasham is in the middle of the bomb site, but he doesn't have the kit, and Stompin will put an end to him from the Virts. Wow, weird round, I think, from both sides. All of the fighting in towards Waiting and in towards East, but it's G2 who come away with it.
Yeah, they just, as he said it, like sort of halfway through that great trade game there from G2. But the positions from G2 are also a bit peculiar at points, right? And I think, you know, go on. You've inhaled.
I was going to say, they're in positions that should be punished by Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
Like playing in towards Catwalk and stuff. You know, you need to take your East control if you want to go Waiting. But then again, is a case where, you know, we see, you know, Secret, whenever they had Doom, remember Invite, playing that Doom position in towards East, really difficult if someone knows how to play it well. So maybe that's the case for it. I don't know. I just felt as though they crouch walked into the map very early on, trying to flood in through customs, and they were hoping to find some picks, but G2 never gave them any.
I mean, so much sort of dedication, obviously, on towards Benja below as well. We could see them encircling that position from outside for a long time. How long were they prepped up ready on that double door before wanting to try and swing their way across the cup? What support were they waiting for? And almost the caution of approach. Yeah, they got the kill at the end. Yeah, it came down to a trade game, but it was one that G2 still had time to build surprises into. And surprises are what sort of get you, as point proven.
Barricade set.
Anyway, traded rounds still. It's still the option for Twisted Minds to keep fighting their way back in. I think production's out to get me right now. They're not really.
What's that?
I love production. Because, you know, we made the joke, or I made the joke. I'm taking full responsibility. I'll stink on my own ship about them being spoiled and having popcorn.
Yeah.
However, they've just put a message in the production chat. There's cheesecake in the kitchen. I'm kicking off. Production, I'm kicking off. If you're not too busy eating cheesecake, I'm kicking off. Where's my cheesecake? I love cheesecake. In both cheese and cake and cheesecake form.
Well,
great use of a Twitch drone.
Yeah, I was going to say, while you're ranting about cheesecake, that is a great little pick there from Trix and the Twitch drone, able to get that mirror window as soon as it was placed. Right place, right time for the drone. Benja had that very strong mirror window that you place in towards 90. You just kind of control that break room door. Well, not going to have that now. I mean, this seems very classic here from Twisted Minds. They're going to go for the smoke play. It goes to Blitz. They have the Thatcher in case the C4 does get leashed, and Jalad is going to go for the plant. However, not great from a post-plant position, though. Unless he's planted right at the window, which I don't... Oh, actually, he has. He's planted right at the window, so it is a really good post plant that you can hold from that window. But look at this retake, though, from G2. They found 3 kills. And now it's up to Hasham and P9. Hasham's used all of his util, though, so he can't really deny it with a firebolt.
So they're going to see if they can pop their way out, but, you know, how much of it is an active Claymore? Where's the danger? Where's the threat? Well, there's the Claymore. Talked about it's a 3 versus nobody, though, because they can just win it by fighting their way back outside the building. Traded rounds no more, says G2. 3-1, they get themselves here on towards their defense of border. And still, room to play.
G2, a great retake. I mean, that's that old Archives rush that you always have to be ready for. And, well, for G2, I wouldn't say they put a massive amount of util towards it, but still able to make the retake. They don't mind that diffuser going down. They were very calculated and ready to go for the jump outs. But for Twisted Minds, it's not what they wanted. And they are going to go for the timeout. I mean, obviously, they've seen something that they're not happy with. And they're going to go for the call and see if they can try and turn this around, because at the moment it is very slowly hurling towards a G2 series win. And then G2, they will be joining Virtus.pro in going to the States.
And that's it. And there's the conversation done. Now, we've obviously had a couple of games earlier where, you know, early tack timeouts, early sort of conversations in the game itself, but can't let them build more and more momentum, right? You can't let that distance get wider. What was the main sort of thing we talked about and the desk talked about, because sometimes we all work together, was missing parts of the roster. And I know I've been harping on it, but the longer this goes on, you look at the balance spread on the side of G2, you look at the spread on Twisted Minds, it's just unfortunately not quite clicking for them. And yeah, it's a game of 2 halves, everybody, I'm aware, but it was the same for both halves in the first map, and you don't want it to be 3 halves in a row, because then you'll get to the 4th and feel like it's an impossible task to change what is otherwise ahead of you. 3-1. Still chance for them to try and get this evened up. Still chance for them to try and balance this back in. Obviously, the site that they were able to make work was this one. Ended up in the 2 versus 1 situation, but getting in, getting the kit, the post plant, was very well put together from the sides of Twisted Minds.
Well, Twisted Minds need to try and find something. I think for G2, again, it's that spread of kills I'm interested in. It's that team performance. Whereas for Twisted Minds, you still have got those stragglers. I mean, Dove, in terms of the series, it's not been a good day for him. Overall, he's 2-13 across the 2 maps, and you look at everyone on G2 above 11 kills between the 2 maps. So that kind of sums it up. Everyone from G2 having a good day, whereas all it takes is just that little bit of disproportion in the kill department. And this is what can happen. Asham has certainly been the kill leader for Twisted Minds. Is going to see if he can open up that opening pick. Is this Soulless? Oh, wow. How does he do that? Asham should have had him dead to rights. Alamau wins the engagement. And even look at Dove. Oh, look at his HP. They're not going to be of much use now, as a low HP Blitz is certainly a sad affair to have. Now for Twisted Minds, it looks as though maybe the team play just went out the window on Alamau.
Out the window, you were saying?
Well, there's 2 things out the window. The team play for Twisted Minds and also Alamau. Yeah, Dov, look at his HP now, even worse. A goo mine will finish him off.
Okay, at this point now, this is the time for them to see if they can try and find that extra spark. We talked about how momentum could be a big thing, and you know, that opening round, right? It was a 5 versus 3 that G2 were able to pull back in towards their favor from the deficit. There's always the possibility in this game that it can happen the other way around, but it requires them to, as you said, get this trade game, get it locked down, and Shaiko tucks around on the radio corner. Isn't going to swing out. There's somebody propped up on the left. I believe it's Stompin. It is no longer Stompin. And they're working. They're just sort of slowly, piece by piece, driving themselves forward. And oh, there's the catch and reveal. Now the double swing, and now a 4 versus nobody. Another round in towards G2's favor, and they are excited to see the wonders of Salt Lake City.
Yeah, pretty standard here from G2. Just getting the job done. So all they need to do is get themselves onto the international stage. I mean, Shaiko's played Legion every single round. I mean, just that operator, not only does Shaiko, you know, love a Legion, but it adds so much value against a side like Twisted Minds and also on a map like Border. You know, the value he's getting from the goo mines is really important. You look at that goo mine that hit the glass, an easy pre-fire then for him. I mean, really at this point, whenever Alamau got that kill and then the second, that was the round, wasn't it? Done and dusted at that point.
I think, yeah.
Bit of an overkill there from Alamau to impact him, but still.
It's
It's like tree, mate.
He's having a good day. Carl's having a good day.
It is, yeah.
7-1. I mean, he's having a great second map. He was having a good first map to the point we commented on it, even when he jumped out the building and he got his one. Here, that confidence has sort of grown and grown and exploded. And that's sort of the idea, right? Is let's not be shy. Let's not be subtle. Let's be big, bold, brash, and bloody hell, they're doing it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, across 15 rounds so far of Siege, we've got Stompin, who is 11-10 in the series. Doki is 12-10. Benja is 14-8. Alamau is 14-8. And Shaiko is 14-8. It's a free of a kind.
Dude, what's that worth? I'm not very good at card games.
Well, that'll beat your 2-pair. That'll beat a
my 2-pair
and a 2-pair.
My 2-pair of Hashom and Jalad currently, because
it gets beat by a straight and anything up above that.
That's a shame. 4-1. Twisted Minds. Can they try and match what they pulled and sort of peeled together here? There's the opener. That's that first body in towards their favor. The first time they've had that since the second round. It's been a bit of a gap for a few rounds, and there's the second. Okay. They found a bit of a spark. Shaiko pops on towards one, and well, the other guys are in a bit of a scrappy fight, but he's able to escape. That's the important part, and well, he doesn't want to leave just quite yet. In fact, support is coming up the stairs. Stompin is going to double up now. All of this is being pinged by the snake from outside, but it doesn't matter! All the information in the world, but it doesn't mean that you can make it sing the way Shaiko does. Too many options. P9 goes down, as does pretty much everybody else. Benja, all that's left alone. Alive! Great play with the shield. They get them. He's off.
What?
Oh, wait. Oh, he's off to go and listen to our wonderful desk at halftime.
What a final round we just witnessed. And
Where's he going?
Yep, and then just Somas just sent it off immediately after that round. What did first half in general do? I mean, we're going to have to praise some players over on the side of G2. We heard the casters do it too, but this is a very balanced performance by them.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what we expected from the momentum coming back from Lair into Border.
Yep.
We see the same aggression. We see the same team play on the side of G2. Whenever they fight against an entry point, they do it together. They use trap operators as much as possible. When they're in the 3v3 like this, Shaiko goes and grabs the kills together.
Yep.
You see that aggression. Sometimes it pays, sometimes it doesn't. It doesn't matter. The risk taking is worth it.
What's the problem, Leo, if you're Twisted Minds with taking a brawl with G2?
Well, you're facing some of the best gunners in the world.
That's kind of the problem. So we knew that Border was going to be a map pick. So, you know, we saw a map pick and we're thinking, great, this is Twisted Minds being aggressive. They're going to try and play close. They're going to hit site fast. They're going to play with the Blitz.
Wow.
They're going to play with the Deimos, with the Grim, with the Nomad, with all of this utility and all of this aggression in the Glass as well. But if we know it, G2 certainly know it, and they were more than ready for it.
And look at that triple kill that we just saw from Alemao, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, what? It's 2 jump outs. It's 1 against a blitz where he impacts the blitz and kills him. He doesn't care. He doesn't care if he's outside. He doesn't care if he's 1 meter away from a blitz that can flash him. He doesn't care. He wins those gunfights. And so, in a scenario where the only value that brings Twisted Minds to the table is, oh, we're gonna play aggressive and we're gonna play those shields and we're gonna try to play chaotic, you're just trying to play G2 at their own game. And you can beat them. You can't beat them because they're just the best at this game, at least in the EML.
Especially when G2 are playing as well as they're playing. You know, the fact of the matter is they're recovering rounds as well. The second round that they had, they're recovering a 3 versus 5 scenario. The team play on G2 is genuinely really, really good. Alamau seems to be knowing exactly what's going on. They seem to have a really good read on Twisted Minds. And when you're Twisted Minds and your identity is just kind of aggression, direct sight hit.
It's shallow. You don't have the depth to come up with something else.
That's kind of the problem. And that's why we're seeing G2 be so dominant. Even though Twisted Minds have made those changes that we asked for them to do, they are being more aggressive. They were bringing those operators. It's still quite shallow. And ultimately, when they get into a brawl with G2, G2 are coming out on top because on the balance of things, they've got the better players.
But we can look at that even further and compare the best players of each roster to really further showcase that depth that we're seeing here. We talked about Hashom, we talked about Shaco, but then still, if they are the best performance, and this is the difference between them?
Yeah, absolutely. And the guy on the left-hand side of your screen, Shaco, he's just been dropping numbers every single map that he's joined for G2. That very last round that we saw, he very nearly won them that round. 1v2ing a blitz and a player behind him inside a Falcon. He's just got that aggression about him.
It's interesting. The smoke and the ward dance really annoying for the rotations. The left setups are going to be impacted by that. They will need to play other shotguns.
They had to ban the Ying as well.
That's why they have to play the Thorn, the Mute, and the Denari for the setups. That also means that Ying will be more efficient, that Blitz will be more efficient. Oh, it is well, Ying is banned.
That's why they had to ban it.
Yeah, Blitz is actually very usable in this scenario.
Okay, but G2 only 3 rounds away from Salt Lake City. Let's see if they close this out and how many rounds.
Oh, thank you very much, Anne. I still wanted you to sort of hit them and go, shh, boys, shut up. But, you know, we'll get there. We'll get there. It's like positive affirmations and all this stuff. How many rounds, Demo?
5 seconds to
How many rounds?
I'm just going to take it 1 round at a time, and the reason why I say that is look what Alamo's on. Oh, what fun! Let's see what they're going to go for.
Doesn't have the kit for it, but does have...
I was gonna mention that. Usually, if we, see the Maru and Border top floor, typically straight in free sandwich, maybe try and get a plant down. Based on where he is, I'm thinking up the hatch. Oh yeah, this is an up the hatch job.
Well, I mean, he's so ready for it.
He's on his cams.
There it is. He calls it round. He's looking for the first. Oh, he's back to back with a man! Oh, no!
Load a new mag.
There's 2 for Tricks. Shaco does bleed in. They're just going to keep the pressure on, keep themselves driving in, but there's the crossfight and the fire. The swing round almost catches the man on the rappel themselves, but at this point, a failure to launch. They're still just fighting out the building. It's a great sort of response. Hashom going out the double door means that Stompin couldn't support the swing, couldn't support the break, couldn't make his way in as he did the others. Could have been a very quick opener, but started in tragedy and sort of continued in that manner for G2.
Yep, better call it the BGs. But definitely for G2, it's a round which, I mean, it just comes down to the 1 kill, isn't it? If Trix dies, Bomb selects G2s, they probably won that round. Just so happened to be that somehow Trix doesn't get spotted out, even though I'm pretty sure they Sophia stunned, didn't they? Stomp and double stunned the doorway, so they should know that somebody's there. And just, I don't know, just need to check his angles, and yeah, he gets punished because of it. And I think for Stompin, I mean, if he wins this one, it would be down to Twisted Minds. Give him a minute, but look at this triple crossfire, this trio. Just waiting for him. As soon as he gets up the staircase, it should be a 3-2-1 swing, as long as nobody over peaks. Oh, so, well, Hashom. I would disagree.
Oh, he hit with the knot. He got him. got him.
Anyone want the kill?
No.
B9. Go on. Oh.
There we go. All right. They get that opener. Hashom, he's pulling pranks on him. He's being sneaky. It's good energy there. I mean, it's what they need right now, right? Let's be honest. If that round had gone away, we're probably not looking at a long rest of this series, as we sort of said before. How quick will today be? They almost needed something chaotic to reclaim, as weird as that is to say. If it was a sort of procedural round take, there's that feeling that it's still going, it's still bit by bit, it's still very high and intense. Taking a round like this, where, just the sort of picks, the pick around, it's just been playing. Good fan. No. Good foot.
We missed that.
Thank you.
We didn't have the reference.
Thank you, wonderful production team. I'm sorry to rant about cheesecake so much. I just really want cheesecake now. Any brand will do.
Activating jammer. Entry point
Do you like cheesecake? I feel like you're the kind of person
5
who
seconds to insertion.
couldn't.
Always depends, doesn't it? Always depends. But mostly I'll eat anything.
That's not true.
will prevail.
That's so not true.
No, whenever it comes to cheesecake, let's. Yeah.
Okay, when it comes to cheesecake, fine.
Have you ever seen me be picky about desserts? Let's be real here. Come on.
To be fair, hey, it's, you know, you earn desserts. And
Fantastic.
I'll probably go out after this game and buy cheesecake and watch the last series of the day with a cheesecake in my hand. 4-3. We might be seeing one more map before I get to make a quick trip. Just in mind, if they can get this self leveled off, if they can actually try and find some, you know, sort of stability in this showdown. The first map, obviously, a 7-3, but there was generally big chunks where they weren't able to get anything. Most was sort of 3 rounds, though. Here, they've been able to break at the same moment. But they have to make sure that they can try and build some stability themselves, because this is the first time, technically, they have threaded 2 rounds in a row across this showdown. It's either side of the half, fine, but it means that for the first time, they feel like they have a bit of calm and control. And now it's how much further they can get with it.
Well, G2, it's a slow approach. Nobody's in the building. After almost half the round gone. They're just probing and, again, really targeting, I think, Jalad here. And he has used his last Kiba barrier in the exact same spot. I think he's already used maybe 2 or 3 prior to it, too. So if they do remove that, then the Azami will be null and void. Still for G2, it's all about this easy control. That is what they're trying to target. Oh, Jalad picks up a kill on the Shaiko Dove. On the Stompin'. And Tricks on the Alamau. And P9 on the Doki and Hasham on the Benja.
Okay. We're tied up with far and away the strongest round that we have seen so far. And the smiles are on the faces of Twisted Minds. They are not done yet. And great positioning, great awareness, and also that network of this team is operating. The thing I've wanted so far throughout this is showing up. And that is such a big boon for them, just sort of spiritually and emotionally into the ethos of the game itself. Start shutting them down. Start being that 5-sided nightmare for your opponents to deal with.
Located by attackers.
And start getting that spread across the team here. Now within the last 2 rounds, we have had a lot of the team actually start to get themselves close to even, right? It was a very different score. It was only really Hasham and Jalad that had, I think, more than 2 kills across all 5 of them. Might be a little bit more on the side of Tricks, but we'd have to roll the tapes back. 3 rounds, though, Demo. 3 rounds in a row. 3 rounds separate them from a map 2. Map 3, even. I can count. Shut up. Don't tell people I can't count. I can count.
I didn't say anything.
Yeah, you better.
Right. Okay. So, G2 in the hot seat as this game is slowly getting away from them. From where they were. Seeing 4 rounds to 1 up to now losing that lead, and Twisted Minds have clawed it back to all square. We need somebody to show up here from G2. I'm actually surprised that maybe the shields didn't, you know, come into play now. As it's obviously something that we know is in the arsenal of G2 are going to be those shields. And I mean, Border, think about Blitz, great map for him. But instead, still kind of going with this, I would say, more kind of subtle approach where it's mostly trying to open up these long lines of sight. They still got the information operators. There goes the Dokkaebi, and almost the Dokkaebi goes down as Jalad had the bit of a pick there, but instead it's going to be a big old flurry of kills, and Twisted Minds come out on top. Shaiko with the opening death. Twisted Minds have lost the East control, but I don't really think they're too worried as they have found 2 kills in response to that.
They still have this one-body advantage. They still have that pressure, and as you said, they're probably not going to be too worried losing just Hasham, because Hasham is often that point man, right? He's the one being that problemer, and then you look towards the problem solved, and it's Shaiko and Benja. It's the Dokkaebi and the Deimos. Stompin', though. On the ace, gets 1 more. We hear a Razor Balloon pop off, but no result and reward for it. In the meantime, meantime, Tryxt in this position can drop the hatch, can get out of there. He is his own support, and as a trade comes out over 2 stories and 2 players, now it puts us into almost... Oh, there's a single pinch on this side that they might not truly be aware of. Alamau, step by step, and all just miss each other out, drift their way down, get themselves rotated around. There's nobody to catch the follow through. They're looking for the spray through the floor, and there's almost another vertical trade back and forth here. It's still a 2 versus 2, 45 seconds, and they've almost got 1 player in a box, but they're the ones that have to try and plant Demo.
Yeah, still time here for G2 to figure out what they want to do. Doesn't look as though they have any drones, so information is going to be lacking for them, so they just have to try and play off one another and see if they can win this round. Are they going to go for the hatch drop? Yes, they are. In goes Alamau, who just gets let up. Yeah, had no idea that Jalad was in the other bomb site waiting for him. Now stomping. Has a 1v2. He has to try and clutch up with 20 seconds left.
Shotgun close on the door, but we won't even see it. Now, are we going to get a timeout from G2? The energy...
Should do, yeah.
Yeah, it's been better and better, bigger and bigger, and bolder and brasher from the side here. Twisted Minds, and... I mean, at this point, right, sort of compare the vibes late in the latter half of the previous map to the fact that we have now had, from their side, 4 rounds in a row. They've absolutely retaken the momentum of this game. It was a 4-1 half, or a 4-1 game, even. And since then, G2 just fallen adrift, fallen further and further away, and will be the timeout in the conversation here, just to try and re-establish themselves a bit.
Oh, G2 looking puzzled in terms of how they want to go about this, as this has been a pretty desperate situation for them now. As I mean, that is 3 attacks in a row lost. A full rotation for Twisted Minds has been successful. They've lost that lead that they had, done really well in the defensive half, but it has just slowly got away from them now. I mean, that opening kill stat, I think over these past 4 rounds, has also been pretty damning here for G2. They've lost every single one of them. So certainly the entry kills that stepped up big time for Twisted Minds, and really, you know, so has everyone. I mean, we kind of mentioned as well how there were players who were having off days. You know, you looked at Dov, you looked at P9 inside this map. You know, Dov has been able to break even. P9, 5 kills too. So Twisted Minds are slowly getting into this game.
So, all leveled up, and then beyond it. But what will stop the run? What will stop the rain? It has otherwise been their control of the second half of this map, and the control of a series that otherwise has been entirely out of their way for a long time at this point. As I said before, it's been a long time since we've been able to have this roster. Sort of the breakout kids of the new system when we had the old new system. If you remember it, when we were able to sort of get all these new regions and new potential teams coming into the mix. MENA was the area that impressed everybody the most. It's no, you know, sort of hidden fact about it. And if they can win this series and they can get themselves back in, bouncing in towards the sort of first chance at getting to an international tier 1 main circuit event since last SI 2025. Well, I'm sure they'll be pretty happy with that.
Well, I'm out. In towards Waiting is where he's going to go, but he has no idea about Hashom, who appears that he has with Mistrom. This should be an easy pick here for Hashom, and oh,
no,
Hashom,
it's windy, strong breeze.
Oh. I mean, that's a kill that should never go in favor of Alamau.
No, that was a breezy day. Well, 5-4, Twisted Minds. They've lost this opening body. Hashom's gone, but again, you know, we sort of said it in the round before. He's often that point man. Maybe he could have done a bit better in that engagement, but hey, we'll let him off this time. Otherwise, pressure on towards break and attempted pressure outside the building. And Jalad wants to see if he can try and, you know, find that loose repel player. It's step by step here from the side of G2. They've got themselves a bit of a surround on towards break, on towards the back of it. Otherwise, it's split pressure coming through, but Alamau has a bite taken out of him from P9's position, lying down, but it's Dove that has the cover. Shows how awkward it is to enter on towards this map because there's always somebody else stomping. Takes on towards P9. Good idea, unfortunately. Whoa! Bad execution everywhere else. Double that's left. Alamau has gone down amongst all of that, but is getting back up. This will give them a 4 versus nobody. Benja has the cover.
Yep, better from G2. Finally getting a good kind of established bit of ground in the map. East this time was taken for them. I mean, they'd have a bit of trouble there getting in towards break. I actually thought it was quite a good setup that that they had their Twisted Minds, where you obviously have that kind of danger man in towards break who made that impact hole. He made it very difficult for anyone pushing down that long corridor. And then you had good cover as well. Dove using that long DMR to hold on to the break door and also the catwalk door. But I just felt as though maybe they just kind of, it was kind of the breaking point, wasn't it? You know, G2 did very well to do a lot of drone work, waste a lot of kind of utility that the defenders had. And 3-2-1, they all push in and they just win their engagements. So yeah, much better from G2. I think the opening kill, as I mentioned, that's something that needed to go in their favor. And I mean, it is very lucky that the Alamau was able to get that pick. You know, if Hashom gets that kill, I mean, just imagine the nightmare that G2 would have kind of rooting him out of that position in towards bottom east. So yeah, very important first pick that just went in favor of G2. So the timeout is good. Swapping. It is going to be 5 rounds apiece. Now, here's what I wanted to see. We see a shield be brought in. Alamau has not used the shield so far in this attacking half. Where are they going to go with it? That's the question, though.
It's also how this is going to sort of get itself in on this early engagement, right? You know, the opening rounds, the opening kill has converted every single round outside of the very first one. It's always the fun sort of thing to look at as the pattern of players appears. I can say that word. Everything might be starting to come up a little bit in a pear shape as they're trying to cut their way across towards waiting. Look at Stomping on the other side. They're going fast, vicious, and brutal, and the shield can't quite cross the divide. Oh, we really hoped he'd make that one work. And oh no, it's back and forth. Can he get 3? Yes, he can. This is his bathroom and he's cleaning up. A 1 versus 4. It's the second time we've seen G2 try to go fast, and it's the second time it has gotten nowhere.
Oh, Twisted Minds, massive round, gets them on the match point. Yeah, like you said, G2, they've tried to go for something quick again. And Twisted Minds were switched on for it. They were ready for that. I mean, obviously you take down that blitz and you kind of think, okay, that's the kind of front train cart dealt with, isn't it? Everything else is going to ground to a halt, and that was certainly the case. G2, a big old lash out of a rush, which has backfired massively on them. I mean, this was the important kill. It was almost, maybe just needed to wait just a split second for that smoke to fully cover, because certainly for Trix, he's seen the body of the blitz, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think it you know, it's always that element of like, if one other bit of gadgetry moves 2 feet to the left, does it change the fate of things? Does a bit of smoke coverage change how optioned it is? And those are sometimes the conversations that happen when you're trying to rebuild a take on a round, right? It's the times you sort of go, well, if, you know, maybe we had a Sensor or a Light Wall here, then it would be a different factor. It would be a different approach. Maybe if we put a bit, but all that sort of balances out when you're on 6-5. You're staring down the barrel of maybe an overtime, maybe an entire extra map. Alamau thinks the shield is still the bit that can be the sticking point here. But what I love now, demo, and I hope it's not too little too late, all 10 players leaving their mark into this game. It's what we wanted from the very beginning, and I'm really glad to see Twisted Minds delivering on that front.
It's been a better performance for Twisted Minds. Again, we knew the map was always going to suit them more, just based on their playstyle. And of course, it is their map pick. They wanted to go here. But still, they need to be on their toes, because G2 only need the 1 round to then push it into overtime. Yeah, Dov, that was also a good decision. Maybe not. It was like, yeah, get out of there for the blitz comes for you. But instead, Stompin was waiting for him. That's the opening pick going over in favor of G2, and they still have this full HP blitz that Alamau can utilize to maybe transcend it in towards the armory wall, but with those feet holes, you have to be just a little bit more careful. We know that Trix is there with the Solus, but you can see that G2 have slowed the pace right on down after having that opening pick.
Wow, the pace about to get them this slow and steady route clear here across the top. There's obviously always the fear somebody will come around the back, but you can see Stompin's on the long watch for that now. How alone is Alamau going to be, or do they just want this? The close space, almost got a bit of a gift. Does sneak out, does have his own support structure. The calls will come out, and will the collapse come together? No, look, they've pulled off their plan. They were going to go for the plant. You could see the idea of it, but now they have to rethink because of those two players that got spotted here. Okay, let's go in. Let's enter on the tension. Let's try and get the clear elsewhere. We've got the verticality, but now they've got Stompin. And now somebody else has swung back in, but Benja knocks him out, looks for the second follow through. It's the Shield that gets the drop of 4 versus 2 versus 1 versus a fight on the top floor. Hashom, he's doing his best to fight his way out of the awkward predicament, but Benja's gone for the plant. They'll get this secured. He's busy trying to find the other fights, and with Alamau still on the board and the blitz, tricky is an understatement. Hoping to get a bit of a lucky spray through. I mean, but at this point, 30 seconds. They've got one on the kit itself, watching the hatch and going for the drop. They've got one outside the double door, and, well, a Shield that wants to see if they can try and get close and cause some problems. Alamau, he's more than a dab hand with a blitz. Oh, he's not quite able to get that one until he does. We are in OT.
Oh, G2, making us worry, but still able to push us into OT. Again, that opening, I mean, both of the attacks that they've won, it's because they've got the opening pick. You know, in that time, they had the opening pick, and they slowed the pace right down. Like you said, they were maybe eyeing up that plant, but then they got off. They thought, okay, let's utilize the information that we have. Let's play those kills. They did extremely well with that. Obviously, Alamau did well with the blitz to isolate that player inside of customs. I mean, much better from G2. Have been able to turn the ship around in quick fashion. So overtime is where we go. I mean, this has been a defender-sided border. Who gets the OT half? Anyone know?
I'm consulting. Just I'm gonna guess.
Well, Shaiko's on a drone, so there we go.
So they are the defenders?
Unless Mozzie has been picked by Shaiko.
Or Echo.
No, it wasn't Echo Cam. No, because he was jumping. He was jumping in the drone.
Wow. I mean, what? 4-2 halves with the back and forth. The defender-sided border is fine, but it's also the weird brutality of it, because if you look at the sort of thread of how this map has come together, traded rounds in the opening 3, big block of G2 rounds, big block of Twisted Mind rounds, and then traded rounds over the last 3. Like, they've sort of had this sandwich of control in the middle and then almost warmed up to how each other is playing, which, again, I'd love to see. Will we get 3 more rounds of it, 2 more, or will we get a whole nother map? I guess is going to be the story that starts to piece itself together. And again, another entry, another dictated round.
The opening kill stat, like I mentioned, for G2 and their attacks, it is so important that they get that, because they have won both of the rounds where they get the opening pick, and they've lost the rest where they haven't. So very important to watch how this first engagement goes. Stompin being able to move in and pick off bits of util. Oh, there it is, the Twisted Minds playstyle. You always have to be ready for stuff like that. And Alamau gets caught out because of it, and he's going to go for it again. P9, but it's a bait for Hashom. Phenomenal from Twisted Minds. Doki gets caught with his pants down. There's a quick swing from Dov, which will be punished, but still that opening 2-piece for Twisted Minds is massive.
C4 set.
Yeah, they really sort of set the pace there. The C4 won't quite catch anybody outside, but it means that they have to sort of reevaluate everything because, well, both those kills happened outside the map. They weren't even able to begin getting themselves set up. We can obviously still see that they've got a Fenrir mine outside on the northern balcony too. They've just got this watch on anyone that tries to approach from that angle, and here, finally inside, finally off to a bit of the races. There's a camera just calling all of this in an awkward position to get rid of it. But now, As the reveal comes together, can they try and formulate a pinch? The drones work, and cleverly, P9 is out of there. Does not want to give them an easy catch, does not want to give them a man advantage possibility, or even just an even sort of fight here. More reveals, more attempts at slowing them down and a steady removal of utility, but with a minute on, and how hands-off Twisted Minds have become, you know, they're just preparing for the 3-2-1. Okay, let's push back.
Yeah, I think Twisted Minds have done a good decision here. Just pulling back. Know that it's up to G2 to have to fight against the man deficit. And, oh no, Hashom actually looks away as Shaiko already dropped a good trade though. Jalad able to pick off Shaiko and stomp and got down from the hatch. So it's still going to be man advantage of Twisted Minds. 30 seconds left, and really what is the options here for G2? They don't have many. Just going to have to be hatch drops. P9 gets caught out though. Benja finds them lacking underneath the hatch, and now it's a 2v2.
Well, 15 seconds, a 2 versus 2, and the positions are still a bit of a backline here for the side of Twisted Minds, but a perfect watch for it. Has the cross. One more fight to find for Benja. Brilliant as ever. Buys them back in towards that round. G2 once again in the driver's seat. It's been a hot minute and they've had to sweat their way back for it, but one round separates them from Salt Lake City.
Oh, Benja boy. Big old round from him. Don't know how he's been able to pull that off, because really for G2, after the opening that they had in that round, you think this is going to be tough. And again, Twisted Minds did well to not give any picks away, just sat in their hands. And then it got to the final minute, and then P9's doing dances underneath the hatch. Gives G2 that opening. You know, and against the quality of players that you're up against in G2, you cannot give them that opportunity. I mean, Benja has been the best performer for G2 now in the series. But honestly, like this right here, I mean, P9, like, he's trying to get close to try and watch the bathroom hatch drop and get that. He completely forgets the hatch also above him is open. And G2 know that they've really got a lucky break with that. And G2 break that attack, and now they get the favored side. Now they get the defense.
At this point, one round separates them, but obviously think about where we were. We were 4-1 at one point for G2. Twisted Minds absolutely retook control, and they can definitely do it again. They just have to try and get themselves a little extra. And since the very first round, it's the first time that the opening kill didn't dictate how things went. So, anything is possible. Becomes the tagline that you can try and build here behind. They're trying to control the space, and they're doing that externally and internally. The combination, the Lion, charges go out, the Deimos combined with obviously the Nomad, vital for any sort of loose teams. It's almost everything that they can bring outside of what was banned to control the roam. In the meantime, you look towards it and you remember how G2 was playing. They kept themselves mobile. They were at points taking positions that we were like, it's a bit of a curious position, but they made it work because of the support for each other. And it took a timeout for Twisted Minds to be able to rebuild on the back end of it. And here, just making sure that they can have a bit of the cover, but oh, they don't feel safe to move in alongside.
Kind of going back to the first round that we've seen Twisted Minds have, the attack kind of stemming in from armory, having Hatch on below, trying to ping a player who could be inside of Brazil. The C4 gets leashed by Benja. Will do a lot of damage to the Blackbeard, but that's it. Just a bit of damage, and P9 with the Glads, not expecting that, finds two. Shaiko will find Jalad though, but still advantage to Twisted Minds.
Well, this is the response, right? As I said before, remember it was a 5 versus 3 and they pulled it back from loose play. They have everything to track these players now. They can apply the pressure continually to those loose players, and they can almost play keep away and sort of say, look, you either have to be on the site so we know you're there, or we'll know where you are and we will hunt you down. It's a different approach here from Twisted Minds that is netting sort of better results on some regards of it. I mean, the Glass just absolutely dictating the pace. Shaiko gets one, and P9's gone down in the swing through. He's sort of, you know, there's time to get him back up. As there is time to maybe get Stompin back up, there's the pings loose on the player. Over the top, he can't quite get it against the shield. But they know where he is, and instead of going for the pickup, they're going to try and battle back Shaiko.
Revive.
There it is, the pick back up. And now they forced him further and further away. He's expecting the engagement. He's trying to get himself options, but he's on the other side of a mirror that's just working, and they want the pressure, right? They want the smoke. They've got the black beard on the read. He's baiting all the motion in the world, but we are going all of the way.
Oh, Twisted Minds able to make their first armory attack a success. We're not able to win that bomb site in regular time. It had to be pushed to OT to make it happen. And G2 on the favored bomb site, the only defense that they have in the OT, because they have to go back in the attack now. They've let it slip. Here we go. Round number 15 is what we've been pushed to, and the attackers now have won each round here in OT. Will it be the same? Will G2 go on to win another attacking round, or will the defense regain control? I mean, that round was so tense. I mean, Shaika was really up against. He actually seen that they didn't choose to go for the plant. They wanted to play for the kill. Oh, here we go again.
Deploy the shield.
7 apiece, and we are circling. But with Alamau now on the Monty, potentially seeing that locked in, it brings almost a different element that we've not really seen from G2 throughout all of this, and that might be the surprise, right? Because although G2's found their last 4 attacks, 3 of them, success comes when you can change things up. It's always the sort of biggest compliment that we pay towards this roster, and they've applied some pace, they've applied some differences, but here, having something that can be a bit stoic, well, what do you stop it with? All the traps in the world is seemingly the idea. It's a shield walking into a shield's nightmare. Let's see if Alamau can find some safety in it, or we will hurtle towards map 3.
Stomping, being able to pick off some of the Denari traps set up, which is good news for Alamau on that shield. He's still hunting for more. Does slip the Twitch drone in. Oh, pops the Goyo, tries to cook Hashim alive, takes a bit of damage. Nice little bait there from the Twitch drone. And Hashim actually kind of stops him. Nope, I was going to say stops him getting the Twitch drone leave the desk, but the Twitch drone just sat there anyway. So I mean, still, I think for Shaiko, able to pick off a few bits of util, but it is going to be a much more slower paced round, I feel, for G2 just with that shield.
Doki takes a lot of damage and forced further and further out there as they're not quite able to net the kill here on the loose player. Gelada's taken bits of damage, but still deals it back, Shaiko! 1, 2, 3, goodbye. And also escaped is one of the things that we said they were doing brilliantly, just sort of keeping hands off, but Doki is able to find P9, get things leveled up. But look at the sort of damage done towards him, right? And he's got to be a bit of the push. They're reading. They're trying to breathe life in towards Alamau's approach here on the Monty. This next engagement, as we hear the fun sound effect go its way, they've got Hashim underneath as well. Won't really be doing a huge amount. The grenade will get rid of the shield. Makes the position trickier to sort of play on. And just gets out of there.
Oh, he's still going to try and go for it. I think because he just has this ACOG, he can still challenge at range, but without that shield, he's going to have to try and prone for cover.
I have intel.
But for G2, it just feels as though they're going to try and go for more plant-orientated kind of siege. You know, with that shield, they can maybe just try and walk into the bomb site. But look where Trix is. He's over towards Archives. He could be the man to play spoiler if they don't drone him out and check where he is. But I'm sure the Solid Snake would have spotted him out by now. Now they're going to start slowly moving their way in and looking for that plant. Again, it is going to be Alamau on the shield. Makes the dive now and try and gets himself tucked in behind the bomb chassis. And there's no denial. There's nothing for Twisted Minds to do to stop that.
They do find one. They get the kill. The rest on towards Doki. What width that has bought them? Well enough where Benja needs to go elsewhere. Somehow Alamau drops the shield, gets a kill, and now he's going to go for the plant itself. Pulls off. Not sure what the fear was. They've got some concerns. Players underneath, but there's the watch. There goes the swing through, 3-2. And they're able to stop the plant. Great positioning. It's 9 seconds, though, a 2 versus 1, but this is a 1 versus 1, and this is Salt Lake City for G2. The chances have entirely gone for Twisted Minds. They drop down to the lower bracket. They have one more opportunity, but we now have our 2 teams, our first 2 teams, and our top 2 teams of EML.
Easily one of the best overtimes I think we've had so far this stage. Those last 3 rounds were just phenomenal. Heart in your mouth kind of siege, but G2 just about get it over the line.
Well, that is all from our opening 2 games. We're going to go to a quick break before we're back with the desk in game number 3.
G2 are the second team to qualify to the Salt Lake City Major, our second EML representative. And that means we get to have a few words with them, with the victors of this game. So you have Doki on the line. Congratulations on making it to yet another international event. How are you feeling?
Another one on the books. I'm getting old. God damn it. Yeah, it was good. Good win. Yeah, I mean, pretty standard. I think Border, they did some good preparation against us. We've played them like 100 times in scrims. So, yeah, I mean, we fought to the end, which is very good to see. But yeah, good game from us overall. I'm very happy.
Nice. Jack, obviously with you guys bringing Benja back home, bringing him back into Europe, bringing Shaiko onto the roster, it was really important for this super team to hit the ground running straight away. How happy are you that you've qualified at the first attempt?
Yeah, really good. I mean, if I'm going to be honest, I think the quality of some of the teams in our group were very, very bad. I didn't think we had a real challenge until today.
VP maybe.
The VP match.
Yeah.
Apart from the VP match, which was our first game as a team, so things went good, things went bad. I think VP are a really good team, so I'm looking forward to our match soon against them. So yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed with the quality of the teams in our group, but we played very good. And we showed that our team is capable of winning rounds that we're not meant to win. And we also showed that we're having some good strats and good things like that. So it's all a process. We're working really, really hard every week in scrims and stuff. So let's just see what happens at the major.
You mentioned previously when we interviewed you, you mentioned that you do 2 hours of theory a day. Do you think that it's fair? Do you think it's unfair when people say it's just about the
It's unfair to me. It's unfair to me.
Okay.
Yeah, it's unfair to me. Yeah.
Do you think it's unfair when people just assume that it's just a team full of gunners because you are putting in that hard work behind the scenes?
Yeah, I mean, we do have extremely strong firepower on our team, but like, if I'm going to be honest, I hate saying this, but Alamau is doing a great job behind the scenes, really putting an extra effort with the coaches and going into depth on the strats and all the different game plans we have for different teams. So that extra work is what's pushing us over the line in a lot of games. It isn't just our individual players. So big shout out to him and our 2 coaches, cameraman and Romalio, always doing the work behind the scenes. So it's not just 5 crazy players. There is a big support staff behind us. So yeah.
Jack, congratulations on making the major. I have a gift for you. Do you want to know how you died on that last round?
Please tell me.
All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look. So you're holding this angle. Very, very, very tight angle, right?
Completely safe.
Look at J-Lad. All the way deep armory. Get ready? It night.
It doesn't make any sense. It's not my fault.
Yeah.
It's not my fault. I literally said I have no idea where I died. I thought like me dying there loses the round, and I was like, I have no idea how I've died. So yeah.
That's the rough part of holding angles against Twisted Minds. They will swing.
That is very true. That is very true.
Yeah.
I learned the hard way again.
Good job you've got the players to clutch up though, to be fair.
Yes, indeed. Great calls again last round to go below and stop the guys from denying the plant. And we closed the game with Monty. What classic. Monty to close the game.
I think you're playing a different game now that you're going to play against Virtus.pro, given the play styles maybe. You already mentioned it, right? That was the first game that really gave you a challenge, first game as a team. How are you going into this upper bracket final?
Well, I'm going to go to McDonald's and get 20 chicken nuggets and probably like an iron brew. My teammates are probably going to do some map bans in theory, so you should probably ask them, to be honest.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see if we can catch up with them. I think you have about 20 minutes, so you gotta make a run for it. But
see you guys.
Yeah. All right. Enjoy your meal. Good luck with the game, and we'll catch you later.
See you later, guys.
Man's gonna do what a man's gonna do.
All right, so now we have to fill for like 30 minutes to wait for Doki to get his neck done.
Do you know what? We started this game with popcorn in our hand. I'm wondering if we can get the production staff to go and get us nuggets, because Doki's going to have some as well. But yeah, no, I think just for G2, just to get back to, not even get back to, but to continue making international events at the first attempt with this roster, and to do it in a way where they are working with good strategy. Yes, of course, they have amazing individuals, but the good strategy, the good map bans, that was a thoroughly well-prepared, complete performance that I thought.
And we gotta look at one player, the player that is the MVP for this series as well. I mean, we're talking about that first round in overtime. I don't think we've decided yet how Benja has pulled that round off, but somehow he did. We talk about the gun skill, we talk about the preparation, but that just sheerly comes down to his talent.
It does. It really does come down to his talent. He is a game-winning player. He is an S6 Invitational MVP player. It does also come down to a little smidgen of Twisted Minds trolling us.
Yeah, there's a bit of luck. There's Twisted Minds playing positions that why would you do that in that scenario? If you want to take a look at that round, especially guys, what I find amazing is Benjamin Master's game sense, because he was on top floor on Tellers, right?
Yeah.
And he makes the call, guys. I'm gonna drop workshop first and foremost. Why is that player under the hatch?
No idea.
And then that guy behind the soda machine. Why is he there to deny the plant? And then another one swings. Like, it's just the worst possible way to play this.
And I think when you play in Rainbow Six Siege, you know, you're always going to be subject to fortunate timing and fortunate things that your opponents will do, but it's about you capitalizing on them specifically.
Oh, that final round.
Benja won them the round. Doki said when he died there, I lost the team the round, but then they managed to find a way. They had the Monty. It was a good shot call from Alamau to go below to kill the players that were clearly trying to deny below and then push deep. They had information on the guy Concrete. Once again, those 2 rounds swing the other way. We're going to a map 3 right now, and we're talking about a map 3. Will they, won't they, who knows? But actually, those 2 rounds got them to the Salt Lake City Major.
To be honest, Twisted Mind strategically won that game.
I thought so too, yeah.
The problem was, in most of the attacks, especially on the side of G2, is they cannot get themselves into the building, and there was 2 solutions. Either they went for a rush, the Amaru play, or the Blitz play on the Tellers. None of them worked. Let's be real, Alemo trolled both of them. The first one with Amaru, he just goes up and ignores completely that someone has been stunned behind him.
Yeah.
And the second one, he throws a smoke to cover himself, to run into Tellers so that the bathroom player does not see him. And the smoke is misplaced. So when he runs into his smoke, he dies.
Yeah.
So 2 rushes that don't work. And then the other times, they don't play a shield. They're super spread.
And they couldn't get in the building.
No one gets in the building.
Yeah.
So all we heard in the comm was like, oh, a player here, a player here, a player here. No solutions, just information, no solution. And so finally they figure out, maybe playing a shield and getting behind it to get initial control will work.
Are you clip farming?
No, but it's really what happened. Because then Alemao actually took the blitz, they followed him, and they won the round like this. And the last round, what is happening? He takes the Monty, he takes his control.
You force the pressure.
And he forced the pressure, he gets the initial control thanks to the shield. But it took them a long time to figure out that was the solution.
Yeah. I'm glad we're getting a happy Leo as well, not a crash out Leo that we had earlier this week. I mean, in general, we've done our big part of this day, right? There's still a whole best of 3 to be played. There's money on the line. There's SI points on the line. The pride of being able to win that upper bracket final as well in the first EML kickoff here. But I want to talk about the 2 teams that we've qualified to the major so far. We have our Virtus.pro and our G2. Both teams coming from Group A, by the way. That is quite impressive if you think about it. Were these kind of the teams that we were expecting to see? Is this what we were maybe hoping for, thinking for at the beginning of the stage?
Maybe not at the beginning of the stage. I think G2, sure. I think I'll give you G2 absolutely for free. I think at the beginning of the stage, if you just said, give me 4 teams going to the major, the first 2 teams out your mouth would have been G2 and Falcons. And then maybe Secret, just because they were in the most recent SI final. Obviously, it's not transpired that way. G2 have looked good and have done enough, absolutely. Virtus.pro have been stronger than, and a lot of people thought they'd be in the mix for the major, but much stronger than I thought a lot of people would be. The fact they were the first team qualified, the fact they did it against Falcons was huge in my mind.
I expected both of them to make it. I just did not know if VP was going to make it through the upper bracket.
Exactly, yeah.
It's the fact that they managed to beat Falcons and send them to the lower bracket that made everything hard. And I think that Secret are going to hate them for it.
Yeah. Falcons Secret tomorrow is going to be rough. It's so, especially with the way that first initial matchup went. But I'm looking at my clock. I think we bought Doki maybe 5 minutes of time to go get his chicken
I wonder if he's got his order in right now.
Yeah, probably. But we bought him a little bit of time. We're going to have to buy him and the whole of G2 a little bit of more time, right? Because they've just come out of that very tense best of 3, despite it only being a best of, 2 maps in total.
2 maps, yeah.
Yeah, they still need some energy and some way to retain themselves going into this next series because they still have to play potentially for 3 or more hours coming into the second matchup. So we're going to take a bit of a break. After that, we'll talk a few things about other regions. We'll set you up properly for the final match of today. I'd like to see you in just a few. almost time for our final match of the day. We got the upper bracket final between the current best 2 teams in the EML still ahead of us. We're going to talk about G2 and Virtus.pro in just a bit, but to make sure that the players have enough time to take a bit of a chill pill, you know, relax a little bit before they have to play yet another series.
Find some nuggets.
Get the nuggets.
Yes, also very important.
Gotta hydrate.
Stay hydrated, stay well nutritioned, as we talked about earlier with the tier list of snacks and drinks. Where would chicken nuggets go? Anywhere?
S tier.
S tier? Healthy?
No, absolutely not.
They're way down there.
Especially 20 of them.
They're way down there for the only veggie on the
Surely
desk.
20 isn't one person.
Yeah, for veggie nuggets though, Leo.
Yeah.
Veggie nuggets are good. Just go try the veggie nuggets.
I think if we could talk about chicken nuggets for an hour. But I find more interesting subjects to talk about, and that is Siege for us, but also around the world, right?
Yep.
Because we are not the only ones that are running a Kickoff at this moment. There's Kickoff in many other regions with different formats as well. But specifically over in the SAL, sorry, they're running a similar or the same record as we are doing. And honestly, there's a few surprises, because what is the current world champion doing in the lower bracket?
Well,
Yeah.
ask the same question to Falcons.
Who knows?
FaZe, Falcons?
Yeah.
Both of
Yeah.
them in lower bracket?
Yep.
Yeah, secret as well. I mean, the 2 SI finalists currently find themselves in the lower bracket, unsure if they can even make it to the next
Crazy.
international.
Absolutely crazy. I think, you know, and the world, there's a world where we see Team Liquid Alienware, which is previously Furia, drop down. Of course, that would be where the bracket flips. So FaZe are awaiting the loser of Team Liquid and NIP, which would be absolutely crazy. Furia going up, the new Furia going up against Fluxo W7M, winner to them play loss. I think realistically we've got most of the top teams in SAL still in the bracket. We probably will still send the 4 best teams overall. But yeah, seeing FaZe down there certainly has put a cat amongst the pigeons.
I mean, it means that Team Liquid Alienware, NIP, and FaZe Clan, out of the 3, one of them will miss the major. And
Which is huge.
that is massive in itself. And the fact, by the way, that previously Team Liquid had waited 3 years to beat FaZe in terms of inside SAL. In a BO3, it was since the Copenhagen major. So in a scenario where they would lose to NIP, they would be facing FaZe again. And by the way, Team Liquid won that last matchup. In SAL, they beat FaZe Clan. 7-4 on Clubhouse, the Classico.
Yeah.
It was really good. It was
That's
such
because
a
they've got the entire new roster, no?
yeah, of course, but still, it was a it's a statement victory, and they would face them again in a BO3, so it would be huge for FaZe Clan if they would miss a major.
I'm so excited for that Fury Fluxo W7M game. I know people wrote them off, Fluxo W7M. I don't know if you did when you was on the desk, Leo, but certainly wrote them off a little bit in the group stage, because I think they were a little bit hit or miss in the
They
group
were
stage.
behind at the beginning.
But it's very much like, form is temporary, class is permanent. They put up that huge victory against FaZe, and they go on. And that game against Furia as well, that high-risk, high-reward team, really good game to watch that one.
NAL is all happening next week. We can take a look at their brackets as well to see where they find themselves, what teams are in certain positions here so far. We got Cloud9 and Rebellion in the lower bracket as well. That's looking quite rough for them. But then in the upper bracket, I mean, 5 years, they've had a phenomenal kickoff so far.
That's the route to watch. Is SSG, 1 of 30 and 5 fears. One of those 3 rosters qualifying to the major is crazy, by the way, given SSG, a completely new team, 1 of 30, no organization, and then 5 fears. JJ Blast really putting in a great performance.
Just send Forrest and JJ to the major already. I mean, it's an NA major. You want to see them there. I want the entertainment.
Yes.
And if there is one entertainment to see off NAL, it's these guys. So come on, send them to the major.
Was it the only thing you could think of with entertainment and NA? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. Valid. That makes sense. We're going to bring things back to our region here, because we do have our upper bracket final. I mean,
Now
we have
this
the
is
quality.
entertainment.
Yes, exactly. We have the quality of 2 big rosters. And we're going to talk about Virtus.pro first inside of this matchup, because they played that first series, right? And we can talk about both these 2 results, but I personally think Virtus.pro taking down Falcons, in how dominant it was, more dominant than G2 taking down Twisted Minds.
Yep.
That's to be complimented.
Yeah, I think so. I think, like Leo said, and Leo's a really good barometer for this. Leo expected Virtus.pro to make the major. Maybe I wasn't so sure right at the start until I saw them play. Did not expect them to make the major with the possibility of winning the entirety of EML Kickoff. So I think even with the high expectations that Leo had, they've gone 1 step above. It looks perfect. You've got Nako IGLing, you've got Skies playing some of the cut-off roles, you've got the Russians at the front, and a rookie who seems to just be like he should have always been here for absolute years. Everything so far for VP is going perfectly.
And I think if we compare them to G2, really, if the main G2 strength has been firepower. We've said it before. We've seen it also against Twisted Minds. For VP, to me, it's still the team play. Yes, there is firepower, but the team play itself, I think we saw it today. On that game against Lair, they're attacking the bunks bomb site, and you'll see the team play here between Skies and Rorik with the Thatcher and Thermite, open the first breach onto the wall. They will move on to the other side, and they're breaching the other side of the wall. Now, what you need to pay attention to is these two guys, they're working the site. In the meantime, look at upstairs and look at who's there. Dan is applying pressure on the only players up top. And his goal here is basically to prevent them to deny the plant should Rorik come in with the diffuser. Now he's going to go and get aggressive and get a pick on Brede. The main thing that you want to pay attention to is Pasha. Pasha at this moment is outside the breach, still downstairs, the first one that we've seen opened. He could commit right now to the 3v1 on site. There is only one player on site, it's Likefak. But instead, he makes a very strong move. He says to Dan in the comms, I'm going to come upstairs with you. I'm going to help you take down the guys up top so that the guys downstairs can play. The 2v1 on the guy on the anchor and a 2v2 upstairs. And so this is a critical move because Pasha then can help Dan. Dan is isolated right now. And so Pasha will use the bait created by Dan to get the kill onto Brede. And then Pasha can stay upstairs the whole time. Skies and Rorik, in the meantime, they've eliminated Likefak downstairs. And so Pasha, the whole time, has used Dan to get a backstab, kill the two players on top. And in this situation, Jum cannot do anything. Rorik and Skies have taken map control, they're planting, and then Pasha gets his free kill. Now, that is, to me, the main thing that changes between VP and G2. It is the team play. Because we're looking at a team that has the firepower, but at the same time, they know when to see an opportunity, seize it, and play well together. And we saw the lack of that team play in some degree for G2 on that map against Twisted Minds on border. We saw the limits of their playstyle. When the gunfight doesn't work, when they don't get an open opportunity, when they don't get the opening kill, what do? They freeze.
I mean, we did see Virtus.pro win this initial matchup, right? Which was the very first matchup for this G2 super team. I think G2, it's fair to say that G2 has bounced back after that, right? They've had a really good recovery from that. It's first games, maybe jitters as well coming from that roster, but you already mentioned it. There are still a little bit of concerns. I mean, you know, the firepower is definitely there, but sometimes maybe the chaos also really comes up.
Yeah, I think they're still figuring out the team and the process itself. Sometimes you can still feel like they're lacking some proposition behind Alemo. From listening to their comms in their last game, you can see that Alemo is trying to set up a plan, and then we see a lot of information about the position of the players, but we're lacking a direction. And it's not always clear. It's not always clear how to problem solve things. And the style of calling of Alemo makes it that they're very often very split. And so when they're split like this, they're struggling to problem solve on their own. But that is one easy thing to fix. That's on your IGL to fix.
Yeah, but it's not just their IGL in terms of fixing it. It's absolutely everybody. But I've got an example, actually, where it is a player that's not the IGL. It's Doki. Now, you're probably wondering, why am I starting this on a static of a Thatcher opening a door? Well, Doki hears that it's Thatcher's DMR opening the door. And what does he know about that? He then knows that actually he's got players out here all over the map, nowhere near archives. And he's thinking, why would a Thatcher be opening the top east door? They're going direct. So what does he do? He drags all of his players back to Fountain, back to site, get them back, because he knows, and he shot calls in the comms, that Twisted Minds are going to go for something direct. And he's completely right. Twisted Minds are going for a blitz rush plan with the Thatcher to deny any utility. And that one shot call, that one little bit of intuition that Doki has absolutely just won G2 the round there. And that's the thing that G2 have. They might still be a little bit off the back of Alamau, a little bit struggling at times, especially we saw it in terms of their attacks. They didn't actually get into the map too well on border, but that intuition, if they can play off the back of that, it's so strong.
As soon as they had the call, and as soon as Doki called to them, guys, it's an archives plant, it's the first time I see a team wait for the plant to go down, and then all retake at once. They just waited for the blitz to go up, and as soon as it was up, 3, 2, 1, one ran out radio window, I think, one jumped out vents window, at the same time the two other took archives. It was beautiful to see.
It was a 3, 2, 1 on the post bomb.
At the moment where the entirety of G2 gets together and plays as a team, that's it. It's done for the guys in front of them.
I also just love how you can tell that somebody has played maybe too much or a lot of Siege, at least if you can hear what operator it is by the sound.
By
the sound of their gun, or by the sound of what the operator makes in general as well. But it's impressive, and we love that. It's the reason why these teams, just one of the many reasons why these teams find themselves in the upper bracket final here. But it is yet another best of 3. I would like to have a look at the map veto hopefully very soon to see what maps have been selected for this one. We've seen a lot of Lair today. I feel like from both these teams, there's definitely a chance that we'll maybe see it again. No, we're not. Oh, well, never mind. I thought it was Lair Lair being banned, but his labs.
G2 banned Bank against VP. Interesting.
Yeah, interesting, especially given that, they didn't get a chance to show it, did they? So, and then Dark was very, very clear in the interview, as it is VP are going to pick into Clubhouse. And that's a map that we've seen them do well on. It's a map that's very, very high up their preference list. And particularly for G2, it's a map that G2 fundamentally have never really loved. I think it's worth saying. They play it, don't get me wrong, of course, everybody plays Clubhouse, but when you've got so much talent, stick in, a multiple hard breacher, +1 shield, you don't have a lot of room for innovation, and that's what G2 are good with. So you can see why VP would pick it into them.
Yeah, also they dominated on that map during the first during the groups.
Yeah.
So I'm not afraid to see VP take it. I actually think that's pretty good for them. On the side of G2, obviously picking Lair. After this record, obviously having demolished phase 7-0, M80 7-4,
won it today,
and just won it today. Twisted Minds. You know that your opponent hasn't had time to really go deep dive into you. I'm assuming that VP was watching the game, but you don't learn that much, and you can't come up with crazy strategies or counter strat just of that. And then Chalet, which is an interesting one because we look at two teams that have strong firepower, that have preset plans. And I don't think I've seen a lot of Chalet yet from VP, if I'm not mistaken.
I think they played it once, if I remember rightly. Yeah. I think they've played it once. G2 not yet played it in the stage. Chalet's actually become quite a low-played map inside of VP. We used to play it all the time. It's definitely dropped off recently.
All we do is play Lair, apparently, because we've had 3 Lairs today. But yeah, no, looking at this map, Vito, and looking at the information that we have, also keeping in mind that Virtus.pro had that little break. G2 just fresh off a game. Are we feeling in terms of predictions?
It's always the same story. It's very often the team that just finished its match is always the team that has the most momentum with them. And it's very often statistically the team that wins.
That being said, I'm just finding it so hard to write VP off at the minute.
I agree.
I'm looking for weaknesses. And right now, they're riding that wave of momentum that I can't really find many. That being said, this will be a big test because it's another top team in a best of 3 with a break where you've gone down in terms of that emotion because you'd have had the high of qualifying. You've then brought yourself to a lower. It's about getting yourself energy back up. So that is a big test for them. If they pass this test, sky is the limit.
Yeah. Well, we've definitely hit that before with the Virtus.pro roster. Skies is the limit. But as this is our 3rd game of the day, it means we're getting in new casters as well. We got Dev and Pengu joining us. And guys, I don't know how you managed to do it, but out of the 3 games, I think you've snatched like the highest quality game out of this one, though.
Oops, we did it again. It just happens.
How are we feeling about this game, though? I mean, we talked about the predictions a little bit. How are you guys feeling about it?
Well, we've been having a bit of a yarn off air, me and Nick, and we've been very excited about this. For me, it's obviously it's the new G2, it's a brand new VP. It's also kind of a changing of the guard because for the longest time, the best team in Europe has been Falcons. They've been knocked down to the lower bracket. The team challenging them previously was Secret, who stole their spot in the SI final. They've been knocked down to the lower bracket. Only one of those teams is going to make it through. So who's the next new best team in Europe? It's going to be one of these two. And yeah, I know Nick was saying, man, polar opposites between these two rosters.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, looking at how G2 fared against Twisted Minds, I'm a bit worried for G2 actually, because if they play the same game against Virtus.pro, I think they're not making it to a 3rd map. It's going to be a 2-0 clean sweep for Virtus.pro.
I mean, on one side, VP just destroyed a stronger opponent than G2, So I think that helps.
You know what? I think it's time to decide who really takes that top spot inside the EML. The match is ready to start.
Thank you so much, and I'm so stoked for this game. It is our upper bracket final, and spiritually, it's our grand final here in EML. Kickoff 69 to 31%. That's nice for G2. I am so stoked to see which of these teams comes out ahead because as we've been saying, Pengu, this is a chance for G2 or VP to assert themselves at that vacant #1 spot at the top of EML.
It is crazy that we're here. Virtus.pro back in top form, and you're thinking, it's the good old joystick era, right? No, it's a whole new roster. Rorik, Nako, Skies, 3 Russians, 2 Frenchmen speaking English together. It is a huge change. And I was saying this to you before this kickoff event even started. This Virtus.pro roster, they might be great in stage 1. They might be great a couple months from now after the major. The fact that they're here and they're being this good at this high level so quickly, that's the most surprising part for me. And they have been mad consistent. And I think taking on G2, it'll be like that final nail in the coffin for G2 saying, hey, we're the top dogs. You might get second, both going to the major, but we are top dogs.
Of course, it is typically all about ego for G2. These guys are such characters. and they like to be at the top. They are truly a super team, now more than ever. We keep saying that. G2 keeps making roster changes. We're like, guys, seriously now. Now they're a super team. Before, that was like super team light. Man, you've got
Super Team Light.
You've got Shaiko, you've got Alamar, you've got Doki on the same team. It's an insane roster. On the flip side of that, Virtus.pro have one guy who's made his debut into Tier 1 this very stage, and that's saying a lot because this stage isn't really a stage, it's just Kickoff, and it's only been a few weeks long. Rorik has already made such a statement for this roster. And what another juxtaposition between these two teams as well, Pengu, something that we talked about off air before the stream started. We've got G2, 5 different players from 5 different nations. 3 of which are from Europe, 2 of which are from other continents completely. So we've got 5 players across 3 continents, 5 countries. VP, you've got the 2 OG Russians in Dan and Pash. You've got Rorik, the new up-and-coming Russian, a scene that doesn't usually have a lot of new up-and-coming talent. And you've got Nako and Skies, these French players that are kind of on their way to becoming veterans. They've played a few seasons now in the Tier 1 scene, but haven't really made it to that very top level. And I think this new roster with VP is their chance to change that.
After G2, I mean, I'm expecting good things from them on defense because they're naturally playing much closer together. So I think the real challenge will be for G2 on the attack. But for this very first round of defense, they've done a very good job at layering out their options, right? They got Stompin on the Clash playing main stairs. That's going to be the first point of contact because they've completely surrendered the roam game. And that's why VP, they're storming the building, kitchen hatch, top floor, just double joining everything, making sure that there's no people ratting in the corners. But that's going to be the first layer. And they're facing C4s beneath the kitchen hatch. They have mirror windows to the backside of blue. So they're saying, if you go backside, we got mirror. Front side, we got the Clash. It means that VP, they aren't going to have one super easy point of entry. G2 was saying, we'll take the 5v5. When you get through the site, you have a tough time no matter where you attack us from. But VP do have good tools for this, right? A Twitch drone could maybe get a mirror window. Cameras on fire and the Blitz can easily find a pick or an injury kill. So it really will just come down to perfection on the execute from both of these two teams.
I like that we see VP making this vert before they start over-contesting that Clash as well. So they have the cutoff to make sure that nobody is playing behind that vert as well. No one's behind the Clash. You're right. Now Stompin is falling all the way back. You're really going to have to deal with that Clash long before you get that Blitz in the building. You're also going to have to deal with these mirrors. 1 Ash charge remaining for Dan.
Yeah. If Animal hears the Blitz outside, once they break open this wall, I want to see him call towards Stompin saying, hey, they're pushing a shield inside a dirt. Because #1 shield counters, of course, will be the Clash. But on another look here, there are 2 separate Goyo canisters in the dirt tunnel. That's 40 seconds on this timer, that is 50. So we know that pushing dirt right now is not really feasible whatsoever. And unless VP read into that or drone that second canister, they cannot go dirt anymore. So G2 only have to worry about blue, which has a hatch, bottom main stairs, and then motor kitchen hatch. They have maybe 4 or 5 angles to watch, but with 5 defenders alive and Clash mirror windows, they can easily cover all the angles. That's quite rare for this basement bomb side.
That's right, the Goyo here is an absolute killer, but VP have fire of their own, not just in the Capital, but in the gunfire itself. Rorik manages to sneak up through and find an opening kill, while Doki's C4 will reply. An aggressive play at the Clash at the bottom of main stairs. Stompin has made it a fortress. Him and Benja together are going to get very sneaky, darting back and forth between Arsenal and the main stairs. Pasha and Dan, the spirit on through. And it's time for Dan to drop, but no, Stompin is there waiting to receive, and the American will finish up the round for G2.
Oh, it comes down to such a small detail there, right? They did divert by the main staircase that originally... He's eating mid-game! Hello, Doki! Focus up, my guy! They did divert on the main stairs, and then they forced back Stompin, but they never made the vert in both of the bottom stairs areas. There's the bottom stairs by the hallway that sees triple wall and church door, and there's the bottom main that sees the bottom platform. Stompin just put down the shield and just locked down both the hallway and the kitchen hatch from that same angle. So, very small detail that gets missed by VP. On the other side, G2 never popped the second Goyo fire in dirt tunnel, so they found the gap in dirt. That caught Animal by surprise himself. And it also goes to show, right? The turnaround time from best of 3 series. Doki finished up the first series against Mr. Mines, instantly ordered some food, did the prep work, did the interview, great interview by the way, and then gets the food delivered probably right before the game started. So bro is multitasking.
It's something that I was saying to you before we started. Don't they usually get a bit of a
go.
longer break? But man, this is just incessant. These teams having to go back to back. You could say that this gives an advantage to G2, but on the flip side, they are so warm. They are such a momentum-focused team, especially after a really big victory, 8-7 for their final map of the Twisted Lines. You'd be so
qualifying for SLC.
Qualifying for SLC. And on top of all that, we've talked about the stakes of this game. There's not only is it the label of best in EU, but it's also an extra 65 SI points up to 240 from 175, which is a pretty decent amount and will make a big difference for your standings on the Six Invitational calendar. On top of that, it's about 4,000 euro. Oh, sorry, 4,000 US. It's about 3,500 euro, which is nothing to scoff at as well. So there's a lot going behind this game. Yet you've already qualified for SLC, so there's pressure off in a way, which might let you relax and play in your stride a bit more, which certainly favors G2.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Definitely favors G2 more than VP. This dash pick, right? It feels forced to me. And that's not a bad thing. But this is pretty much screaming that good old story of G2 wants Virtus.pro to feel that frustration and then ban the Clash as the third operator. And then G2 can show their real hand on defense. But they're also bringing the mirror at the same time. Twice in a row now. They're showing two different operators that are pretty troublesome to deal with at times. And VP can only get rid of one of them. So G2 really layering the strats right now, saying, hey, we're playing strong rounds in the first three, but we got something secret coming to you in the last three. So Virtus.pro, with this information, right, they need to pick up at least one of these two following attacking rounds, because things can maybe only get harder from here, honestly.
And I'd pile on that conversation about operators on the defense and add the Azami to it. The Azami is so powerful here, especially for the ability to get aggressive mid-round. It's also going to net Shaiko a kill. That's the second best player in EML, getting very active. The newest addition to G2, known for his firepower. VP now, without their Twitch, won't be able to clear some more of this util on site. Those mirrors have one less counter as the Thorn Traps. However, you can always just shoot the mirror himself. In this case, that's Benja who goes down, but not without a bit of HP damage to both Skies and Rorik on the VP side.
Now VP, they still have the obstacle of Stompin being alive. The Clash Shield, the legs showing up. Stompin, oh sorry, Doki rather, gets taken down from the window angle. Good trade back. Stompin and Elema now, last two players remaining. Mirror windows out of office, one toxic babe, and Stompin knocking down both the breach of Jacuzzi and bathroom.
It's very atypical to see so many kills come out just from window pressure, but Stompin manages to sneak between. Alamau joins the fray. And it's just Skies remaining. He's affected now by the Thorn Trap. A quick peek from one, but Alamau finishes him off. G2 continue fighting back, pressing their advantage, and closing the second round.
A little bit uncharacteristic there. He goes searching for the fries.
Where are the nuggies, man? He said he was bringing nuggies.
First round's the burger, second round's the fries. We're spilling water everywhere. I mean, this is prime G2, right? we're still clip farming. We got popcorn last week. We got a water bottle this week. Thankfully, his keyboard's fine. Okay, nothing got harmed in the making of that water bottle. It's okay. Small mishap, though, from the side.
Oh, God.
They didn't push together in the end. I think it was Nako who walked in on Kondo here. We'll see it in a second. And his teammates weren't ready. They were out. Look, he walks in. And then his teammates are outside the building, only about to enter office. That's the VP where in every single highlight reel, this kickoff event, they've been 3, 2, 1, they've been on the timing. But that right there, they're about 2 seconds off. If Nako walks into Master while the guy pushes office, while you jump in the gym window, there's only 2 defenders. Either NML will kill the guy going office, and then he dies to Nako, or vice versa. Maybe you get that guaranteed trade kill, now you're playing 2v1 against Stompin. That's great. But because you're 2 seconds off, all of a sudden you get a 1v1, and a 1v1, and then G2 force the 2v1 win at the end of the round. Oh. The drone got so far. Wanted to not get the wall.
I like that G2 are continuing to just change up their strategy on the defense. Obviously, bomb sides are changing, but the operators are changing with it. They're not forcing that clash for all 3 sides. This is a much looser operator setup. No mirror, no clash. The Azami obviously will be instrumental for trying to hold on to Rafters, but you're also supported by the Wamai, who I feel like we've seen a bunch more of recently, which is exciting. Also notice how they don't reinforce the bottom garage. Because it costs a lot of reinforce. It costs 4, and it's kind of only really worth it if you do all of them. Instead, they've made holes in the soft wall to make it harder to use any thermite utility on it, which then is kind of demanding a bit of extra util from Skies on the Flores, because we don't actually have a lot of safe soft breach here for VP otherwise.
They stretch them thin, right? They gotta pick their strong utility operators, but also they pick the Kali. Is it for the wall denial? Well, probably not, because they banned Bandit Kai. Is it for the clash? Maybe if they hit a defending operator? Maybe. The only thing Kali has done so far is, of course, pop some of the Wamai discs and some of the Akiba barriers, but the value has been minimal. And G2 are investing 3 people catwalk, because Alamau is playing bottom blue, you have 2 people on the rafters, and they double reinforce the wall. So VP are just burning utility. They have almost nothing left now but the Capital Fire, and they've gotten nowhere in this round. G2 have locked them from entering the building in all the high-value areas, leaving Skies to go fishing below on the forest.
Such a good strat, such a nice setup. Problem is, Skies is in a crossfire here. Shaiko's
How is
found
Shaiko
one.
alive here?
Up on the rafters. Nako is the only one with a DMR to try and clear these Kiba barriers. The fire will start to fry Doki. He somehow survives, decides to drop down below. The open wall gives him extra angles, but they work both ways. And Nako shuts him down. 45 seconds. There's still one player up in the rafters for VP to deal with.
Somehow there's still 40 seconds left. Yeah, I'm so surprised. I feel like this round has been just speeding past us. And still, I gotta figure it out. Flashbang spamming, trying to clear out Shaiko's position. That's exactly where he is.
Oh, still can't finish. Man, this is so hard for VP. Shaiko eventually goes down, but damage has been done. Looking at that clock, we know that VP don't have a lot of time left, and G2 know it as well. They're gonna have to breach this wall so quickly and start to get into action. They have a 4v3 advantage as Alamau from the top of the stairs tries to go for a bit of a peek. We've got Benja as well, C75 in hand, sprays briefly for a moment. Stomper though to go big for 2, forcing Skies desperately inside, but he will fall. Stomping from down below through the vert, found the plant denial, and pretty much everything that G2 needed. It's a picture-perfect counter from G2 and a rock-solid cash defense.
I mean, it really is. It's so hard to win CCTV that the best way is often a pocket strat where you do things a bit different. They were doing a pocket strat for sure, because that was not the usual setup. VP kind of failing to pick it apart. I mean, Doki was exposed from the bottom Garrett soft wall, proning in 90 the entire time, and nobody from VP is there to get the angle. Late round, maybe a small critical error as well, right? When you breach that catwalk off this wall with a can opener, if you choose the left-hand side from catwalk into the breach, you're exposed from the bomb side door. So you have a crossfire and you cannot into the bomb side. If you breach the right-hand side, you actually have much less lines of angles that can see you. So they die because they arguably breached the wrong side of the wall, couldn't clear Doki efficiently, and they didn't get to use their utility very strongly. They also had a Kali, but there was no mirror, there was no clash, and there was no wall denial. So the Kali gadget, the best they could do was try and burn the Wamai magnets and maybe get some Keeper barriers, and that was really it. So very low value round there from VP.
Yeah, they're going to take their tactical timeout. I got a question for you, and perhaps a question that VP need to be asking themselves in this tactical timeout. It's 2 rounds now where I personally feel like VP did not have the perfect 5 operators to deal with the perfect 5 operators that G2 have on their defense, right? We've got attacker repick. You can perfectly counter every single operator in the setup, whether it's the Mira, whether it's the Goyo, whether it's the Azami, whether it's the Wamai, whether it's the Flash.
Kind of, right?
You pick the perfect operators, but I feel like VP, they spent their prep phase maybe not droning the site as much. But like, how do you balance droning the site to gain information so you can repick, and pre-placing your drone so you can take map control fast and so you retain more drones for later in the round? How do you find that balance? Because I feel like VP maybe hasn't succeeded in doing so.
I think often it's actually not a huge problem, because the defenders are not gonna give you like 4 different problems to solve. You know, Twitch for the Goyo, Ash for the mirror window, but then Kali for the clash, and then Capital for the, you know, a crucial position. Usually defenders will lean into like they're trap heavy, or they're plant denial heavy, or they got whatever setup that they have. Soft destruction, let's say, maybe, right? That previous round, G2, like you pointed out, they had soft walls bottom garage. So VP now need a self-destroyer on CCTV attack, but you're not gonna bring Bach and Ram instead usually for that. So they bring the Flores because Flores has a bit of both, but then they bring the Kalins in case of Clash Mirror, but then G2 didn't bring those operators. So you're right, it's really hard to get all the right tools, and VP have struggled with this, but I think it's thanks to G2 and how they're choosing to play these rounds. It's been their good effort, not the lack of effort from Virtus.pro. Now we saw the third operator bans come out while we're yapping. Multi-target banned away. I like this because the 3-0 up is going to be that stability crutch operator for a lot of attacking teams to kind of fall back upon to reset the tempo. And then Virtus.pro, like you said yourself, Asami, a high-value operator you can play on every single bomb site, gets target banned. But now we're going to see Clash Mirror open for every single bomb site if they want to play it, and Stumpin has been phenomenal on both the previous 2 rounds on that operator of Clash.
Yeah, I got to admit here, G2 obviously, they have a reputation for being like really aggressive, loosey-goosey, like ego swingers. And while Romalio and Alamau are very strat-heavy guys, that's not what we know them for. Hold that thought for a second. Nako gets taken down by Doki lurking at the top of the stairs. Typically, your blitz needs to be the one finding those entry kills. That's why you pick the shield, so you can clear things without droning as much. But to lose Nako is a very expensive pick for VP. We have a very similar thing happening here with Benjer and Bar.
It's smart, because when Doki's overselling it and they cleared a bunch of mute jammers top floor, they're probably not gonna double drone everything. Plus the timer is much slower, they're a minute slower than the previous basement attack. They're gonna assume some things are clear because they already found the guy ratting. That was Doki. But they're wrong. And the drone is right there. Check pool table, but at the corner. Benja is primed for a singular kill. The question is, does he go before the execute and create chaos, or does he wait for him to try and go for a plant and hit a very late round flank and just deny the plantler, for example? That's the tough decision of a bit there. Exactly. He's gonna wait right now because G2 aren't feeling any pressure on the bomb site. The second they're signaling that they're gonna go for a play, he can either flank moto hatch if that's the issue, walk down bottom main, or retake kitchen hatch control.
Now he finally starts to make his move. He's not going to be seen. He finds a free kill on Disguise at the main stairs. Now does he drop down the moto hatch? Does he stay upstairs? That's his next question. He's dropped down below. And you're right. Now 3v4, the 20 seconds to play. VP, they find a pick, but they still have to deal with that clash. There's still util on site that they will be walking into. The thorn traps, the barbed wire. Now they just have to get desperate. They need to drop good flashbang, but pushing straight through it. Stumpin finds the kill. Once again, a hero play from G2, and it all but locks VP out of the round. It will be 4 straight for the defense as G2 take no prisoners.
It's beautiful. Again, the layering, the strategy, and if you're Virtus.pro watching the G2 game against Twisted Minds, you're thinking, we can outpace them, out-strategize them because they're not playing together, they don't have the crossfires, they're not layering their defense or their attacking rounds. G2 are doing so many things differently and better up against Virtus.pro. It almost feels like not saving strats, but playing to your enemy's level. Against Twisted Minds, if you're a super team of fraggers like G2 they have, you can just fight them 1v1s and take those gunfights. Up against VP, who are much more in team sync, you can play that team game and actually out-strategize or out-time them. It's G2 peeking 2v1, it's them having the Goyo Fire Lair, it's them having the fallback strats, it's them finding the opening picks or a trade almost every single time. They have been ahead at the vast majority of turns so far in Clubhouse.
Yeah, that they have. VP have taken their tactical timeout and found no rounds. It's going to be so hard for them to find a way to get back into this game here.
I mean, this is also where the multi-ban is even better, right? I mean, I would be like, guys, it's multi time. We can roam clear everything, we can push everything. It's not like a big issue against the Clash either. Multi is like the one shield operator that can probably live against the Clash because you don't get, you get stunned, but because you got the extended shield, you can still kind of block bullets and kind of play a bit more ego. But if you're a Blackbeard or a Blitz, I mean, you have nothing you can do against the Clash. And we saw it there at their tunnel, right? They saw the Clash and said, oh, I guess we go elsewhere. But the timer's running low. And this was the thing that I found interesting in the first 3 rounds of defense of G2. They were quote-unquote forcing the Clash. But then you point out, they're not just playing the Clash, they're playing a lot of strong operators. The Mira, the Asami, they're playing Smoke as well these days, actually. Virtus.pro had to ban one of those 3 problematic operators. And no matter which one they picked, there was gonna be a punishment. Virtus.pro now, they're back on the Kali. That's great, because now there is actually a clash on the side and a mirror, so Dan can get insane value, which compared to the CCTV attack, where he got almost none, it's going to be a different tale.
Blackbeard also being used as a soft breacher there. I mean, that's just another example of an operator that has multiple bits of value here. The fact that we didn't see CCTV reinforced by G2 allows VP to get extra value out of that operator. And yeah, like we've said, a big part of this is going to be imperative to make sure we get max value out of the best possible up lineup for VP. I just noticed though, we didn't even take out the default camera over towards Jacuzzi, which hopefully that happens later in the round when people start moving over there. But at least VP have made very quick progress over on the cache CCTV side. Very rarely do we see this completely cleared within a minute.
So also is G2 saying, hey, we're gonna fall back. We hit like the 2-minute 10 mark. We're happy. They're not gonna overcommit to the fight. And this is a very conscious decision. When you're playing this extensive hold on Gym and CCTV top floor, you can fight for the roam and get a couple of kills. And if you get the 5v3, you win the round. If enemy gets the 5v3, you lose the round. You will win or lose off the roam game. But again, what have G2 been doing every single round so far? They are layering the strats. So they fall back. Now they got a strong bomb site with mirror windows, with the clash, with toxic babes, and thorn razor blooms. And while you see the player positions are very close together, you do have Doki ratting in the basement, and he's the perfect operator for this. Barbed wire and razor blooms all pre-positioned on the side. He is just a walking gun. It's the other 4 members that's an active utility. Shaiko swings, ego challenge, this time goes down.
Thankfully, though, even though Dan was the first one to fall, the Kali, Sky's managed to open up the mirror anyway. Now he's found a kill as well. Doki is going to go for a big flank, and if he finds Nako, shoots him in the back, this will be everything. Finds the first one. Goodbye to Rorik. Nako's now in a crossfire. Clash on one side, Doki on the other. Now Sky's in a 1v3, still a mirror window, a bulletproof camera, and a clash staring at him. Even though Doki gets forced back, it really doesn't matter. Doki doesn't need to pick this. They can prevent the plant from going down. Stompin can always make his way forward as well. It's a Twitch after all. He is no threat. Stompin's now just staring at him, and this is another impossible round for VP. What a G2 we have seen today. This is G2 at their next level. They have shown us a brand of Siege that we haven't seen from them in quite some time, and it is making VP look like amateurs, which has not been the case for the entirety of Kickoff. 5 rounds in a row, and this is not a battle, it is a slaughter.
Dude, and Dogi's almost finished at both eating and drinking his meal. He's only powering up as this game will continue. He's only gonna get stronger with every single round. And maybe this is why he's ratting, right? When he's playing the mirror hiding top floor, he's probably eating his food. When he's still in the basement, same thing. He's sitting there just fueling himself and playing a passive round. Virtus.pro, again, the story will continue to be the same. They don't clear the mirror window with the clash. Or sorry, they don't do the mirror window with Kali. They don't deal with the clash with the Kali either. Dan is very early dead in these rounds with the Kali operator, and he's the #1 important counter for these operas on the bomb side. We don't get to see it. So, again, this is a Virtus.pro that's being punished and not being allowed to problem solve. They've been doing it so well every single game till this very moment, and right now, they're stuck. They don't know what the answer is gonna be. And G2, they keep throwing them curveballs. Now, there's no clash. Stumble's on DMR duty. They're gonna play Coward Rafters, but this time, because Isami's banned, they do it with Jaeger and Romai. Because now what they need to do is survive the Capital. They need to survive the utility being thrown at them, the grenades, the fires, the flashbangs, etc. That's gonna be their new win condition. So they have a Coward Raptor setup that's anti-util, and then they have really good guns that can pick fights elsewhere with a bit of intel from that Solus. And now they get a drop! How does this happen? On the drone roll, Dan again! Kali, 1 and 6, dead, first player, important operator. What's that Claymore gonna do? Is that gonna change the course of the round for your team? And are you really gonna risk it when you're down 0-5 and score?
Throwing flashbang.
Why was he even on the Kali to begin with? I mean, no mirror, no clash.
They must have just not seen all the
round
defenders.
where you want to use an operator. Doki impacts himself somehow. I don't know exactly what happened there, but he's had a laugh about it. I don't think... Was it a gas pipe? I think he was impact tricking. That's what he's been playing. I think he must have got lit while impact tricking.
Oh, maybe that's what it was then.
Yeah, he must have been getting shot at.
Oh, yeah, he hit the wall.
yeah, it hit the wall instead while he was getting shot at, so it was already lit. Impacts himself. Doesn't really matter though. G2 is still heavily favored in this round. Alamau also on a bit of a roam has found Skies, which is the Deimos, one of the X-Factor operators here that would otherwise be very difficult for G2 to deal with. Good pick though. Stompin gets a little bit overzealous, peeking the breach with the DMR, and he loses his head back into the 3v3, and just maybe this is winnable after all for Virtus.pro.
Maybe, just maybe. G2's win conditions are much lower than previously, right? They just have the source of now downstairs, and then they have guns on the bomb side. But Shaiko's fucking Carol Rafters with 2 walls reinforced and some Selmas opening it up, to be fair. You have Benzema's and CCTV, and then Solid's ratting below in all pit. He also wants the Black Pit, he wants to sneak and play behind him, that doesn't have a shield.
Has been spotted?
Or does he? I don't think
Echo
it's
finds
time.
Geico though. So Rafters are clear. I don't think they do know because they would have isolated him if that was the
they
case.
would have.
Which means that in the late round,
Huge
there's
wank.
going to be so much information from the bulletproof camera that we'll be able to deal with Alamau. Never mind, Rorik actually spots him. I don't know whether he was spotted while he was in oil or he tried to climb up the ladder, but Benja now in a 1v3. There's good info though. If he can find the Vert, no, he's not got full info on exactly where the plan's going down. As soon as they hear that shotgun, they know where he is. He trades himself, but eventually the kill is found from Virtus.pro. It's a 1-6 score, and it's not what they wanted, but it's what they need to start this comeback.
Oh, it's incredible. It's really good that the VP gets 1 round on the board and can maybe get a little bit better mental going to side swap, because they need anything they can get right now. It's a best of 3, anything can happen, but I am curious, what does the studio think about this performance from G2 so far?
Well, it's been really good so far. I mean, we could look at a 5-on-1/2 here. Great, tiny clawback from Virtus.pro there. But I just want to know, like, how in the tactical brilliance have G2 pulled this first half off?
It's so simple. It is so simple. I've got the formula, Ran, of how you can be 5-1 up on your defensive half. You just need to eat a burger whilst you're playing. It is as simple as that from Doki, because Doki and G2, they've been enjoying their time playing today.
Just use the right fuel. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Oh, 1 bite, and we just went around. And I talk at the thing, and it's enough. It just seems to work. And you think he's done with it?
This is mid-round. This is mid-round.
Oh, the entirety. Swallowing VP.
Get the fries out.
And then the fries out. Don't get the dogs out. Don't get the fries out. And then finish.
The frites.
The frites. Look at this. And then oh. Misclicking outside of the screen.
Misinput. Yeah.
Misinput.
Yeah, no.
What is going on? I mean, this is what I meant by the team that just finished the BO3.
He's still eating.
Well, yeah, he's just using this time to just chill. The team that just won a BO3 is going to be at the advantage for the rest of the match.
In all seriousness, though, I think it actually comes down to a really, really good strategical outlook. I think you've got the Cade and the Bandit ban, and then you've got Stompin playing on the Clash. Now, why are G2 playing the Clash? Why has Stompin found so much success? When you can open walls easy, which is what Virtus.pro were going for, you're forcing, you're allowing the late round operators to come into play. The Mirror, the Clash, the Azami. So what are G2 doing? They're layering, and then Virtus.pro are having to walk into a Clash in the late round, having to walk into a Mirror in the late round. They had to ban away the Azami. You can't get rid of all of them. When you make your life easy in the start of the round, it becomes very hard in the late round, and Stompin is 8 up off the back of that.
He's the best at punishing towards the late round, and just to highlight just how well this strategy is working well is because G2 have found the opening kill in 5 out of 6 rounds. Shaiko has won 3 of them.
Yeah.
As soon as you get the man advantage and you play into a layered defense, you know that the backline is going to be beneficial from you, because that backline is going to play with the man advantage and with the utility. So right now that seems to work. Now they're switching on the harder side in attack, and it will be a different game because they need to be proactive.
That being said, they are going to face exactly the same problems. They've banned away the Bandit, the Cade, so they're going to face into the same late round problems. And also, crucially, VP have banned away 2 breaches, so it's not even going to be easy to breach as well. So G2 are going to have to do some thinking on their feet.
Well, G2 have a good start to the series for sure. Can they finish that off as well, or do Virtus.pro maybe have something to say about that?
For sure.
By attackers.
Indeed. Well, a 1-5, it's not ideal, but at least it's something to work from. And if VP were going to win any of those rounds, the last round at least switches that momentum. It's not 5 in a row anymore. It's finally broken. And VP now get to go to their own defensive half and do exactly what G2 did, which is throw a bunch of curveballs. I really like the way Jack put it. When VP decided to spend both of their bans you know, preventing the hard breach, it meant that then it allows G2 to focus on operators that are really powerful in the late round.
I mean, I love me a good old clubhouse skin that comes down to executes. It is the staple of this map when described by, you know, pro players, analysts. It's fundamentals, it's strategy, it's adaptation, and counterplay. And we saw so much of that in that first half. But I'm curious, VP, they can go for, you know, your curveballs. They can go for standard solid siege. They can go for whatever playstyle they desire. G2 showed us their version. Now VP gotta show us theirs. They got a bit of a roam game going with the castle barricades.
Reload.
Pre-fire onto blue door, just cleans Pasha immediately. And this is the thing, when G2 get the opening pick, they have a tendency to just keep heating up and keep going further and further in the building. It's very important here in Clubhouse that they don't go too quickly because it's, as I said, it's about getting to the bombs with the right people alive with the right utility. Now Doki's dead. He took a bad gunfight. No more cameras of fire, no more cameras of smoke, and Benji has just seen and got shot by a roamer up top floor inside a gym. That's gonna be Nako.
Target acquired. Yeah, Nako's also standing on mute jammer as well, so he can't be targeted by that Deimos, even if they have spotted there is a mute in play. Alamau will also fall.
He dropped the hatch.
On that Nook, yeah, he dropped the hatch. Maybe, unless he snuck down from main stairs. Either way, he gets caught off guard. He was trying to do something a little bit off pace with the Nook, and it really just didn't work for him. That is very classic Alamau. VP very much have an advantage. All they have to do is sit back. Even Nako upstairs and Jimmy doesn't have to move at all.
That's what I mean, right? G2, very uncharacteristic team in terms of like they play their own style of siege. Most teams, when they get their Olympic, slow down here in Clubhouse, they speed up instead. It kind of works off, or works out rather. Rorik low on health. They got the bombs at pressure, but Nako is still looking for a flank, unsure if they're watching him or not.
They are indeed, but he finds one before he's traded on back by Shaiko. By that point, Shaiko is the last one standing. 1v2 though is very winnable here, especially considering he still has one Deimos track remaining. He can use this to try and isolate one of these players, get a little bit of information. What's more, Rorik is 1 HP.
Just a bullet here and there, but no, Rorik with 1 health swings the hatch first, finds his head, and secures VP a second round with that. Honestly, it feels like a classic T2 round, where if they go down that moto hatch and they find the intra-kill, they rush the bomb site, and Nako on the roam is completely useless, but this is where VP can be a scary team. They have very strong individual performances and good team playing communication. When they can punish G2 in the individual gunfights, that's when VP will be at their strongest. But VP's entire time on the attack, they were losing so many important gunfights. They were losing so many individual players, just either taking a bad fight or just, you know, falling into superior aim. It was a big talk about was Dan being like 1 in 6 playing Kali, not really finding the value. Once VP gets fired up and starts punishing G2, that's just gonna turn the tide. But they are down 2-5 in round count, so it's gonna continue here, right? You gotta take that momentum and build it, and make G2 feel like the game is slipping away. So they cannot afford to lose this upcoming round or the next. They gotta keep up that momentum.
Wall secured.
Yeah. Notice that round for VP, they actually didn't reinforce any of the church wall.
Nope.
Obviously, if you typically want to go for like an open hold, you'll still reinforce 1 or 2. I can only imagine it was because they ran out of reinforcements because they had so many off-site. I didn't see where they all went. But in the end, it was actually the lack of reinforcements that caused that first player on site to eventually die. So that's just a bit of unfortunate circumstance. It goes to show that like nothing comes for free in this game. You know, you only have 10 reinforcements. You got to use them somewhere. Siege is about choices, and you have to choose what your priorities are.
At least nowadays, you share a pool of 10 reinforcements. If you go far enough back in the history books, you would get 2 reinforcements at each individual player. So you'd have a guy in rank just not reinforcing his 2 walls, and you go, well, I can't even do it for him. I'm watching this guy not do it, and I can't help him. Now you can go, man, this guy's annoying, but I guess I'll just do 4 walls instead.
The problem is these days I end up doing 6 reinforcements in my ranked games, and then I end up dying because there's an Ash in the bomb site while I'm finishing.
Oh, touche. The irony. No, it's true, we've all been there. It's like, guys, put in the reinforced the freaking walls, man. Dawn trap pops off, then gets the pick first. VP again in the driver's seat, and they fall on back immediately. They say, we don't want CCTV control. And I think that's the right call, because Doki was putting up that red staircase and taking quick effort there and getting into action. And he's gonna keep on going. Again, classic T2, right? You're doing something that you're not supposed to be doing, but if you find a pick right down your Doki, that's gonna be massive.
As my friend would say.
Oh wow, he really is so keen, so tempted to get aggressive. He finds a lot of damage. Why does Nako repeat that? Doki finds him. That's such a big player to take down. It's also the Azami, so no more keeper barriers generating throughout this round. However, big kill for Skies to take down Benja. No more Hibana. How do they deal with this mirror position? Well, it looks like they're just going to pop it and play from the opposite side of it. They've completely given up off this. However, it baits Alamau to move inside into the C4. Dan is well aggressive on the doorway into Con, finds his kill, leaving Shaiko all alone. Now, tons of util for him, but it doesn't matter at all because he's just going to peek and fall to Rorik. A lot of fire there as well from the Russian as VP really closed the distance here. There's only 2 rounds in the lead for G2.
This is VP looking a little bit more comfortable on defense, and G2 having similar struggles as they did against Twisted Minds when they were attacking against them on border, where the plan doesn't really fully come together. You have a couple of early deaths, and then either you speed up further and lose more bodies, or you slow down and start struggling on time. I think G2 had a good thing going. They're pushing Officer at Blackbeard, they got the Demos behind, they got Shaiko in the windows. Things were going well, but then VP had the foresight. A C4 downstairs with the Thorn Trap information, and then falling back and playing the layers against G2, the same thing G2 did to them earlier, is genius. But I think if you're G2 right now, you need to recompose, because you're on CCTV attack now. This is probably gonna be by far the easiest attack you're gonna find here on Clubhouse. But it usually comes easy if you take it nice and slow. Step 1, accomplish it, check it off, and now step 2. And this is the thing where the question mark for G2 comes from my end. Do they have the consistency to do that playstyle? Because look at the operators. This is a step 1, 2, 3. They got Sophia, which can both get you information and do self-destruction. They got Capital and Grim and Ying, all heavy on the execute. Every single player here is vital to stay alive for as long as possible until they can spend their utility. So this is G2's test. Can they do that correctly?
I also can't help but notice we had VP do an end of prep phase reinforcement over the rotate hole at the top of CCTV. So if G2 had thrown into early prep phase, they would have thought that this was an open hold with the rotate hole. But no, VP have actually double reinforcement just like G2 did. So I really like this. It's a more modern take on this bomb site. Man, it's crazy how the Siege has like these cyclic meta, because originally people double reinforces, then they started to play in there with the rotate hole. Now we're back to double reinforcing it again. VP are right on top of that meta.
I feel bad for Skies though. Again, oh no, you did not. No, you did not. He finds the injure, but not the kill confirm. I was gonna say, he doesn't have a Jaeger, doesn't have a Omai. Capital can just clean him up so easily. The fact he doesn't get the kill confirmed, very unfortunate. But he found a good enough value for that to be worth it, right? I mean, he doesn't lose anything for this. But Shaco's in 20 health, and 2 separate attackers had to rotate over there to get the revive. But this is where Sky's life gets difficult. Once the fire comes out from Shaco, he has no safety anymore. Again, no ADS, no Omai disc.
If only he'd finished that kill, he wouldn't have to deal with this fire from the Capital, but the Candelas come through as well, as does the fire. He does fry him pretty well, but yeah, he does have a safe haven between the 2 flames, and he hasn't taken much damage at all, which means he won't be finished off by any nades or any utility. And as Doki sprints up, I think he must have thought it was clear, didn't see Skies hiding amongst the flames. And now Shaiko with low HP is forced to try and find him. Aggressive peek from Skies, and he finds Shaiko before being traded back. Finally, G2 have cleared rafters, but at what cost?
They had a Sophia Storm remaining pocket, they had a Grim Bean pocket, they had Doki whipping him a bullet. Again, G2 not able to execute together and take that step 1, 2, 3. Now they're gonna pay the price. It's time for plan C. They cannot do plan A, they're all taking CCTV. They cannot do plan B, we're just going for a plan. Now they gotta go for kills, they gotta go fishing.
Nice shot.
Dan swings, he gets punished by Benja.
The thing is, because it's an open hold in connector into cash, it just gives so many avenues for G2 to find picks. However, that works both ways as well. As VP fire back, immediately respond. They clean up on the connector side and just leave Alamau on his lonesome. 1v3, and he really cannot get through that tiny little Hibana hole. Another bit of hype from Rorik. VP are just trailing by a single round. They are making this comeback a reality.
And they got that perfect bomb site rotation, and that's the thing that you really want here in Clubhouse. CCTV is gonna be the scariest thing to defend, because in terms of win conditions, you either get a couple of kills in Cattle Grafters, which, guys, he found 2, super worth it. But again, what happens if the Capital Fire was put in a position or in such a way that there is no safe area, that he just dies regardless? Well, now you're playing 5v4, you've lost Cattle Grafters, they can breach, they can execute, you probably lose the round. CCTV is that volatile of a site. It literally comes down to minute details on attacking one area of the map. G2, I think, very well timed the tactical timeout right now to kind of figure out how they can reinvent themselves in the server and what different approach they must bring out, because it's time to get around the board, boys, on the attack.
Yeah, and you only need 2 rounds on the attack.
Yeah, you do.
Big thing here for G2. All you need is just 2. I mean, even 1 just guarantees overtime. Now, I don't know off the top of my head who will start attack in OT if we do get there. But of course, whoever starts on the attacking side will be massively disfavored. I can only assume it would be G2 starting attack, because that's the opposite of what it was at the start of the game. But regardless, there's no guarantee we'll get there yet. G2 have a chance to lock it in regulation, and taking their tactical timeout now before VP fully even it up gives Romalio a chance to talk about all 3 potential bomb sites. And remember, they only need to win 2 of them. We also know what Romalio's tactical timeouts are. He talks at the speed of lightning, and he throws 3,000 different strategic and tactical ideas at the team. And while most of these G2 players are not strategic tactical players primarily, they're really frag oriented usually, like Benja, Shaiko, Doki. But of course, we know Alamount has such a mind for the game. He obsesses over the minutiae of the playstyles and how the game is played, and he's teamed with Romalio before as well, so he knows what it's like to get into the nitty-gritty of it, throw all these ideas out, and then decide when the round starts on this attacking side, once you see the setup from the defense, what are we going to go for? We've got 3 tries. Just got to get it right twice.
I think it makes perfect sense to bring the Blitz into action. We often speak about the Monty, but Blitz favors Yeezus plays a lot more. It gives Enema more agency as an individual. Take a roam clear, take a gunfight, isolate a kill, for example, on the roam or by the side itself. Virtus.pro, they've gotten rid of the Capital. G2 and the Asami, Virtus.pro back the Capital. I think both teams do a really great job there. Capital is playable on every single attack, same with the Grim, so it's really gonna be either or. If G2 start bringing out the shields continues, oh my days. That is a wall bang and a half on the roam clear. Classic Benji clip.
What are you doing?
This is what they do. They get the pick and then they speed up and they drop the hatch and they die, and they have demos and they have blitz and they have drones and everything. I've seen this like 4 times on Clubhouse already in this kickoff event, just from G2 alone. It's so good, and 1-for-1 trade is not the end of the world. It's just a matter of converting that opening pick into a round victory. And by losing and trading 1-for-1, what could have been a complete freebie, makes it harder. But I was gonna say, I wouldn't be too surprised if VP bring out a clash on the gym defense here based off Animal Splits. But we'll have to see. For now, we're in the basement. They still got the Blitz, they still got the Grim. But with that Capital banned away and Solid Snake now dead, they have much less information and ways to clear those power positions.
And they've slowed down a hell of a lot.
Now they've slowed down.
Yeah, slowed down at just the wrong moment. And losing the Snake is so unfortunate as well. If the Snake had survived, it would have been perfect. Nako has a C4 prepped. He's going to try and toss that into the hallway. No, he scuffs it. It gets caught on the handrail. What an unfortunate moment there.
But they're baiting it.
Masher can toss this over. Good little bait. Doesn't land, though. So that's 2 C4s wasted for VP.
I think the first C4 on the railing actually destroyed the second that got tossed off the floor. Because only 1 explosion happened, but both C4s gone now. And I'll drop down the motor hatch. Toss out a smoke grenade. Now Blitz could push it at any moment. There's a cast barricade behind him, so they're stuck inside this box. Here comes the push.
Stomping goes straight through the smoke as well. Finds one, but VP come out way ahead of the trades. All up to Shaiko now. 1v2 looks very winnable though. Low HP against the 2 former Gen G French players. He can target 1. It's Nako. Brings out the Vendetta, but no. Because of the Mute Jammer, the Death Mark will fail. Needs to recollect that diffuser. The nade goes out, doesn't land its shot. He knows where they are, but I don't know if he's certain that they're both in that position as the 2 SAS operators hold back. They make their way forward. both in church now. A little bit of a cheeky swing and Shaiko will fall. VP have run the gauntlet 4 rounds in a row. Nay, 5 if you count their final round on the attacking side. And they've brought this back to an even scoreline.
It's such a beautiful way for Virtus.pro to clutch that round, because generally speaking, when Animal pushes through Moto door with Stomp and Hibana through that into side, that is a very quick way for G2 to steal the round. It's off pace, it's not expected, and Virtus.pro, they do a really great job at helping Neko. He's in that power position, he's got the mirror window, he's got bottom main control, and there was still a castle barricade on Moto door. So he was only getting pressured from one singular angle. The mirror window clears bottom main, the castle barricade clears Moto. He only has to worry about the bomb side, and everyone tries to help him against the blitz, against the Hibana, and then it's so much chaos, they don't know who had the diffuser. So they just double up in the 2-on against Shaiko, and they play bottom main on the mirror window, and they play bottom main staircase with a very strong crossfire, thinking maybe we have the diffuser, we're not sure. The moment they hear Shaiko's planting, they know he's playing by the blue rotation. One guy goes through the church bomb site into blue rotate, the other guy sprints down the hallway, they ensure another 2v1. That was the exact same thing that we spoke about, you know, 10, 11 rounds ago. The VP are a better team on paper, but G2 have better individual skill. When VP were on the attacking side, they're having the same issue as G2 are having right now. They're not getting that teamwork together. It's 1v1v1v1v1, and the defenders are just posting their positions and they're just helping each other.
Reloaded. Cover me. Even with the vertical grip back, that recoil was a little bit too much for them to handle. Caught in 4K, mate. Ah, man, you're dead right. Now, I will say, I feel like the G2 attacks have been closer than the VP attacks. And I think that's not because their strategy is next level. I think VP really struggled to find an answer to the G2 setups when G2 were on defense. But I think the reason why G2's rounds are closer isn't because of the better strategy. It's because they're just better at fragging out. Like, a lot of these rounds end up as 2v1s, which look winnable, but we haven't had any successful clutches as of yet for G2.
Throwback, by the way. What did I say? Clash and Gym defense. Here it is for their first time. Shaiko shuts down Neko, but Pasha gets to trade back to even numbers, 4v4. But G2, they're not done just yet. They're gonna keep on pushing. They're gonna keep on fighting. Rorik's in the site, locking things down. G2 actually not speeding up. They're slowing down the round. This is good.
But they know exactly where Pasha is. Isolating ones, though, is not a good play here for Benja. However, with G2 flooding the site, it makes it very hard for Pasha to try and clutch up. 1v3, brings out the shield again. He can peek for info, but he's going to have to take the fight with the SMG. What an insane shot. 3 kills in the round. As Shaiko goes down, it's just Alamau and Stompin. And Stompin is tucked away in this corner. Pasha, is he going to check for it? He's not. He knows exactly where Stompin is now. But the plan has gone down here from Alamau. Jumps straight outside. The young American on 12 kills with a 2.0 KD is going to be the deadly player to watch in this round. As Pasha, he's got the Clash Shield, which is the best operator to try and go for a Ninja Plant here. He can put the shield down, no util to deal with it. Now it forces G2 to be the ones to make a move. He can try fake them out, but Stompin rips him apart from backstab. And G2 finally get one singular round of attack. And with it, they find map point.
The aggressive round that works out is the one against the mirror window and the Clash. They circumvent the extension on CCTV. They hit connector, they hit office, and they found a couple of kills early on. And finally, it actually works out. The Clash operator, the most important one at that, was in the wrong area of the building, not able to help the bomb site. But it's thanks to G2 cutting off the rotations first, reaching Khan's single wall, holding the windows, making Pasha alone on an island off the site itself. Such a huge round for G2. And Virtus.pro either have to go back to gym again or go to CCTV to try and find one more round on defense to take themselves into overtime. But if you ever were to want to rely on CCTV, man, as I said, it's such a volatile site. It's so dangerous. If you just have a bad death somewhere on the map, if you lose counter Raptors control, the entire round can end with that. So this is VP having to play perfect siege.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
But we know they're capable of pushing OT here. They've just been outpaced. it's just so funny how the difference between these two teams and the way that they attack these rounds. It's, yeah, like VP constantly like, okay, we're not getting it right, so let's try and beat their strategy, and they struggle to do that. Whereas with G2, it's like, well, we're not getting it right, let's just frag the hell out.
Eventually we'll get it right.
And look, once you try enough times, yeah, you are statistically probably going to get it right. Maybe 1 out of 6 times. Question is, can it be 2 out of 6?
Again, I think a lot of rounds with G2 they will live or die off the opening pick. Benji has been one of those those players rather, often first in battle on both the receiving end, of course, of that and giving. So we gotta watch here for the first death. Now VP, they have operators like the Echo, like the Smoke that are phenomenal the lower the time gets on the board. But the issue is what with the roamers? It's Pasha on main stairs, it's Dan inside a gym. They're trying to hold on to that room for as long as possible, but he's applying pressure everywhere. Windows, grenades, candelas, Solid Snake scanning those player locations. G2 are doing split theory. They're waiting for that gap to appear.
But no pick as of yet. 1 minute 40 left on the clock. This has been one of the slowest rounds for G2, but a big aggressive play from Rorik. Alamal goes down, but Shaiko's found a kill elsewhere. Looking for a second now, and he finds it. Skies finally cut down on the rafters. That opens the floodgates here for G2 to take control. Nako and Dan both low HP on the bomb site. Actually, Dan isn't even on the bomb site. They're both in con. They have to rotate back. They just managed to slip on through. Still 2 players in construction. But cut off by Benja on the bomb site. Just outside that connector window. How do G2 look to shape up here? There's a lot of cover for VP. And in the late round, that's Yokai drone. The 3 of them will come into play for Nako. It's going to have to be an aggressive play here from Benja to the end of the round, trying to enable this execute.
Oh, that's timing.
Oh, he jumps in the window! Finds the kill, 3 on the round. The Dane has opened this game wide for G2, and Doki to foot down on Rorik. Nako 1v3, bearing 9 in hand, as he knows he's being hunted from behind by Benja. Benja has been massive in this round, a lot of damage onto him, but Shaiko from way downtown covers that plan to perfection. The comeback is squashed, and G2 finally put the nail in the VP coffin.
There's 2 ways to look at this if you're Virtus.pro, right? Oh my god, guys, we lost, but we almost came back. No, they almost made that comeback happen. They challenged G2, they learned a lot in those individual rounds. This is a great result for Virtus.pro to understand how to counter them going forward into map 2 of Lair and Chalet if needed. But G2 are laughing, they broke his sweat saying, whoo, we almost lost it, boys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a quick break.
G2 take the lead in this upper bracket final, but it got close, especially when G2 got over on the attack, because despite them winning us, we see a bit of struggles on the attack sometimes.
Yeah, it seems to be a consistent issue as we are seeing some of these rounds where they were dominating in defense. Obviously, such a huge lead, 5-1 after the end of the defense split. You assume that G2 will take this easily. However, here comes the problem with the way that they've been attacking Clubhouse. As you can see, it's been a clean split take most of the time. Most of the time, what do you see? You see them roam clear. You see them have one player in the certain area, one player in the other. And so what happens is they actually looked towards the defenders. And if the defenders don't move, if they don't give you an opportunity, like look at this. Alemao is alone on Jacuzzi. Shaiko in the meantime is alone in Garage. If he does not find that pick, and if Benja does not find that pick, it's a 3v3 on site, and they've got the control, right? And they lose. And so the main problem that I see with G2 right now is I do seem to think that they're mainly relying on those split takes.
Yep.
And I'm waiting to see some default takes or maybe some rushes. Maybe a bit of variety would help, I think.
Yeah, and Lair aside, if we take Lair away in their first game today, they've really struggled now attacking Border. They've really struggled now attacking Clubhouse. They've got over the line on both maps due to hero plays. Why have those hero plays come about? It's as you said, Leo, they've actually really struggled to actually take map control and play through the layers that the defense have kind of presented them. They've then struggled and relied on one player to just open the round up. Yes, they've got good enough players, but I think that challenge will really come at Salt Lake when they're against better quality teams.
I understand your take, and I think you're cooking, but I think the reason why they get these hero plays because they're well nutrition. I mean, look, it's continued during the whole map even.
Look at how beautiful this is.
We're just admiring Doki in the moment.
Yeah, I just, you know.
Beautiful.
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 He agrees.
I just love this moment of just pure cringe. Just watching someone.
That was very interesting.
Yeah, that was very funny.
Someone didn't spill water. Ooh.
If you want to go 8-10 in your ranked games, you need to eat some fries and some burgers in the middle of the game.
It does not seem to work for Doki, however. I will say this. It was not a great game for him.
No.
It's the immediate sugar crash that you're getting after like fast food, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe eating in the middle of the rounds, having all of your fingers greasy, fat fingering half of the time because of it.
Can you imagine the crumbs on the keyboard?
I think he had too much on his to-do list. I think that's maybe the reason why it wasn't working out for him so far.
Wake up, beat Twisted Minds, finish my meal, end Virtus.pro. And I will say, for all that slight criticism we did just have on G2, to bring it on a serious note, they did manage to find a way. They are consistently managing to find a way and a route to victory, which is showing good resilience.
I think Lair will be very interesting in that aspect, that I think it's a bounce back moment. It was VP's map pick, but I do think that Lair is a good map for them. They did just beat Falcons on it, one of the best teams in EML on the map. So there's still hope for VP, I think. And the problem is with the way G2 played their attacks, they gave back some hope and momentum.
Yeah. Okay, I think we should talk more about Lair and more about the continuation of this series after the break. in the upper bracket finals in the middle of the series here. And we already talked a little bit about Lair coming up as the next map in the series. We can talk about the map, but I would like to talk about the stakes. What happens should either of these teams win the upper bracket final?
So eventually, the thing that happens is you win more SI points. The winner here gets 240 SI points. On top of that, they get $12,000. And on top of that, they get the first seed coming from EML at the major. That means that they will play a weaker opponent than the team that they will beat here in the grand final. So 65 SI points different and $4,000 on top. And also, of course, Jack, bragging rights of winning in Kickoff.
Absolutely, yeah. You want to be the best team coming out of your region by far. You get all of that good objective stuff, but subjectively, you know that you've been better than absolutely everybody else. For G2, they've made 2 changes. They want to prove those changes were the correct changes to make for a team that was already going deeper in international events. The VP, obviously they're going into map 2. They want to prove that, you know, with this team, with this changes, you know, they made the biggest change in this roster's history, that it was the right call. If they won Kickoff, it would be massive.
Well, it's just the SI points, it's the money, it's the seeding. Everything is on the line, and Lair is the second map in the series.
Man, I could not be more stoked for this one, Pengu. It is the effective grand final here, and we've gone up by 1%, 52 after the first map.
How they got up 1%?
Crazy, bro. Absolutely crazy. But hey, we can't count out VP, right? We're going to Lair. We've seen them play this map before. We've seen them play this map today. 7-3 over Falcons. Nothing to scoff at whatsoever. After an absolutely insane defender-favored clubhouse, what is coming on Lair? We're about to find out.
Oh, I spy with my eye a Tashanga ban, which is
the Lord.
Oh, I was gonna say smoke in disguise, but nope. Flash Tashanga. Okay.
Interesting.
I like it. You know,
Yeah.
for a long time, a lot of people didn't play Tashanga much. We have gone from Tashanga being a bad rework to not really fun to, oh my god, he's really good actually. Oh wait, we're banning him now. The glow up that Tashanga has had in the last like 12 months has been phenomenal, and I'm all for it. And I would like to see even more Tashanga, honestly. Give us more.
I hear you a question. What is the biggest glow up in Siege operators? Because I think we've had quite a few. Like, give me your top 3 biggest glow up.
Okay, Grim. Grim is, I think, number 1 without thinking.
I was gonna say Grim.
Yeah, mind you, Grim, and this is crazy because like I had to think about this the other day. Grim used to be an operator that would never get played. And they buffed the gadget in like 3 different ways, and they gave him like secondary shotgun, EMP can open, like the whole shebang. Played every round ever since.
People used to say he was the worst operator ever to be put into Siege, which probably was true at the time of release.
Ooh, not... Okay, I had to do some deep thinking on that, but probably not far from it, yes. Like, very, very poor. We're talking, like, current Jacko levels of bad, right? Like, really unplayable, generally speaking.
Hey, he's got nades now.
Yeah, he's got nades now. Doki did play it 1 round on Clubhouse or whatever. So there's that. But no, it's a good point, actually. Oh, I think, okay, biggest shout out to Thorn. Thorn was a number that never got played much in the past, and now, of course, with the reworks with the gadget, has seen a high amount of pick and ban rate.
Oh, who's this hiding behind this desk right there? Little rat. Tasha the rat. He actually gets perfect timing, but Skies, wow, big C4 all the way up from the mezzanine. Goodbye to Stomp, and 2 opening picks here. This is a very different kettle of fish to what we saw on Clubhouse. VP already looking very happy.
I mean,
but Shaka has a chance to sneak into sight.
It's just more of G2 on attack, isn't it? It's like, guys, either we're winning the round or losing the round in the first minute. Doki, great swing though. Takes down Rorik. Maybe it's not over just yet. Shaiko also has intel with that scanner on the Solid Snake. Only grenade goes out. Doesn't find much. He starts planting. They might just stick it.
Bro.
They don't even know.
Watching 2 opening picks. Hello. Offside at the start of the round. The bomb site completely given up for free. And Shaiko managed to get in and plant. That's the power of the Snake. He knew exactly where they were and were not on the bomb site. He knew it was clear to plant. Sky's caught lacking on his vert upstairs, but it's VP now that have to make a move. And Shaiko's just around the corner with this incredibly powerful F2 in close range. The gas might actually be able to enable this. Pasha has to cover perfectly, but he's got to reload now and forced off the plant. 2 players now on the ground for VP. To Doki on the ground on the other side. It's all up to Skies. He's way upstairs. That is unbelievable. A 3 versus 5, absolute theft from VP.
Like, you want to hate them, right? You want to hate G2 right now. How do they win these rounds? How do they continuously do this thing where they lose a player or two, they're completely locked out, they have no way to end with it? It's like they have no way to win realistically. There's Goyo Fire, 2 toxic babes. There's everything to be won on defense. And yet, they make it look so effortlessly. It starts off right here with Doki. Just walks in, just nice, easy shot. Then a single grenade from Shaiko on Solid Snake. And then one of the most rare sights to see. Shaiko planting! Round victory. Big smiles. Cinema.
Insane.
Sometimes it's
very
Attackers have discovered
Sometimes,
the
I
location
mean,
of a
yeah,
bomb.
look, it helps when you play as well as Shaiko does. And look, I really don't want to discredit how impactful the Solid Snake operator was there.
No,
Look,
it's good.
we saw him approaching the bomb site from the base and 1 or 2 rooms away, and he
5
brings
seconds
out
to go.
that scanner. He sees, oh, it's all clear. Okay, I know I can move up. There's no one hiding in this room. Okay,
Attackers are
next
moving
room,
to
he
defuse a
grabs
bomb.
a gadget. Okay, no one in the next room. I see a keeper barrier. I can nade it and then just go for a plant. It's perfect. The rest of G2 came into support as well. G2 are the perfect example of sometimes attack doesn't have to be that complicated.
Yeah.
Right? Even when you see a million different layers of defense like we did from Clubhouse, sometimes all you need is just to find the gap and then you're inside.
It does beg the question, how will G2 fare at international play up against the best teams from North America and Brazil, most importantly, and even teams like Weibo from APL? Because that is where I'm thinking, like, is this like a domestic thing where they can get away with it, or will they start to falter internationally? And thankfully, because both G2 and Virtus.pro have qualified for Salt Lake City Major, we'll find out actually in just a few weeks. So super keen to see that progression. For now, it's going to be Stompet on the glass, but Elma leading charge on the blitz. Plenty of smokes to spare, plenty of pushing power, and Stompet takes down Rorik, and even a bit of damage onto Neko.
Yeah, and it's perfect here. The fact that Doki is targeting specifically the Warden of Neko, the only operator that can counter this glass. However, Neko did manage to run back and find a mute jammer to stand on for a brief moment, so that has now cleared the death mark.
Can't reinforce the wall despite that spare reinforcement because Elan's watching over it. That would be too risky. So G2 now, they can get a player on that single display window. That's right here where Benjer is. He can grim things off, cover the cross, and then Smoke from Alamau and Stompin on the glass can pick apart the bomb slide. As you said, the only real answer here for Virtus.pro is Neko on the Warden or a big C4 from him as well. And Claymore from Benjer takes on Pasha, who's jumping out the bathroom window. So VP, they're getting desperate. They have to go for a swing and a fight.
Damn, where's that kill come from? Stormer tries to get in the objective, but no, forced back out again. Alamau just on the verge of making his entrance. The smokes have come through and not found anything. Still numbers advantage for G2. But they're pretty much out of smokes now, completely in fact, so the Glaz now just becomes a DMR, as Benja has slowly rotated his way over to try and support the team. He's going to have to go big. He's got full HP and he's got the best gun for enabling Alamau as well.
Oh my god.
From Shaiko. Dan is down, and suddenly a 4v2 looks ever so winnable, but Alamau doesn't have any smokes to prevent this crossfire. So he's going to have to riskily make his way inside.
Neko's only got that C4 now. There's no other util for Virtus.pro. And in G2, they're just fanning out. They're gonna attack from 4 different angles at the exact same moment, bound to find a pick.
Oh, big
Guys
kill.
goes down, leaving just Neko last alive.
4 different players coming from 4 different directions. It's time to just go hunting. First kill, Shaiko goes down, but instead of trying to hunt the player, they look to try and rotate, go to the other bomb side. Good shot onto Benja. Stompin has to cover while Alamau's forcing that plant down. The plant denied! Oh my god! That's a 1v4! I can't bloody believe it! Neko has just saved VP a round they had no right to win.
It's crazy to think the round started with Neko getting tracked by the demos, forced to run for the hills back deep into the bomb site, find that mute jammer, and somehow is the last player alive in the server to win that clutch. And on the other side, that was G2 losing the round because they wanted to do the right thing. Let's go for a plan, let's cover, let's take it nice and slow and take the safe option, right? And it cost them everything right here. I thought they're gonna push for the kill,
There's 10 seconds left. They had 4 players in close proximity. Shaiko swung. LML ran the other bomb side. And then Ben just started sprinting, trying to recover. LML couldn't get deep enough into the bomb site because there wasn't enough time left on the clock. Plus, there was a bulletproof camera watching that position the entire time. So you saw the frustration on Shaiko's face. And it's the complete opposite story. The very first round, G2 had no business winning. They won a 3v5 basement attack with nothing to begin. Like, no map control, no roam clear, no nothing. They win that. Then they have a 4v1, easiest attack of your life, and they lose it. It is just complete chaos.
Gonna ask you, what was the right decision, to go for the kill or go for the plant in that 4v1?
It's either or, right? I think that's the thing. Both plays are right if you do them together. But if Shaiko goes for a gunfight and LML runs away, and then Ben just starts panicking and starts sprinting to try and recover the situation, then you're doing 2 separate plans. And Nako has one plan, survive. And then when he hears the plan going down, it's to deny. So either you push the kill together at LML, or nobody goes that fight. Shaiko doesn't overswing, Benji doesn't overswing, and you just cover the plant itself.
As soon as Nako sees Alamo run the other way, he knows that they're going to plant instead of kill, and suddenly the pressure is off him as well. Dan's found an opening on his roam game.
Jackal?
I don't believe, is the hatch open for him to try and retreat back? I didn't manage to catch it. Sky's going to find one as well onto Benja. The Dokkaebi has gone down. That's the primary roam clearer. Good shot onto Rorik though. Bit of a re-peek from Pasha. Puts Stompin under a lot of pressure. He wants to start activating the Boogie drones to try and clear the Vert, but he'll find a kill first. The Jackal comes into action. Oh, a couple of days since the buff has come through. Finally goes down. Does Skies. Thank you to the Jackal. Already getting bang for buck out of this util. You said the worst operator in the game, did you, Pengu, huh?
Dogi did. He put him in useless category on his tier list a few days ago on Twitter, and now he's played it twice here today alone. It's a great job rage baiting people, I suppose, Doki. Or just proving yourself wrong, I'm not sure.
Honestly, I think Doki just gets told, dude, play this operator.
Like, we need more roam clear. And then somebody goes, go play Solid Snake, dude. He goes, nah, I don't like the gun. I'm gonna play Jackal. Because it kind of does, like, the same thing, but in a much inferior way. Much worse, of course, Jackal it is. Now, this round has been weird as hell. So much roam presence for both teams. VP struck first, VP recovers, now they're supposed to have bombs at wall. Elmao is still half on HP, it's good to take this gunfight, and if Bank goes through, it should be a freebie.
No blind. Hell of a lot of damage onto him, but he just goes for the peak anyway. Goodbye to Dan. And that's going to force Nako back 1v3 now. No util to speak of. How does he find the kill against Alamau if it comes down to a close range 1v1? Good question. Don't give Nako another chance to clutch. He's already landed a 1v4. 1v3 looks even more winnable. Alamau low HP, a little bit of damage onto the foot, and he'll be finished off. Tanks the fire to get through back into sight, does Nako. I don't think he knows it, but G2 are just around the corner, both players. Both him and Stompin make eye contact. Now it's a 1v1. Alamau in close range. And the Blitz will flash and finish off the kill. That time, Alamo doesn't make the mistake of going for the plant. He hunts down Nako and puts him to rest.
Much better adaptation. You saw the distinct playstyle difference there, right? They were both walking into stockroom looking for the 2v1, utilizing the Blitz for information. When they realized that Nako had rotated deep into the bomb site, that's an Adamau. He goes to the push, his teammate covers it passively, and they then push it together. It's much better cohesion, much better coordination, and better communication. And G2, once again, they recover what should have been an incredibly difficult attacking round, starting off on the wrong end of it. Like, the hard rounds are easy, and the easy rounds are hard. That's the G2 life right now.
Classic G2. Whatever you think is going to happen, is probably not what's going to happen. But they do shape up really well. The thing I really like about G2, like in the mid round there, very quick to say, okay guys, let's hunt this one guy down. I've got footprints. Okay, now we're gonna 2v1 him, Blitz and Jackal together. Got a little micro plays for that, for G2. Is what really gets them one leg up, one step ahead of their opponents every single time.
Also, I mean, honestly, big praise to Alamau. I think that was a phenomenal Blitz round. He was utilizing the softball very well to hide his feet, then crouching and not getting overly aggressive with ADSing. and then really securing the blind before committing to the play. We see quite often that a shield player will kind of make one small misstep and just get shot in the toe, so they go for an ADS swing out of nowhere and just die. He has been quite consistent on the few rounds he's been bringing out the shields today, and I love to see that. It's such a meta-defining operator, of course, either of those shields. And Virtus.pro, I mean, look at it. They've banned the Monty and they've banned the Blitz. So the only meta shield left open now is going to be a Blackbeard, which isn't like your usual shields, because you do have an AR rifle, so you're kind of tending to take more gunfights and whatnot. And it's not LMR's main operator either, so this could just shift the G2 attack and place them now away from those shield ops.
I'll find you, and then
This is clear going to look like for G2.
awesome. Detonated.
On that ground floor, looks like they are going for a bit of a lateral push. What a great C4 on Doki, though. Naoko has been phenomenal today, I tell you what. Great chance for him to really flex his muscles. The G2 are making their way in this top floor. A lot of pressure now onto setting up the Pasha, who gets caught on his retreat. That was just a brief pixel moment for Stompin to find that kill, but he finds the only bullet that matters, and it's straight between Pasha's eyes. Now a lot less information for the plant denial in the late round for VP as G2 continue to press the issue. They kind of want to go for a full clear on this top floor.
They have to win this gunfight first inside our server. And Naoko is going to get... No, he's not spotted. He's going to find the gap, but doesn't matter. Shaiko with the clean pre-fires. He comes out anyway. The issue is Dan got a kill the Shaiko as well. So G2 still trailing in numbers, 2v3. But plenty of time left in the round. Benja shot vertically, actually, as pushed in the upstairs area. Leaving just Alamau. 1v3, no intel, and a defender waiting right around the corner on top green.
No intel, no diffuser as well. Thankfully for him, the top floor has mostly been cleared. Like you said, there's a player top green stairs. It's Rorik on the smoke with one gas babe left. But now that the main R6 room has been cleared, it actually gives Alamau a lot more freedom. But fishing for kills on the vert is very unlikely to work here. That would be a blunder from G2. Alamau drops, covers the sound of the drop with a shot from the rifle. But instead, it's a ring around the rosy as G2 decide to go, or rather, VP decide to go upstairs. Great first shot, but he doesn't expect Dan tucked away in the corner. Virtus.pro restabilize, a good defense, converting their advantage. And with that, it's 2-2 again. An even scoreline.
VP having a much harder time matching the pace right now on Lair. It's a much, of course, bigger map. A lot of different areas where gunfights are going to be happening and seemingly out of nowhere. Flophouse, you're kind of expecting where most of the fights were going to happen. So VP always had two defenders in the same area. They could play the crossfires. That's not really what's happening here. There's a lot of individual 1v1s. Also, that C4 hit Doki straight in the dome, by that's phenomenal. But a 1v1 with a C4, a pre-fire from Stompin, another 1v1 in server. Like, it's just constant battling back and forth. And I think that's why, like, going into Lair, into Chalet, I tend to skew more G2 favored, because I think that chaotic fan-out playstyle, look for the lurk in trees, is gonna work a lot stronger in G2's favor than Virtus.pro's. We'll have to see. It's tied up 2-2. And, I don't know just yet what Lair's gonna give. I still think G2 haven't fully figured out what playstyle they prefer, like the fast versus the little bit less fast, because they don't have a slow speed, let's be honest. But now they're playing stuff like Thatcher. They're seeing the Kai being brought out 2 rounds in a row, and that's a problem. Thatcher can single-handedly counter it. Now you just EMP, twice on a wall, thermite it open, and then you're gonna get that first step accomplished.
What's a win here for the half? Is it just whoever ends up 4-2?
Loading mag.
Or is
Low
it
key,
the
yeah.
defense should be more favored?
I don't know. I don't buy Lair being like super defense, super attack. I very much think it comes down to kind of like Clubhouse. Like if you're good attacking team on Lair, because you can pick it apart strategically, you can win a fair bit of attacking rounds. But I think a lot of teams, they fall into the trap of playing default attacks, where it's very obvious what you're gonna do. And that's where a lot of teams just get countered, right? For example, here, you have Tashanka ban from G2, but how many times are they going for a plan attempt? Practically none, right? So maybe the Tashanka ban was a shield counter ban, for example, to enable the Blitz and the Lunti more, but they've been counter banned by Virtus.pro. So generally speaking, I think 3-3 is great for both teams. And then whoever gets that 4th round, if it's a 4-2, they're gonna obviously just lead the head in the half.
Stompen's been phenomenal with these thermite charges, breaching both the external wall and now the ops wall as well. Gaping hole in the VP defense, but of course that's just step one, the hard breach. Now you got to take some real control and poise for a plan. And no doubt also go for a backstab because this is G2 after all. It seems to be Doki at the moment outside of lobby. As Skies gets revealed on his retreat, and of course it's Doki who's going to make his way immediately up through the mezzanine and finds both kills. Skies almost finished off. Surely he'll be able to finish off this kill, but no, Rorik actually steals the opportunity from him. There's also a flank up from the main stairs in Nako. So G2 have got to be careful. This advantage could slip away very quickly.
It's a big revive from Skies. He has 2 toxic babes in pocket. Nako on the main stairs as well. Gets that backstab. All of a sudden, G2, their strong position is crumbling.
Oh no. Shaiko though, with the fire, will eventually finish off Dan and completely obliterate that key position from the Azami. Good kill though from Stompen. He's backed up from the other direction. This was a great pivot from Stompen. It's the call that's enabled G2 to once again get an advantage. Problem is, Stomp and Shaiko on the 2 opposite ends of this map, of this bomb site. One trying to go for a plan solo, Stompen trying to bait on the other side, and he is going to stick it. Balls of steel for the Frenchman. As the 2 Frenchmen of VP now look to try and reply. Domes Nako, finds Skies as well. Stompen might have been alive on the other side of the building, but Shaiko says, hold on, young one, I can do it myself. Big kills for Shaiko, big rounds. And G2 once again in the lead.
Again, speaking about the different ways of playing and doing things out of the norm, they're playing a 2v2 on complete opposite ends of the bomb site. And Virtus.pro, they're starstruck. They're thinking, what? They don't know what's going on. Because Stompen's going for a fight, and he finds the wallbang. Phenomenal play, by the way, off the in-game sound cue. And then Shaco's just planting, and VP's like, are they baiting us? Are they not? Like, what are we supposed to do in this server right now? And again, there was no C4, there was no cameras, there was no toxic babes left in pocket. They're forced to go for a swing up against players like King Stompen, like Shaiko, some of the best players Europe has to offer, some of the best players in the freaking world. So VP, I feel like they're stuck in a position where they need to win strategically, but the way G2 are playing their attack rounds is not super logical, so it's just very difficult to do so. That and Pasha has yet to find a kill, which has been one of the obviously leading fraggers for Virtus.pro, often finding big moments. That's of course made them a little bit less toothless on the roam game.
Shaiko has been insane on G2. In fact, his stats for Kickoff are better than any of his stats for Six Invitational, for the EML Finals, for EML Stage 2. He's actually managed to get, so far, up until now, a 1.0 kill per round, which is insane. He's the second best player in the league, 121 EPS, plus 19 on the KD, and he's winning most of his entry fights as well. 6 3Ks and a clutch. He's been unreal, better than he ever was on Falcons. And yeah, I think he really has been unleashed. He's found his stride on G2. The one question that remains for Shaiko is, can he keep it up when it comes to a LAN event? Because he tends to drop off a little bit compared to his online performance once we hit those big finals events. Doki now on the entry, big opening kill on Disguise. He is chasing them down, hunting them, aided by the information from Shaiko on the Solid Snake. Nako on the bomb site, supported by 2 other VP players. Pasha upstairs has just made his way back down, but he gets caught on the rotate. Stompen finds a narrow angle underneath the Kiba barrier. He thought he was safe, but Stompen was there to cut him down.
G2 just, again, being allowed to do whatever they want on the server. They want to take a risk, go for it. We believe in the system, in the playstyle. There's no risk that's too high. And just reap all the rewards that you can. Dan does find LML, but honestly, at this point in the round, not the most important one. The Solid Snake is information.
Oh my god, he's right next to him. Perfect usage of the Solid Snake to predict that aggression, to get that information. Slow down the round for Shaiko. Oh, what a flick from Stompen! Traded back by Dan. 1v2 with Doki on the ground. Shaiko wants to go for a plant. Does he know it's safe? Doesn't matter! Benja has his back! Another big round for G2. 4-2 split at the end of the half.
Are G2 back? Question mark. After a bit of a sloppy start to Clubhouse and a difficult way to end it, at least, they are in mighty good form here on Lair. Studio, how do we feel so far? Are vibes good?
Yeah, they might be back. I mean, we're looking at a G2 that are dominating this attacking house so far. At least the start, it could have been even more dominant.
I like the word that Nick used. It is sloppy, and it is still sloppy. I think that the beginning is good. I think they get the entry kills, they get the man advantage. Most of the time, they get the ground, which is an improvement from Clubhouse. But then there are situations like this one. That 1v4, for example. Look at the positions. They're hesitating. They know that Neko is stuck into a corner. And if we look at this round in particular, you know, he takes the first 1v1, that's fine. At this point, everyone should go for the kill here. Benja should just hold the rotate. Instead, he chooses to wallbang for no reason. And then there's no cover for the C4. So, you know, there are some issues like this. It should be 5-1 for G2. Yeah. Clearly exposed. This round where Shaiko hits 2 nasty shots to win the round, by the way. It's a 2v2, right? Yeah. It was a 5v3 before that. So, yes, it's good. Yes, they're dominating. Yeah. But let's be careful. The end of round, it's still a little bit undisciplined.
Yeah, you've got to be very, very careful not to go into results-based analysis here because you've got a 4-2 attack win for G2, which on paper looks incredible. But they're still struggling with some of the symptoms that we think, again, when they go to Salt Lake City Major, now they're confirmed. When they go to that, they might well struggle against some of the top teams who won't necessarily give them the leeway that they've had tonight. There's a couple of rounds that we've just shown there that either they've conceded some clutch or they've needed a hero play, which has been quite a consistent theme tonight, that they will want to tighten up going into that major.
Now, the good thing is they're going to go to defense, and especially in that side, they are less exposed. It's especially the kind of side where everyone has his own area to defend. They can coordinate mini plays together, and their playstyle will thrive there in Lair. I think that where really they get punished is whenever they need to make a decision together in the late round. You can see that they're a little bit hesitant, still maybe because it's still a newer team, quote unquote. You know.
How high a judgment are we putting on G2?
Yeah.
Because they didn't get a 6-0 half and we're like, damn, this team.
We won
but
it, right?
It's how they got to that 4-2
Exactly.
half. It's important to us.
And it's like you guys were saying, right, you know, if the decision making doesn't always go the way they want to, at least they have those hero players to back it up with, which is what we're seeing in that first half here. Looking at the operator bans right now, we're seeing a Monty, we're seeing a Bandit, Blitz, and Mira.
It makes a lot of sense. They're playing against Neko. Neko is crouching on the shield on Lair, especially because he wants to get the initial control on ups or the initial control on green. That's what he does all the time. So remove his shield. I anticipate that if he plays a lot of Blackbird, Blackbird will be the third ban in the end. But I understand.
You take that focal point away from the attack.
Exactly.
It does make a lot of sense. Still the Caden 2-bro up, so, you know, Virtus.pro from their point of view, they're going to have to navigate that. Might be a lot of that boring play that you see with the Thatcher and a lot of just looking at the walls. But once they get those walls open, they do have the execute utility as well.
See a lot of the problems that G2 are putting up as well with these operators on the defense. They're only a few rounds away from blocking in this series. Let's see how it goes.
My name is Dan, I play Kali, and I'm going to the major. I'm not sure that's Doki praising Dan and Virtus.pro or throwing some shade there, because like, you're not wrong, Dan is one of the only sort of Kali mains, if you will, that I can think of. Kino over in the NAL had a shot still on Bank where he played over that quite frequently. But I will say this, Virtus.pro, they've been good at quote-unquote doing some mini innovations, playing some different operators, playing their own style of siege, and I mean, obviously here in the upper bracket final, they've done a formidable job at just creating their own way of doing things.
Deploying drone.
They have, but I can't deny, like, G2 have really stolen the conversation in this BO3 so far, especially with just how dominant the first 5 rounds of Clubhouse were. And the fact that they managed a 4-2 split here on the attack of Lair, like you said, you know, Lair is achievable on the attacking side. If you're a good attacking team on this map, you can come away with 4-2 splits even against good teams. And there's a chance here that VP can reply with just as good an attacking side, but it's going to be a very tough slog, especially considering they've only won one attacking round so far in this series back on Clubhouse. They really need to get on their bike. Dan is on the Kali and there's no Mira, so it's like a less obvious choice for the attacking side. But the Deimos down below for Pasha, he needs to have a big impact. By the way, guy's going 0-6. If he dies there, we might have our own James Bond moment.
Double shield ban here from G2. Pass it down, he's 0-7. That's a rough one. The double shield ban makes it harder because that split shield pressure, just pushing to different angles and just taking map control, that's gone now. So you're kind of relying on operators like the Deimos to help you with the roam clears, and with Pasha being dead on that exact operator, life gets difficult. Now we see Dan the Kali main who's going to the major, looking down the hallway. And I mean, this angle here, that's a heaven for Kali. You're cutting off the bomb site in half on a tiny angle, far away. This is basically unlosable. But then again, you're up against D2 players like your Shaiko, like your Stompin, shotgun on the window. I mean, you can't jump in. You have to respect the angles right now and just hold the angles from the exterior. Or push the hallway.
Dan goes deep though with the SMG, finds one. Oh, double kill for Dan. He does play Kali, he is going to the major, and he's just found the double kill, opening up the round for Virtus.pro. Nako jumps straight up on the opportunity. The gap created by Dan on the Kali. Shaiko and Doki now the last two remaining for G2, as Virtus.pro, with their numbers advantage, can slow down and consolidate.
Such a great opening from Dan. Here's the flag in the window of display, who cannot get shut down by Shaiko, and Skies has to cut off. It's just Shaiko rather in a 1v3 with Doki going down. And he's dead
and they've
too.
spotted him from the other side. Beautiful close there from Nako. We see Dark congratulating the boys. That is a phenomenal start to the attacking half. Picture perfect, though I gotta say, Pasha doesn't look like he's having a fun time. 0 kills, 0 assists, 7 deaths. Poor guy. We need his energy back in the team. Imagine what VP could be capable of once he gets out of this kind of loser queue and starts getting into the game. He can be such a deadly player when he's in his moment.
It's such a valid question because, mind you, he's not just a great player who's not really finding his stride. He's playing phenomenal power operators like the Deimos, consistently on important value operators. And so when you're not finding kills individually, and you don't get to use your operator gadget that is great for the team, you're losing so much. If he's playing Thermite or a shield and like pushing and breaching and planting, it's like he's still doing stuff, but he's quite literally playing entry frag operators and not finding the entry frag. And you see, I mean, there's going to be some frustration, but Pasha is such a high-spirited person himself, at least towards others. I hope he can go easy on himself as well, like he would with a teammate and say, don't worry, next round is yours. Because we can be so good as humans at giving other people a second, a third, a fourth chance and supporting them throughout whatever difficulty they're going through. But the moment we like spill some milk, we're like, oh my god, why am I such a failure? How did I spill? Like, how could I even do that task, man?
Swapping max! So, you make such a good therapist, dude.
you know, I mean, I'm awful with this myself, right? But you really should speak to yourself in your brain, in your head, the way you would speak to others. But we don't. We're much more critical.
Yeah.
Hopefully
Pasha can... Oh, jinx. Hopefully Pasha can at least just find one round to get him onto it. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate that he doesn't manage to open up the hatch there. But if he really wants to open up the hatch, he should have the shotgun secondary there. He should be able to open it up. Besides, we've got Dan as well to help out. Plenty of DMRs. Even Rorik on the Boss G, by the way. Dokkaebi Boss G is a choice, man.
It's been a while since we've seen that. You know, ever since the DMR made it, it's been Victual Boss G, not the Dokkaebi. I'm curious if Rorik, you know, intentionally did it, or played some TDM earlier for warm-up, or... Because also, there's a map where once you start fighting on the bomb site, you're taking a lot of continuous shots. Boss G is not great for that. It's like a one-off reload, almost like a Kali, if you will. Like a bold action weapon. I mean, I know you have 2 bullets, but it jumps so high you gotta wait a good bit between each shot. Doesn't quite compare to a DMR.
There you go. Finds the kill onto Alamau. That's huge. Don't discredit the Kali, I guess. Don't discredit the Boss D, I guess.
Budget Kali.
Yeah, budget Kali here. G2, though, do decide, okay, with the Alamau down, it's time to fall on back. The Stompin still playing his position on the staircase. He can waste a little bit more time here, burn his last 2 gas babes. 1 more remaining. Also some barbed wire in pocket. It'd be nice for him to get that down. I don't think he's going to get a chance to.
I like the double stack.
There might just be a chance to fall back here with the nade. Last gas goes out.
And they'll stick it. Doki's hiding at the bottom of the staircase. I don't think they know that he's there. So they can bait the shield into the push. Doki swings behind his teammate all of a sudden, and it's 2v1. Here comes the swing. Yeah, they find one.
Oh my god, you're right.
And then Doki
kill for Rorik, but Doki refrags it. You're dead right, Pengu, yet again. Nice chance there from VP, but G2 just another little micro play. Outdoes VP, and Doki comes back for more. Double kill, the C75. He finishes off the round as well. It's a big 4K for the Scotsman, and G2 reprise with a little bit more energy on their defense.
So smart. So their first mini play is Doki was hiding at the bottom of the staircase and VP never opened the window at the bottom. That's obviously the first mistake from Virtus.pro, but G2 utilized it. Not to power up and say, we're holding the staircase. They were actually saying, hey, we only have one player here, come get me. And then Stomping goes for an aggro swing 1-for-1, and then they're thinking, okay, the coast is clear. They had the verticality, they had the cutoff, but Doki then makes the first flank. That happens right in this moment. Then the teammate of Doki, I think it's Benja, he reinforces the wall downstairs, and they hear it from the verticality. So they go, guys, they fell back to reinforce the wall. 2 seconds after they start doing that, that's when Doki goes for a flank. It's a really smart mini play where you're playing into the mind of your opponent. Because again, we're talking about logical, strong siege versus unpredictability. In almost every scenario, the safest and best play to make if you're G2 in that moment is to fall back, reinforce the wall, you have like 40 seconds left and manpower advantage. But we keep saying this thing with G2, they're not playing logical, so they're not gonna do that. And I think Virtus.pro is being a bit baited into it, kind of assuming what the outcome is, rather than taking a look at the outcome and looking at what's in front of them. That and Pasha is now 0-8, his individual struggles continues, and still, it's a close game where G2, frankly, they're clutching a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, and whether it's a clutch or whether it's a play like you were talking about with Doki, you know, doubling back and backing up the second player, reinforcing off, but he's still there. These are mind games, right?
Yeah.
When is the best time to play mind games against your opponent? When they lost 5 rounds in a row on Clubhouse, when it's been a really long day for them, because remember, VP played the first match today against Falcons, and when Pasha is going 0-8. Like, these are the perfect conditions to start toying with your opponent. And G2 know that. They are the masters of the mind games here in EU.
Make your opponent question reality. Also, it speaks to the tilt factor. If I'm dying to that, it's a desk slammer. You know, it's like, oh, why did that happen? And now you got those
like
ego
when you're
challenges.
the first one to die to it, and then like your teammate dies as well, and you're like, why did no one refrag that? Speaking of refrag,
yeah.
Even though Stompin went for a big run out, he does get replied on. So good catch, but losing a Thermite, I guess he's done most of his high breach. It's not the end of the world. Still just not fun. Again, continuous aggression from G2.
He's trading a passive util and Thorn with active use of Heart Breach, and like you said, there is those secondary canovers from Dan on the Grim, so it's not like it's the end of the world. But it's usually worth to trade 1-for-1 if you're the defending team, because you still have the map control, but you get a body.
Oh, big kill.
Thought Shaco was gonna fall there for a second, but no.
3v3 still favors the defense here, but VP start to try and take control of this top floor. Man, Pasha is using every single last bit of his U2 with the Candelas to open up space on this top floor. G2 just say, all right, well, we're going to fall back. We can give up that map control. We don't mind at all. We can play a late round goose chase in the 3v3. All of these G2 players are still on that top floor. Doki's actually been left all the way over in display. Or rather, it's in mask, sorry, and he's got the keeper barriers to really fortify a position as well. Spotted briefly by the Grim. He's about to find the Blackbeard, and he will be finished off. Shaiko as well gets up and active into the situation. The Blackbeard, insufficient. And Dan now, last one left. 3 shots on the Bailiff remain. And he will fall as well to Shaiko. G2 continue battling. They do not abandon that Azami player of Doki. In fact, they go and get re-aggressive again onto him. VP, man, what a struggle it has been. And those 2 losses in a row put them in grim straits now. Trailing by 2 rounds to G2. 3 rounds to G2. Man, it's match point. 3 chances for G2 to close.
I mean, the past 3 rounds have been so quickly over. It's just been G2 in, I want to say, full control. You know, sometimes like it's trading the first pick, or maybe G2 lose the first player, but that mini play in the mid round, they get 2 or 3 kills in quick succession, they steal the show. And the great thing about G2 is that we want to have these guys at every international tournament, right? Because when they're doing really well, they're a great team to talk about. And when they're failing to meet expectations, they're also a great team to talk about. Like first set in the halftime show, right? Or the halftime vibe check that we call it. G2 don't get a 6-0 half. Oh my god, this team and they're sloppy, this and that. Like, the expectations for this roster and the organization itself is just so high. They're never gonna able to like achieve the fans' expectations, even if they play like near perfectly every single goddamn day. But this has been an impressive look, going from the Twisted Mind match for G2 side and how they're playing the game strategically into Virtus.pro. And I am genuinely baffled at how well it's working, because I really thought that the VP playstyle was going to be a G2 counter. The only thing missing, like we keep saying, is Pasha, who has not really hit the scoreboard yet, so missing individual performance. But outside of that, I still thought VP would have more of a fight with them.
Man. Look, I might get a little bit of drama for saying this, but you know what Team G2 remind me of right now? It's FaZe Clan. Because they can do both types of siege, right? FaZe Clan are the kings in Brazil of playing that structured playstyle, but they still are in Brazil, so they know how to fight fire with fire.
But on G2 structure, they're sloppy. They're all over the place.
Even on attack, yes, but I feel like in defense, G2 are really locked in, especially back on Clubhouse, man. Like some of those CCTV stats that they had with like impact triggering the ace numbers. These guys have an insane foundation that's presented to them by Romalio and in theory by Alamau as well. But they don't like get scared and shit the bed when things don't go according to plan A or plan B. Like even when there is no plan C, there's no plan D, they're just like, I'll frag out. Right? They can pay attention to the micro plays as well, like Doki on the stairs, backing up Stompin'. So many different layers, so many different playstyles they can change between. Whereas VP definitely, even though they're so much more adaptable than the old VP, they still want to play one particular type of game.
I'm reloading!
You can argue that a lot of great teams in Siege, they are either good in the early or the late game, you know, getting opening pick and then stably converting that into a round victory. Maybe they're great at executing the bomb side. I think G2 are just great in the mid game. They can lose a player or two in the beginning and the round is still theirs to win. But then they're a bit messy in how they get that first pick or how often they die first. And of course, we've seen them in the 4 versus 1s getting a bit sloppy and a bit messy with how they want to play it out. But being a good mid-round team is a very good strength, because it means that any round is winnable from almost any position. And that's, again, that star player playstyle.
And you can see that by the fact that G2 have won 3 of the rounds where VP have found the opening kill here on Lair. Meanwhile, they've also won 5 opening kills on this map so far. So they're winning the number of opening kills. They're also winning most of the times when VP gets the opening kill.
I like this little smoke play, but VP read into it well.
Oh, see you later, Dan.
Reload!
That's a huge kill from the Warden, perfectly played by Doki, but then he falls back onto his position after Shaiko dies. The Candela shot, so he's safe for a little bit longer. Prep to C4 as well. He's enabled Stompin' to get aggressive. Flashbang comes out. Stompin' is in such a little wrap position, all the way advanced towards operations.
That's really good. He's retaken a position that was once Virtus.pro, so they're not going to expect this. He can help Doku with the crossfire. Neko goes down as well, elsewhere on Skybridge. So this again, Virtus.pro, they cannot fight back because this round is magical.
Is this really how it ends for G2?
10?
They started with a bang, but they closed it so concisely. And you gotta wonder, is it a bird? Is it a plane? Nah, it's a super team, and G2 are back on top of EML, where they belong.
Was there really ever any doubt that they were gonna top Europe? Maybe for a very short moment when the roster first formed and people said they're gonna need a couple of weeks together. Maybe it's Kickoff, and then in stage 1, that's when they're gonna be at their highest level. But honestly, both VP and G2 has found huge success already and showing such a good longevity to this roster, right? If this is their current level, give them that major. Give them stage 1. See where they can be 3 to 4 months from now. Don't go anywhere. We're back after this quick break.
G2 win the upper bracket final, and therefore they could be crowned the champions of Kickoff. Impressive performance for this new roster of all-stars. And we get to speak to them once again. Doki, I think it's been about 2 hours since we last spoke to you. You had a quick but efficient day at the office, I guess.
Very quick day. I have a McDonald's. I'm back. I'm refueled. Life's good. Yeah.
Nice.
That's it.
Hi, Jack.
Nice. Hi, Jack.
Congratulations on the major and obviously, of course, winning Kickoff. A couple of things that I suppose we noted watching the game, particularly on Clubhouse and Border in the earlier game. The attacks didn't necessarily feel quite there. Do you still think there's a little bit of work to go on them?
Well, the honest truth is we have so many attacks. Like, literally we have like 6 or 7. My bad.
That's not the first time today. We heard you in the comms.
per bomb site, so it's like really difficult to perfect them, I guess, because we have a lot of them right now. But it's just gonna take time. So we're kind of using like kind of a lot of mid-round calls from Carl, and even myself, if I may say so. But yeah, I don't know. That's kind of what's going right now. We have a boot camp prepared in the Logitech facility in San Jose in America. We're going there again. We went there for boot camp before. It was an amazing facility. Like, just literally, it's actually too good. Like, it's actually too good. Like, like we don't need it to be that good. So yeah, we're going there. Me and Zach King are going to Spain this weekend for holiday. Just for the weekend. So yeah, just gonna chill a bit and then back to practice, back on the grind. And have some fun.
Nice.
Yeah, you guys, it's actually a good transition. I was going to ask you what are going to be the next few days because you're basically the first.
I just did your job for you there.
Yeah, perfect. You gave me all the answers I needed. No, I was just thinking it's a weird spot because you guys are along with VP, the first 2 teams qualified to the major. So you can't really start prepping. You can't really know what's gonna look like. I'm actually picked in your interest maybe in what you think CNL teams are gonna look like because it's the first time we're gonna see them at a top international event.
Yeah, I haven't watched much of CNL. I've seen one team hasn't won a round yet in like 4 games. That's pretty interesting. They're probably not going to the major.
They won one round.
They have?
Yeah, the last game.
Maybe they will be at the major then.
No, they're out.
I highly doubt that. Yeah, well, who would have guessed? No, but yeah, I'm really excited to play against them. I think the format works. They go into stage 1. Is it all?
So you have all of them? 3 of the teams, but one will go in phase 2 directly.
Okay, that's great. So I'm really looking forward to playing against that region. I haven't really played many guys from there before. I think MC was in G Who.
Yeah.
He's
and
playing over there right now.
Mentalist as well.
The Mentalist, yeah, I've seen them. So yeah, I mean, I think Reaps is like one of the best players right now. So they're all kind of crazy good. So yeah, gonna be interesting major.
All right, before we let you go, I think you've had quite of an eventful day, and we've kind of tried to highlight that for you with a bit of a package. You're gonna have to listen to it and watch it as well.
Oh shit.
Thank you, boys.
Oh dear.
Fucking burger in my mouth, bro. No way, please.
Any comments?
I had a chicken burger. I had a chicken burger in my mouth, bro.
Mid-game.
And before, I was just hyping up Shaco. I was going, there, he's there. When he kills someone. My bad.
I love to see the evolution, by the way, because we saw the first few rounds, half of the burger, then the round after, the rest of the burger like this.
Mid-round, you just
and then a few rounds later, I see you grabbing the bag, and I see you pull out fries. Like, what's going on?
My life is so difficult. Like, I need to eat mid-game. Like, my mouse, my brand new Logitech Super Stroke, whatever it's called, it's like, was very greasy from my mouth. So like, from my hands on the burger. So like, the pain I have to go through. You know that pain's a gamer to touch their mouth.
Oh, and then the crumbs getting in the keyboard and like the mouse.
I'm gonna have to lick them up.
That's the epitome of high performance in EML right there.
Yeah. You think all these like esports performance guys are watching it and being like, oh, you gotta eat a banana before a game, and I'm there stuffing a chicken burger in my mouth.
And Shaco was eating popcorn the game before.
Like, hold that. You know what I mean? Like,
I feel for you, Doki. You have a really difficult life. I mean, you go into the Salt Lake City Major, you won the Kickoff, you got to eat some
going
burgers
to Spain.
game.
Going to Spain for holiday.
Vacation. We're gonna let you go now as well, so you have the rest of the evening off. But
I'm going to the pub now.
Oh no! What What a shame. Oh, that
What
must
a
feel.
shame.
Yeah, must be very rough. I feel for
Obviously,
you.
only drinking water as an esports professional that takes care of
High
himself,
performance.
high performance athlete.
I drank my first water in about a week yesterday.
Congratulations. I'm proud of you.
In a
Very
week.
happy.
That was serious. It was very, very strange. Yeah.
Well, we won't keep you here any longer because I think you have some appointments to be going to. Thank you very much for your time, Doki. Once again, congratulations on becoming champions for the EML, and I'm sure we'll
See you
speak
in
to you
America. See you in America, guys.
Yeah.
What a chant that was, and you gotta feel for the man. I mean, he's got so much going on for himself in his life at the moment.
He's
But
just that busy he can't drink water, apparently.
Like everyone says, everything is a joke to this guy.
Yeah.
You must hate it so much when you lose, and you lose the game, you just browse twitch.tv/Rainbow6, you go watch the live stream, you go watch the interview of the guy that just destroyed
Feel
you.
for Pasha, he's just got 0.
He just got 0 and 8, and that's
Jack's there like, I'm eating chicken burgers.
Oh my god. I mean, let's be real. They should all be happy. All 10 players on your screen are going to go to Lake City. They will advance to the phase 2. They surprise many people. VP, what a comeback story. From being one of the worst teams in EML Stage 2 to a top 2 team here. Having beaten, I think, Falcons is the biggest thing that we need to focus on. If we look at the bracket, I think the biggest upset of the day, clearly. Also do it in a 2-0 fashion, which was, I think, very impressive. Match 8 is the one that I'm looking at.
oh, I don't want to think about it yet.
I am devastated.
That's like, you've got to.
We are
You're in the mood, Leo. You're all happy, laughing, and
we
then
are saying goodbye to Secret or Falcons. They are not coming with us.
You've ruined my night. Thank you.
That's like one of them memes on social media, like you've got to get rid of one. And it's like pizza, burgers, like whatever. And you don't want to get rid of any
Chicken
of them.
burgers,
That's
fries.
exactly how I feel tomorrow. I don't want to get rid of any of them. But we've got to.
It's rough. It's difficult. And then even the match like below that, right? We can talk like, oh, you know, with the way the bracket shape ups, like either shifters or twisted minds can't combine them.
Shifted minds.
Yeah.
Twister minds and shifted.
Yeah. What a great way to send them both to the major. But no, either shifters or twisted minds will make it to the major, which you're like, oh, you know, there's teams in that first match that should both make it. But this is the way the bracket goes, right? And in these two teams, like in their position, they should capitalize off of the situation that they've been put in, and there's a really good opportunity for them.
Absolutely.
And looking at the schedule again, we will have a really, really busy day because those first matches of the day will be qualification games. And then again, that last match has a very important point to it.
It absolutely does. So if you're still with us, you'll need to still be with us this time tomorrow, because that final match, yes, we will of course qualify teams in the first 2, but the final match will determine whoever wins it will start the major in phase 2. Whoever loses it, yes, they will be qualified to the major, but they'll have to run the gauntlet all the way through from phase 1.
And so that means that basically you get to phase 1, there are 8 teams, half of them will be eliminated and will not continue in the major.
You face elimination so much.
It is a major blow to your chances of going further at the major.
I think we also finished earlier than we thought. You guys think we should also just go to a pub or anything like that?
We could.
Well,
drink some water.
May as well follow the example of one of the prime and leading example of esports professional players.
True and real. Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's time for it. I mean, especially if you want to be watching us again tomorrow here. There's APAC North tomorrow, so maybe don't go tomorrow. Maybe go to sleep early so we can watch that as well. Catch all the action going on there earlier. But for us, we'll be back again same time, same place tomorrow. That'll be 5 p.m. CEST because we have a busy day with us tomorrow. 2 qualification games once again. For now, we'd like to thank you very much for watching. Have an amazing rest of your night, and we'll see you tomorrow.